Gdje jeste, braćo, štima? Samo sekund da vidimo da li smo live. Samo sekund. Ovako. Samo sekund. Gdje ste, braćo, štima? Pozdrav svima, dobrodošli u novi live stream. Kako ste, braćo, štima? Pozdrav za sve ljude. Samo sekund, ja ću upaliti ovako, evo ga, to je to. Pozdrav Adi, pozdrav Rile, pozdrav Teo, pozdrav Zenit, pozdrav Petre, pozdrav Filip, pozdrav Vaske. Štima, braćo, kako ste? Pozdrav svima, dobrodošli u novi live stream. Danas gledamo FNCS 4 miliona dolara prize pool. I ovo će trajati, znači kreće, za pola sata kreću gameovi. I oko 9 se valjda završava sve to. Tako da znate, braćo, da će ovo biti jedan od najvećih turnira ikada, zbog toga što se ovo održava u Kopenhagenu u Danskoj. LAN turnir, tako da gledat ćemo sve to zajedno. Pozdrav Vaske, još jednom pozdrav Josip, pozdrav Aleksandar, pozdrav Pavlinjo, pozdrav Gabriel, pozdrav Josip, pozdrav Johnny, pozdrav Nikola, pozdrav za sve ljude, štima, braćo, bio sam, Janko. Neće Teo, pošto palimo u 4. Pozdrav Wolf, pozdrav Gabriel, štima, braćo, kako ste? Samo sekund, ja ću da, evo ovako. Braćo, gledajte, samo sekund, ja ću sada upaliti ovako, da vidite vi kako je u stvari sad u Kopenhagenu. Pozdrav Ognjen, pozdrav sve ljude, štima, braćo. Zašto ne igraš? Pošto je ovo, braćo, kako se zove, ovo je LAN i zbog toga ne mogu igrati. Ovo igraju ljudi samo koji su tamo. Pozdrav Paka, hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi, braćo? Čekajte. Samo sekund. Sad pričam, braćo, ja mislim da ovo ne trebamo gledati. Nije tu Niksa, brate. Pozdrav, Leonko. Pa nadamo se, Janko, nadamo se da će neko od Balkanaca, brate.
Doing the tour around the arena. Of course, the fans are funneling in. The players are hiding out backstage, ready to jump in. But we also have...
A stvarno ne znam, Teo, stvarno ne znam.
...here at the Royal Arena. It's going to be creators from around the globe. Very, very excited to talk to them throughout the...
Evo, sad ću probat.
...get some of their insight, how they are feeling about the event. And check
dodaj moderatora.
...that they will be producing as the show goes on. So I am...
Neće.
...over at the Creator Lounge.
Ja ne znam kako neće. Još jednom ću probat. Nema veze. Ja ne znam kako neće, nema veze. Quizy Veno, ako ne osvoje ovo, onda ne znam. Kupio sam Starvanca, sad sam Stojka. Hvala ti puno od srca, brate, hvala puno. Pozdrav Genose. Hvala puno, braćo, ako kupujete nešto iz shopa kod Stojka. Znate šta, braćo? Ovo kreće za 27 minuta. Sad ja ne znam kako mogu da nađem... mapu. Da vidimo ko će, gde lendati i to.
That's right. Just a little bit. Good amount. Let's have a look. Just a little bit. Of course, $1 million going to the duo that can win.
Evo prize pool, braćo. Znači prvi uzima milion i sve do 75. mjesto. Ne znam, Zenite, stvarno ne znam, brate. Evo tu možete da vidite, braćo, za 26 i 30, 31, 35, 36, 40. Nemoj to ne je, brate, i brzo porak još jednom, Nikola. Pozdrav, Kristijane. Braćo, gledajte trofej.
placement between first and second, and that today, this weekend, is going to be a $350,000 decision, as well as this incredible
Ovo je brutalno.
trophy that we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. Thanks and big shout out to our friends over at Swarovski. I mean, it's like the invitational trophy, but just
A ovo je iskreno dobro, braćo. Vidite koliko su u stvari dobro to uradili. Znate šta me zanima, braćo? Znate šta me zanima? Kako će sve ovo izgledati kad krene? Znate? Kad krene, kako će sve izgledati? Znate Invitational kakav je bio? Sad ne znam kako će ovo biti. Nadam se da će ovo biti, znači prošli put kad je bilo, braćo, FNCS Invitational, produkcija je bila brutalna. Vidjet ćemo sada. Evo, braćo, ko igra danas. Evo da možete da vidite i sa druge strane.
I mean, just look at this. It's actually crazy to see this on the screen because these are some of the world's best players all in one lobby together. We're seeing so many massive names on the screen.
Danas igraju svi ovi ljudi, da znate, braćo.
Through to the upper bracket, a team that we're going to have our eyes on to take the championship home potentially.
Just wild. 6 regions all coming together on a single.
Ja ću malo popustiti.
There is going to be so much chaos.
A vidite logo dole FNCS, braćo, kako svijetli. To je baš dobro.
Just kidding, there's 5 other regions that I have to worry about and how they play in their region. Mad. Now, Kelly, you brought up a good point here. Duos that I wanted to kind of focus on. We got to talk about Zagu. We got to talk about Peppo Clip. We saw Zagu back in the Invitational.
Jel igra Trulex? Pa vajde igra, brate. Mislim, ne znam, pošto ima 3 opena, ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Ali vajde igra, vajde igra. Pa, care, brate, to je jako teško, to je jako teško. Ja bih želeo da Kvizi vina, pa nadamo se, brate. Da, Niksa. Jel danas igra Kvizi? Pa da, vajda će danas Kvizi igrat.
Kind of giving just a little bit more chance for that RNG of what Mythic's going to be dropping there. Also, they had a great performance in Majors 1 and 2, getting that first place finish in Major 1, and then a...
Znate šta, zanima me gdje će svi lendati. Ja ne znam gdje da nađemo gdje će svi lendati, braćo. Voleo bi da vidim gdje će lendati svi ljudi. A dobro, to će vajda oni pokazati kad pre nego što krenu. Pozdrav Casey, ne kasniš, nisu krenuli, brate, kreće za 22 minuta.
Major 1 and Major 2 grand final winners. Coming from OC, as you mentioned, they are a fantastic...
To je to, Niksa, nadam se da je sad sve u redu, brate.
Winning each different majors.
Jeste, Lux, da.
See what they can do today. A little stat from both of those winning majors. In all 24 games that they played of those grand finals, they only failed to pick up an elimination in one of those games. So expect some electric gameplay from them. Expect some aggression for sure.
I love that you're talking about aggression eliminations because I'm going to talk about placements now because in Major 2, out of the 12 games they played, in 11 of them they placed top 15.
Kad počinju igrat? Kreću za 22 minuta, brate. Znači u 4,5 sve će krenuti, vajda. Pozdrav, Filipe. Pošto sada pričaju šta i kako će biti u kapu, koliko je price pool, koliko je ljudi igra, koji su igrači i tako dalje. Pozdrav, Duje. A ja ne znam šta je to, Nikola.
For sure, Kelly, you said a duo, Queasy Veno. Why not talk about the other side of that coin? You know we have to talk about that. Cammy, Seti, your invitation.
Brate, Janko, to je preteško. Mislim, evo gledajte, braćo, šta se desilo. FNCS Invitational zadnji game. Pozdrav, Vaske, pozdrav, tvog. Pozdrav, braćo.
And we see that in this moment at the Invitational, why that made such a difference, why Queasy and Vino didn't know that you couldn't build a wall there, and that's what separated them from success and failure. And I think they kind of got a little taste of their own medicine.
Ja moguće, tu za jedan... Ne, ovo je bio jedan fight koji je odlučio cijeli cup, da. Da su uzeli Queasy, to bi onda oni pobedili.
place, and then in Major 3 getting 4th place, top 5 in
Vasker Cup kreće za 20 minuta, brate. Imate tu dole desno, braćo. Hvala Nikola. Pa ne znam, brate. A ne, miso je shot. Duje ne igramo sa chatom, izvini stvarno, brate.
Kenjutsu crossing.
Oh, is that where Quizzy Vino is
It's Quizzy and Venom. Yeah, so I wonder why they could be practicing their drop at not their drop spot.
Probably no reason. There's probably no way that matters in any way, shape, or form. It's probably gonna happen. At least we hope. Even just a
Može, hvala ti, Vaske, hvala ti. Nije izbildalo, Niksa, tamo se ne bilda. Pozdrav, Raska, pozdrav, Marko. Bacite like, braćo, bacite subscribe. Cup kreće za 20 minuta. Mislim, gameovi kreću za 20 minuta. Evo, sad će raditi intervju sa Setijem, braćo. Samo da pustim malo da čujete.
This is definitely bringing back many memories and we're here to make some more.
Was that the best moment of your life, lifting the trophy in Rally?
Yeah, 100%, and I'm ready to make another one.
How do you top that though?
I guess we'll have to see.
So tell me about this year, because it feels like you guys have been on an upwards trajectory and you've had to adapt your play style from just being low ground.
Ma ne, Niksa, zašto da gledamo ovo levo, brate? Bitan nam je Seti.
What's that been like?
It's been great. It's been great adapting because now we can play low ground, mid ground, and high ground. So just great combination.
What about aggression? Because you're not necessarily.
Pozdrav, Ghost. Pozdrav, Mata. Jel moguće, Marko?
Do you think that's going to be difficult?
A prijetno, Casey.
Those all important points here.
I don't think it's
Hvala puno, Duje, hvala ti.
We're gonna make some.
Ma ne, Niks, u redu je ovako, brate.
Are there going to be any interesting off-spawn battles coming your way?
Oh yeah, obviously.
And what will happen if people do drop you?
Just be prepared.
I can't wait to see it. I imagine you and Cami will be incredibly.
Pozdrav, Stipa.
Polska Gorum.
Polska Gorum.
Aha, Zenite. Nije mi se pokazala poruka ni jednom.
You can see the focus in his eyes.
Jel moguće do 3,5 školu, brate? Ti si bio prva smjena, imao si školu do 3,5. Pozdrav, Dovo, pozdrav, Ghost, kad počinje? Za 18 minuta.
Very, very cool. You saw it in that interview. Very, very cool. Very, very calm and collected. It's a duo you got to look out for.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. Well,
Pa brate, Casey, vidjet ćemo.
Let's talk about the format.
Šta se desilo, Nino?
So we kind of talked about it. We have an upper bracket, a lower bracket. But let's break that down. So today and tomorrow we have 5 games lined up. Then the top 25 from today will go straight.
Evo, braćo, Grand Finals će biti top 25 timova od dan 1 i od dan 2. I danas će biti 5 gameova. Danas će biti 5 gameova, braćo. Ako se ne varam. Da, danas će biti 5 gameova, u finalsu 6.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very exciting. I mean, this is something that we haven't seen too much before. I think a lot of players might be thinking,
Seti iz Poljske, ako se ne varam. Isko da, brate, sljedeća sezona će biti Chapter 1 sezona 5.
Get rid of that mindset. Make sure you do it now. Make sure you're qualifying right here because you want to get it done early. You don't want to leave it till tomorrow if you can't.
Well, especially because
Da,
all
iz
of
Poljske.
these duos have been preparing for this day. In day 2, it's 25 new duos that they'll be facing against with drop spots that they aren't too sure of. So that is definitely going to throw a wrench in some things. And also, a lot of these duos are used to having a different kind of
Moneymaker, ne znam odakle je, brate. Mislim da je... A neću da kažem, stvarno ne znam. Cash Cup duje sljedeće nedelje, tek, u petak. Evo, braćo, placemente. Ovo su placementi.
Yeah, mid-match objectives obviously been recently introduced to the game. They already had a new dynamic.
Island daje 15 i Forecast 3, da znate.
3 points and of course the Rift Island worth 15 points. It's an absolutely huge sum. A lot of players will actually
Aha, Moneymaker iz Švedske. Pozdrav, Skele. To je to rile, prijatno, brate. Pozdrav, Farise. Jeste, kill daje 4.
Yeah, and it's not just the points they're going for. The forecast tower gives you forecast, and it is an absolutely incredible thing to have in the
Gledajte levo lika koji igra, gledajte braćo.
getting those early rotations, putting yourself in a high advantage.
Kad počinje? Počinje za 16 minuta.
I can't wait to see how these teams utilize it.
I cannot wait. You guys have got me hyped. Now, of course, we're talking about...
Za koga navijaš? Pa naravno za naše, brate.
Well, let's hear from the players themselves. Check this out.
Sad ćemo vidimo... I jo, šta je ovo?
Being contested just means that at the spot you land, you have another team with you.
It's kind of like 50% chance like that you survive. You need to be lucky, get the right guns, get in the right position.
If you want to have good loot, you're going to have to fight for a spot.
Often it's seen to be a bad thing, but sometimes it can be good as well.
We're dropping on the racetrack. Currently we're contested by Aegis in Canada. I wouldn't say that.
Aegis i Kanada kontestaju Tomasa, braćo. Ko igra od Balkanaca? Pa igraju svi najbolji, brate. Zamisli nekog najboljeg balkanskog playera, on igra. Znači Kvizi, Tayson, Trulex, Chicho, svi ti igraju.
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún plan, solo que si ellos van a querer fightear, vamos a tener que terminar peleando y nosotros no tenemos miedo.
Pozdrav Tonex. Prvi game kreće za 14 minuta. Jeste Tyson iz Slovenije. Ajde, Niksa, hvala ti. Hvala ti, Duje, hvala puno. A vidjet ćemo, Johnny, stvarno ne znam. Gdje možemo da gledamo? Kod nas na streamu. Pozdrav, Bakire, nije još krenulo. Stojka do kad je live? To stvarno ne znam, brate. Stvarno ne znam. Aegis, a ne, Kanada i Tomas. Braćo, radi intervju s ljudima koji se kontestaju. Ne mogu da vjerujem.
Better players than Canada.
Can
you look him in the eyes now and just reiterate that statement, please?
I mean, most EU players like in the top level is better than NA players, so I mean
that's kind of true, but like, you know me, like I'm the FNCS winner, just won, you know what I'm saying? Like you're going to see today like who's really the GOAT, you know what I'm saying?
And you also said, Canada, that
Pozdrav, Baki.
you win all the Osborne battles today. You're taking that trophy, but I thought
Chapter 1 sezona 9, Duje. Pa Nemanja tu možete, brate, kod nas na streamu. Mi ćemo gledati zajedno FNCS svi. Kreće za 13 minuta, braćo.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm here to find a girlfriend, you know what I'm saying? The Danish girls are here, they're pretty beautiful, so.
Can I keep your eyes on the prize though? Because there is a trophy out there. You're gonna go.
Da, Casey, zamisli, brate.
So you have a think about what really matters in life, and I'll give you a hint. It's Fortnite, and I'm gonna come back to Thomas because I want to know why you're so devoted to dropping at racetrack.
I mean, we've been learning that the entire year, so we wouldn't switch drop, like it would be dumb. We haven't practiced anything else, so yeah.
And what's happened when other people have tried to drop you there?
I mean, it's been ups and downs, but we're trying to like learn how to play it the best.
Pozdrav, Davide.
You want to just learn how to play it the best, though. You want to play it the best.
Da li je du FNCS? Jeste du FNCS? Pa vajda je, Ghost, vajda je.
What do you think you'll have to do, though, if the battles don't go your way? Are you gonna...
Nemanja, opet kažem, gledat ćemo svi zajedno kod nas na streamu. Pozdrav, Ibra, čekamo da krenu, brate.
50-50 on the slope truck every game. So, I mean, Canada haven't touched the game for 4 days, so...
I played this morning for like 2-3 hours. I'm feeling good. My finger's looking good, so I'm looking good.
And just one more question. How long did you play this morning?
I didn't play this morning, but I played like all week, so yeah.
He's fresh, he's warmed up, and I'm excited. Let's head back to the desk.
Braćo, hoćete da vam kažem ko će binat sad svaki off spawn? Aegis Thomas, hoćete? Moje mišljenje.
Coming off a recent win, does hold the axe of champions, going up against Thomas HG, someone who has yet to get a win. What can we expect from this head-to-head fight?
This head-to-head is going to be very, very exciting. I mean,
Pozdrav, Mario.
Thomas HD, they're actually contested in Major 2 by Tucson Putrick, and they actually still managed to get a third place. They were kind of half splitting the POI at that stage, so I think they might sort of do the same.
Ja mislim da će biti 3-3.
Day one,
Ne,
they still have to
3-2.
I think it's going to be all out 50-50.
3-2 za...
They've got to go for it.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a different
Za nekoga, a ne znam za koga, pošto se danas igra 5 gameova.
Major 2 got 12th place, and then when they were unconned, of course, in Major 3, they walked away with their first FNCS win.
Nemate, sljedeće.
Due to their loot pathing, being able to quickly loot up the entire racetrack, and then being able to rotate quickly for an early tower to get those surge tags. But I think there's a possibility to split racetrack. There's great metal and brick. It's splittable by the west and eastern side. You have the slurp truck on the west side, and then you have that forecast tower towards the eastern side. So, I mean,
Stipa 2006, brate. Jel igra Mongrel? Mongrel je odavno kvito, braćo. Pozdrav Iko, pozdrav Jakove.
I mean, I spoke to Malabuki yesterday. I had a little talk with him. I was like, mate, how you feeling about tomorrow? He said, Stewards, anything can happen. We don't know what's going to go down. And I'm sure for a lot of fans in here, for a lot of fans are all over Denmark, they'll be feeling like this is Thomas's destiny, right? Hasn't won.
Pozdrav, Mario.
And what better place, what better time to do it than now?
And Thomas just is regarded as one of the best mechanical players in the world.
Nisam, Tonex, nisam.
With Malabuka, who
Odakle si, iz Makedonije?
just the best
Nemanja na
players
Twitchu.
in the world. I cannot wait to see this duo go up against Kanata and Agers.
Let's keep this conversation going. We have to talk about more duos. Relentless Retreat. Cal Gamer up against King. Yes, it's that King.
Nemoj to, Petre, brate, pozdrav.
King. Probably BR's best.
A evo, gledajte, braću, da landaju.
Player, that King.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is Relentless Retreat. Anything can go down, Kelly. This is where it all happens. We've seen different playstyles from these guys throughout this season. Of course, Cal Gamer seemingly getting it unconned in Middle East. Everyone in Middle East is just feeling like, you know what? Yeah, let's just let him have it. He's the king of this area. But King himself...
Jako je, evo, čekamo da krene, brate. Hvala ti puno, Vaske, hvala. Hvala na pitanju, Duje, kako si ti? Evo, čekamo, braćo, da krene. Za 9 minuta kreće prvi game.
The dynamic differences that we see, because both of these duos here also have a lot of similarities. Both of them back-to-back champions in Major 2 and Major 3 for their respective regions. But I love that you talk about Cal Gamer and how respected he is, because he might be one of the most studious players that we have ever seen in Fortnite, comparable to players from just any region from around the world. And again, Relentless Retreat is a splittable POI, but what I'm interested in seeing is that it takes about a minute to be able
Jeste, Peki, samo nemoj sa velikim slovima, brate. A brate, Ico. Zašto, Tonex?
Is probably going to have the upper hand.
And I'm really glad you mentioned that, because I was actually speaking to King yesterday. I get to speak with all the players, you know, we all get on. But yeah, me and King, we were speaking out. We're actually watching them scrim, and they were actually trying to practice the quickest route to that mythic vault. It shows how much they're going to prioritize that. They're making sure they get there as quickly as possible.
Braćo, kreće za 8 minuta. Gledajte kako maše. Jeste vidjeli ono dijete koje maše ispod?
Has a head-to-head for us. Take a look.
Thank you. Yes, I have been very fortunate to be joined by Cal Gamer, who
Aha, vajde ovo translate sad.
Middle Eastern region, but also King himself.
Vajde ovo translate sada. Pošto su oni Brazilci, ne razumeju engleski.
Both of these players have won 2 majors alone this year. We're also joined by Daniela, our fabulous translator.
Da, translator.
I'd love to speak to you first. I know that you are someone who researches your opponents. Have you watched any of King's matches, and do you have any opinions on how he plays?
I haven't watched him that much, but I watched a little bit, and I really
On zna
how he
engleski.
plays, and
A King ne zna.
very good. So that's why I'm there.
And why would you say you're a better player than King?
I mean, it's just the facts. You know, he's just not that good.
Are you going to put your money where your mouth is later, though? Because you are dropping at the same spot as him on Relentless Retreat.
Yes, I don't really want to talk too much. I mean, after a few hours, we're going to play and see what happens.
Shukran, okay. Well, I'll go and talk to King then while you get your thoughts in order, and we'll come over to Daniela as well. King, you are arguably the greatest player in the Brazilian region right now. Tell me why Relentless Retreat, though, is a spot that you're going to win when you drop on it against Cal Gamer later.
¿Cómo vas a hacer el drop spot ahí cuando vas a bajar del bus? ¿Cómo lo vas a... ¿Cuál es tu método?
La verdad es que no tenemos ningún método, solo que nosotros tenemos nuestra parte, que es la derecha del spot. Así que nada, si ellos van a querer caer ahí, lo van a tener que disputar con nosotros. Y nada, ojalá que ganen, que tengan suerte.
We don't have like a
Ko je vinao?
that
Tek
we're
kreće.
gonna do, but,
Prvi game kreće
we're
za 6
gonna,
minuta.
Attack from the right side, and we hope we're gonna win, and we will do because we are the best. Yeah.
Cal Gamer has given his opinion on you, but what's your opinion on Cal Gamer? Have you seen him play?
La verdad que sí, hemos visto varios
Stojka,
games,
moraju
pero
Venu i
la
Kvizi
verdad
da...
que no me asusta, ya que bueno.
Pa Peki, brate,
yo
vidjet
estoy
ćemo,
confiado junto con mi dúo. Y nada, si van a querer disputar la bóveda, podrían pelear tranquilos, que nada, los esperamos, no tengo miedo.
We are waiting for them. We see them playing, and they're not so good like they thought. And we
Pozdrav,
they're
Bilex.
Argentinian, so we talk too fast. So he will fight until the end.
I'm really looking forward to the fight. Hopefully the end will be in the aim game for both of these players rather than at the relentless retreat. Thank you so much, Gracias, mucho gracias. And Shukran, thank you so much for talking to me, Cal Gamer. We will see what happens between these two and their duo partners when they drop on Relentless Retreat in just a few short moments.
Hvala puno, hvala ti Duje, hvala brate.
I just have no respect.
Eto braću, dali su intervjue za 5 minuta kreće, za manje od 5 minuta.
He's bad, we're both bad. Of course, just,
A ovaj put daju intervjue, na primjer, od različitih timova. Na primjer, ako je sada, ako su Venu i Kvizi duo, i ako se kontestuju, na primjer, sa, ne znam, na primjer, evo nek bude to Tomas Hade i dovedu Tomasa i Kvizija i pričaju. Da imamo šta će da kaže Cypher.
Ham right now. How you doing, man?
Yo, I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here for the FNCS Global Championship, even though it's remote. I'm excited to watch a ton of Fortnite this weekend, and I am personally rooting for Clix and Epic Whale. I want to see Clix get his first FNCS championship.
That is amazing. Dude, how has it been? Like, obviously, you've been watching, right? We've seen all of these duos just kind of grow and evolve over the year. What are your expectations for the competition?
Šta se desilo, Bilex?
I mean, I want to see a repeat of what happened at the Invitational, just like a super intense, like first and second going head to head in the last match. I think we're going to see something, and we're going to see some early drop fights and whatnot. But yeah, I was there at the Invitational. It was just electric, and I'm hoping we see that again here in Copenhagen.
How crazy was it back in Invitational, right? Kind of the first time we'd had a LAN like that, and now we're back, but the stakes feel so much higher. You talked to a bunch of players. What were they kind of feeling at?
Kad landaju, brate, na primjer, jedan tim lenda Tilted i drugi tim lenda Tilted. Oni se kontestuju. Pozdrav Novke, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? Ne, tvog, dao sam primjer. Znam da se Toma sa Kanadom kontesta.
That's a life-changing amount of money, so I think
to ne znam, Bilex, nikad nisam imao, mislim nikad nisam snimao na konzoli, brate. Kad kreće za 3 minuta? Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, krećemo još malo. Mislim, prvi game kreće još malo.
I've been playing it since the very beginning. I was honored to be among the Icon series last year, and it's just, I'm still loving this game, and I'm super excited to see what you guys have cooked up for the last couple of months of this year, because it's looking crazy.
That's awesome. Cypher, where can all these new fans find you?
Cypher PK on pretty much any platform.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it, and we hope you enjoy the competition.
Thanks, y'all. Good luck out there.
Hvala, Nixa.
Crazy. That's right. Y'all can go crazy for Cypher PK. He's a legend. Y'all, this crowd is the best.
Ne Mario, nego sam te pozdravio 3 puta, brate, pa zato. Pozdrav veliki, brate. Ne znam, Peki, vidjet ćemo, brate. Ne, Mita. Kvizi igra sa Venom. 3 dana, Žarko.
Listen, I know that the fans in the audience are
Nikakav
ready.
problem, Mario.
I want to know if the players are ready.
True. That's right. Well, we are not that far away, so you've gotten our thoughts. Why don't we get the thoughts of our casters as we draw ever closer to the competition?
Yeah, I must say, especially after watching the head-to-head interviews there, that I'm feeling so...
Igra li Trulex? Pa vajda igra, brate, vajda. Žarko, jel ceo stream igraš, gledaš FNCS? Braćo, mi ćemo gledati FNCS dok ne završi. Sad ne znam kad će završiti FNCS. Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, Mario? Igra, Josipe, da. Je, Peki, hvala je. Do kad je live? Na to pitanje odgovor ne znam. Stvarno ne znam. Izvinjam se, braćo, što danas hteo sam se izviniti na početku, ali hteo sam da kažem posle. Mislim, hteo sam se izviniti na početku i onda sam rekao ajde posle ću. Hoću svima da se izvinim što danas nije bio video, ali sam rekao sebi gledat ćemo danas FNCS i onda ću staviti video o FNCS-u. I ova 3 dana će biti video o FNCS-u, tako da vidjet ćete, braćo. Ja se izvinjam se što danas nije izašao novi YouTube video, ali bit će za FNCS video. Menalo prvi game kreće za sad, evo sad. 4 miliona, srećko. Ajde, Niksa. Ajde, Janko, pozdrav KRX. Hvala ti, Duje, hvala, brate. Braćo, gledajte ovo.
A year-long competition has led us here to Copenhagen. These players have fought through the FNCS gauntlet, 3 FNCS majors and a last chance major, all to battle it out here on this stage. These players have put everything into this competition. 6 regions all going head-to-head to prove who's the best. But it's about so much more.
Pozdrav, Ognjen.
It's about holding the axe of champions high. It's about hoisting a championship trophy, banking their share of $4 million. But above all else, it's about a title that comes with the highest prestige.
Gledajte koji trofej dobijaju pobednici FNCS-a, braćo.
Champions. After this weekend, one duo will break through and stand undeniably above the rest. So get ready. This is the FNCS Global Championship.
Gledajte ovo, braćo. What? Ovo je brutalno. Ovo je brutalno. Fortnite je najbolja igrica ikada koja postoji, koja je urađena na svijetu, evo vjerujte mi, braćo. Ovo je strašno, šta ljudi rade. Gledajte produkciju, gledajte ovo, gledajte sve kompove. Gledajte, braćo. Ovo je nešto, ne znam. Baš je ovo dobro, gledajte. Wow.
The stage is ready. The trophy is here. But you
Gledajte,
can't
braćo.
crown a champion if there are no contenders. Copenhagen Royal Arena, are you ready to meet the players? Let's bring them on.
Evo, braćo, izlaze sada duoci.
Most importantly, it's the battle that they had to fight through to be here, bullying their way through the shockwave hammer meta, one of the most destructive seasons.
They have to brace for chaos as these players now step into the most chaotic environment they have faced all year long. And with 196 total finals appearances spread amongst all of them, they are here to show exactly why they're the forerunners of their respective regions.
And you think about it, they had the first chances, the first opportunities put in front of them, and they did just that. They secured it, and here they are. Let's go, Copenhagen. Y'all went
Braćo, meni ovo izgleda brutalno do sada. Napišite mi od 1 do 10 šta mislite vi. Ovo meni izgleda stvarno brutalno.
My gosh, that is just the qualifiers from major number 1. There's so many big names.
Prošli put je produkcija bila brutalna. Sada je još bolja.
Massive cheer. Yeah, and we're hearing it right now.
I wonder why.
I wonder who they're cheering for. Is it Thomas HD?
Yeah, I think
it might well be because he is the Danish man himself. What a perfect player when you think about all of his attributes. So smart.
A znate šta, hoćete nešto da vam kažem, braćo? Ovo se igra u Danskoj, u Kopenhagenu. A znate odakle je Thomas? Iz Danske.
We've seen sometimes being contested can be a little bit
Mislim da ne, Casey.
Saw them have an incredible performance in Major 1, getting second place and only losing by just a single point. They are the best team to have never won an FNCS, but I think that they may be changing that this weekend.
That would be so crazy, right? No FNCS title, but a global championship title? That would be next level. We talked about EU. How about we gone over to NA, Acorn, and Cold? I feel like so many players and fans alike talked about this duel when they won, saying this is probably one of the best duels in NA, period.
Thomas u 5 minuta od te kuće, ta arena. Od kuće ta arena, pa brate, zavisi gde živi. Pozdrav Smoky, bacite like, braćo, bacite subscribe. Evo ih. Možemo tu da vidimo njih. Brate, KRX. Pozdrav Mladen, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? A tu je hladno, braćo, gledajte.
And I mean, their placements outside of Major 1 was 6 in both Major 2 and Major 3.
A Ivano igraju.
And they are doing their worst. It is still so vastly better than most of the competition.
Now, of course, that was a look at just the qualified players from Major number 1. We have 2 more to go. So please give a warm welcome for your qualified players from Major number 2.
The kinetic blade was the season. It was also the problem that
Izlaze ljudi iz Major 2, braćo. Ne, da, Major 2.
and perform to the best of their capabilities because my oh my, what a destructive time it was.
Evo ga Kvizi.
They had to slice their way through the competition to qualify for globals, but more impressive still is the sheer amount of experience that this particular group of contenders carries with them. Considering 18 out of 24 of them have played on a LAN stage here before.
Can you imagine having that experience, bundling it all up and then putting it out right here in front of you where there is your chance to make the bulk of $4 million. We know who you're looking at. I know who I'm looking at. But most importantly, can they step up? Can they perform here now as the times and options are limited? There's only 5 games.
I mean, if that was it.
Ulaze igrači, braćo.
Let's go, everyone's here, let's hit play. I believe that's a grand finals lobby. There's still more seats to be filled.
Znači, treba ući još dosta timova. Ne znam do sada koliko su timova ušli, a dosta su timova ušli i sada. Sad pričaju o Kviziju.
When they walked by that trophy. Some would say these are the villains of this.
A ne znam za Bugu, Klik se igra.
Went up against Seti and Cammy and fell short. Now They want to come back. They want to come back even stronger than a year ago.
Yeah, definitely one of the best teams in EU. I think that's without doubt number 1, number 2, number 3, one of those 3, because these guys are absolutely incredible. We saw in Major number 2, 12-game grand finals, 6 victory royales. I don't understand how that's even possible. And then arguably the biggest upset when of course they didn't qualify to Major 3 grand finals. How does that affect their mentality going to this? Is this now a bit of a
Stojka 75 timova, jer tako jeste 75 timova, ali vidjet ćemo kako će sad biti, pošto se igra 2 dana, braćo. Znači igra se danas, sutra i nedelja se igra finals. Samo to mi je čudno nekako. Kako će to biti? Sad će doći money maker. Pa vidjet ćemo, brate. Vajda mislim da 4 puta se ulazi. Po 15. 15, 15, 30. Da, vajda tako nešto. Ili pod... Ne znam, vidjet ćemo sada. Ili po 20 timova.
Ridiculously decorated.
Yeah, a really decorated player in the NA region. Won so many FNCS titles, paired up with a less experienced player. And this is a really nice storyline because you have the experience of Miro. He's actually not IGLing the
Ne, Kylix.
Cooper that takes that role.
Quiz Iveno. Vidjet ćemo, braćo.
I'll take the reins. I'll use your
Tu su svi najbolji playeri, ali EU su definitivno od boljih. Hoćeš i sutra streamat FNCS? Vrate, ako ljudi hoće, zašto da ne? Ljudi, znate šta, braćo? Ljudi meni kažu, Stojka streamuje FNCS, hoćemo da gledamo FNCS. Evo, streamujemo. Ljudi mi kažu, hoćemo streamat rank, igramo rank, razumete? Šta ljudi hoće, to ćemo uraditi. Što se tiče gameplay i tako dalje. Stojke, da streamaš sutra polufinale i finale? Naravno da, ako hoćete, brate. Što, Ivano? Evo sada ulaze, braćo, još. Evo ga Pinku. Evo ga Trulex.
When it was arguably so difficult.
And what they might have lacked in mobility, they certainly made up for as far as adaptability is concerned. Because having gone through every single iteration of competitive seasons, competitive to find themselves here at the global stage, that is the embodiment of mental fortitude.
And really and truly, it's one of the hardest things to do, is when it's your last chances, when it's your last opportunities to punch your way straight through to the biggest opportunity of your career, and it's time to put up those numbers. Can you do it? Surely all of our Major 3 qualifiers had to play with that pressure. They had to play with that knowingly, you know, a looming pressure of, hey, I can only do this one more time.
And again, considering what's at stake, considering that they
S kim igra Trulex? Trulex sa Čičom.
To that finals lobby here on Sunday, this is their moment to siege it all.
That's right. There are no more chances up for grabs here other than the 5 that's put in front of them. You want to do it here and now. Will you be one of the first?
Svi su u gameu, braćo. Sada kreće game. Zašto, Ivano? Budite spremni, braćo. Kreće game za 30 sekundi. A čekajte, znate šta mi nije jasno? Ja ću smanjiti sada na sekund da vas pitam. Sada su ušli svi igrači, ako se ne varam. Sad mi nije jasno. Ima jedan dan, ima dan 2, ima dan 1, ima dan 2, ima finals. I ne znam, jel igraju svi u prvom danu i u drugom danu ili? Nije mi jasno. Pa sve se vidi, Ivano. Evo ga Buga.
No, not really. Never. I mean, Buga and Threats, I love this duo here. Buga obviously having the history and the knowledge.
Pozdrav, Dario.
Having just some of the most insane aim in the game. Having these two powerhouses together.
Da, izbrojaju se poeni. A vidjet ćemo, vrate.
What excites me even more is that they're landing Sanguine Suites, one of the new POIs, where they're going to have those 2 mythic podiums, and it has absolutely insane amount of chests, ammo, and loot. So even though they're going to be contested by Nutty, I don't think that's that's going to be too much of a concern for them.
Pa ne, sve se vidi, Ivano.
Yesterday, I was saying, how are you gonna
Sve se vidi,
approach
brate.
that? Mate, there's so much loot at this drop spot. We're not too concerned about fighting each other off spawn, but we want
Do kad traje, stvarno ne znam do kad će trajati. Mislim do 9 da će trajati. Pa Kylix, brate, ovo je baš teško. Hvala ti puno, ali ovo je baš teško, brate.
All of us just feel and expect such greatness from them. Now the question becomes, how do they perform on land?
Yeah, the Canadian duo here, a lot of people had a lot of expectations for them going into Major 3. Donda's the best team in NA at that time. Didn't quite live up to that first place, but still managed to get a third place overall. Lots and lots of hype around this team. We haven't seen them perform on LAN yet, so this is going to be a very, very big test for them.
Mamire, brate, nije. Nije, brate. On je baš slab.
I'm not sure, but either way, they have the talent.
I mean, you're talking about third place in
Jeste, Kylix, ovo je baš teško, brate. Stojka, za koga navijaš? Brate, stvarno ne znam. Navijam za naše Balkance. Ali vidjet ćemo ko će dobiti. Pa Janko nije, mislim, da, nije. Vajde, sad će biti 4. put i to je to. Kreće game.
What about the Kings of OCE? Could that be Worthy and Alex? I had an opportunity to meet Worthy, just a sweet guy.
Yeah.
But Alex is pretty widely regarded as the best player in OCE.
Yeah, 100%. Such a recognizable character in the OCE scene as well. And these guys definitely pack a punch as a duo. In Major 3 Grand Finals, Alex on his own had more eliminations than 33 teams had eliminations. So him as a solo is outperforming some duos, which is absolutely insane.
Kviz i Veno su prošli.
Timmy for that stat, because that is just showing how good these
Pa za naše Balkance, brate. Kylix. Ne znam, sve se vidi, deki. Krle, brate, 3 dana. Prva 2 dana Open, 3. Finals. A ne znam, balkanski, brate. Da, Ivano. Navijamo za naše, vidjet ćemo, brate, kako će biti. Odakle je Trulex? Trulex je iz Srbije. Pozdrav, Peki, nemoj sa velikim slovima. Eto, brate. Pozdrav, Vuki.
I mean, it changed everything, particularly if you are contested. If you lose off spawn, that's a 1/5 of your games gone, where previously it was a little bit less than that. So you have to make the games count that you are contested off spawn. We talked about Malibuka and Thomas
Tako je, Amire.
Ages and Kanadas earlier. If those guys don't have a good game when they make it off spawn, there's no guarantees that you'll make the next one off spawn. So you have to make it count.
Jeste, Čiču iz Bosne.
You know, maybe they're a day 1 team, a day 2 team. Oh, they're going to have an opportunity after day 1 to VOD review and look. They're not going to have that opportunity. Essentially, these are like 3 separate tournaments each day. So these teams are going to have to do everything they can that day to get in that top 25 spot.
Yeah, I think when I think about more of these duos that we're going to see, right, Tayson and Mustache, another duo that kind of just jumps to the front of my mind. Tayson, I mean, if you asked any EU player, you just said the name Tayson, they'd be like, yep, I'm scared, I'm good, leave me alone. But also now paired up with Mustache. Where are these guys landing? What can we expect from them?
I mean, Tayson widely regarded as the GOAT of Fortnite. However, there's a big however.
Okay.
He's yet to do it on LAN. He's yet to do it on this massive stage. So a lot of people would say he's the online GOAT, which I agree with.
Flek, ako ti nije problem, nemoj tome, brate. Hvala na razumevanju.
Whatever the meta, he is on top. But what a perfect time, what a perfect story.
Izvinjam se, braću, pričao sam na mobitelu.
Finally do it to finally crown Tayson as an in-person winner, not just online.
Yeah, and we're talking about Tayson, but Mustache is also an incredible player in his own right. But there is a thing such
Pa Kylix, da. $4,000.
An issue with that being in front of all of these people, thousands of people on stage is a little bit different than playing at home in front of your own setup and everything. But I think with the
Nemojte to, duje, brate.
they've had a lot of opportunity to practice leading up into this, then maybe he can finally be the
Pa vidjet ćemo,
leader
Fleki.
he can be.
But how much of that, you kind of talk about being here in front of the crowd, even that one mistake, how much could that affect those mentals, right, Kelly? Because it's easy to say at home, I made a mistake, I'm out, okay, let me just get up, walk around, whatever. This is so very different.
I think it depends on the players and the team. When you have someone like Kanata, which if you guys haven't had the opportunity to watch the Major 3 playback of him, where essentially the entire time he's just...
Svi su u lobiju, braćo.
I think having mentality like that, even when you're down, is such a big deal. And you'll hear a lot of these players, what's a big part of your success in winning this major, that major. And a lot of them will say,
brate.
even when going down, just talking about what went wrong and moving on from it.
Pa da, Amire, da.
So different. It's so different being in this environment. You're at a different desk. Everything's a little bit different. A chair potentially is a little bit different as well. So everything is almost alien to you from what you're used to. You can't just get up after a bad game, go have a cup of tea and relax in the living room. You have to stay in this area. And that's what can add to the pressure as well. You're in this area, you're in this zone. It's now or never. And they do it.
I wanted to ask a question here. So
What, kako igra ovaj lig, vidite, braćo. Njemu je monitor full dole, ne mogu da vjerujem. Da li igra Mongral? Mongral ne igra odavno igricu. Kad će ovo da počne? Ovo kreće, brate, za sad će, još malo.
Night for these teams that are going to find themselves in that lower bracket because there will be 25 and I think that's going to play a big part.
Ne znam ko je taj pro player, paka.
Where's our loot path going to go? We don't know.
I'm getting word.
Brate, Mita, to je preteško, brate moj, to je preteško. Braćo, krećemo, prvi game kreće sada.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, find your seat on the battle bus. Find your seat in the arena here because we are looking at a very contentious drop map. I know we focused in on a couple of those, you know, head-to-head face-offs, but there are so many...
Fući sad kreće, brate. A ne znam ko je to, paka. Kreću, kreću. Prvi game kreće, braćo. Gledajte ovo.
The FNCS Global Championship game number 1 starts right now. There is the bus. Now we get to jump off and really take to the world and see who will be able to put up all of the numbers that they are claiming that they are worth. Let's watch it. We get to start things off here, of course.
Da vidimo da li će preživjeti Phaser sad. A mislim da će preživjeti Land. Mislim, trebao bi preživjeti. Ajde, ajde, Niksa. Luka ne ignorišem, nije pravi. I da vidimo ko će preživjeti Land. Thomas. Thomas je umro, ja mislim. Ja, Thomas je umro. Jedan na jedan.
With Malabuka. Malabuka just has a singular build. He goes for the open exchange. And now Kanata's going for the push. Things are going to slow down. It's going to come down to everything. He gets the first tags. Can he get the follow-up here? Pressure's on. One more tag and no!
What? Šta je radio? Znate šta mi nije jasno? Šta je radio, braćo, Kanada? E, to mi nije jasno. On je imao... Čekajte sad. A ne, neće pokazati. Evo, gledajte sad, ne znam šta je on tu radio. Tu ne znam šta je radio, gledajte. On samo hoda. To ne znam da li ima Siphon.
Onto the other side, but here we have Nutty and Capser who are contesting Bugha and Threats here at the Sanguine Suite. This is a very tough battle to have to go against as well because they too
Aha, ima. Braćo, ima Siphon. Tu na FNCS-u ima Siphon.
So far, it does seem like Bugha has to play a little bit slow. I do not see his duo inside.
Threats seemingly already eliminated.
Evo ga Bugha.
Will be forced to try and choose the proper moment to engage. Just gonna stay crouched for the time being though. Again, keep in mind the amount of builds he actually has to work with.
Imaju puno FPS-a.
Buy him a little bit of time as well, but seems as though Bugha is investing fully into weaponry here, understanding he can't take that extra second of reload. He doesn't have a teammate to fall back on just in case.
Ne znam, Kylix.
As for Nutty and Abzer, they seem to be just taking their time, actually prioritizing some of the loot inside of Singling.
Well, as one duo falls, another one rises up to the occasion. Here we have Yamzo and Rise looking pretty
Tu je Omzo. Ima facecam od Tomasa, a je Omzo pokazuju. To je neki bug, vajda.
I did see Baka, who is also contested up towards the northern portion of the map, get an exchange off there too.
Evo ga Quizy.
And here we get to take a look in with Queasy and Vino down at the Kenjutsu crossing.
Yeah, way outside of the map, and the real curious question to ask here is how well exactly they're going to be able to manage
Ima buga teammate-a?
surge, because being this far south at Kenjutsu, it's not exactly the easiest in terms of elevation, having to deal with some of those other teams surrounding you. Can maybe expect
Au, to ne znam, brate Leone, a dobri PC-evi su.
to continue scouting a little bit further in, maybe towards the bridge. We might see
Petra, on je vino FNCS,
a
brate.
little bit of search strategy, and Sloppy Shores, Tayson, he's having to eat some
Nije mi jasno zašto pokazuju facecam od ovog lika, a Tayson igra.
to work back with.
Oh yeah, we all know that this here is definitely a very popular exchange. Teams will often fight it out, as Slappy Shore is one of the major POIs that will just yield so much additional kills, of course, that you can continue to play off of and bounce back from. Meanwhile, Mustache down low, continuing to get his material together. We're going to jump on over to Datus and Stain here, looking pretty solid over at the Frenzy Fields. Just north of this, we also know that Acorn and Cold were equal.
Evo gore leaderboard, bačo.
Near their drop. And look, they've wiped the team, and they're up towards the top right now.
You also have to keep in mind, though, Datus and Stain, guess who they're near at Frenzy? I mean, that's bound to be Seti and Cammy's turf. That's where Seti and Cammy have been establishing themselves the entire year just about. So curious to see whether or not those two will clash. It seems as though Seti has already been eliminated, and that's true. The fact that Stain and Datus were able to take care of them this early on is huge.
Nije, Raska. Pozdrav, Furke. Šta misliš ko će da vina? Au, brate, stvarno ne znam. Stvarno ne znam. Hvala ti, Duje, hvala puno. Koliko je kod njih sati? Mislim da je jutro kod njih. Mislim jutro. Kao 11, tako nešto kod njih. Ako se ne varam. Pozdrav, dilerko.
on their pre-planned loop pathing, not having to really worry about interference towards some of
Jel ima TTT pup? Mislim da nema TTT pup.
positioning later on.
To je Acorn.
Acorn and Cold, take a look here as they're moving out. They picked up their elimination. They're trying to see if they can single out the solo remaining, but nothing just yet. So not really getting greedy with the opportunity put in front of them, but instead banking that elimination. Remember, this is just 5.
Pa ne, slow, ne znam, brate. Ja sam rekao... kako ja mislim, zbog toga, nije da je Amerika, ja znam da je Danska, ali ja ne znam kako ide u Danskoj koja je zona i to. Mislim, koliko je sati kod njih. Znam da igraju u Danskoj. Ne, Kylix. Aha, isto. Isto je, braćo, kod njih je isto 5, kao i kod nas, trenutno.
A chest that might be left over, splitting there with bolts. Seems to have an idea of maybe looking over towards one of these forecast towers, maybe also keeping an eye out for that reboot van in the distance as well, for anybody that gets some ideas early on.
Alex, ne psujem.
Definitely extremely powerful. It's going to be one of the best.
Urke stvarno ne znam, brate, vidjet ćemo.
Sun's also not making it easy for anyone rotating through the valleys here. Now we have Fastroki and Kylie down at the western, southernmost area of the map here, split up from his teammate, looking to hold out a potential King, maybe rotating down at the bottom. It could be Cow Gamer there, but no, it is King and Duo. And they have danger nearby. They've already exchanged between the two. You can see the passive standoff here, but these are fights that are so important.
Alex, ja jesam, ali nikad nisam psovao nešto ružno. Umjesto, na primjer, zezam se, ono drugo sam pričao. Jeste, Vaske. Evo ga, pinkuje tu. Evo, sada pinkuje, daju facecam od drugog lika. Pozdrav, Daki. Ima ovdje kao dan 2 ili je samo dan 1? Ovo je dan 1, sutra dan 2, nedelja finals.
Some surge strategies early on, but Pink here really sitting on some of the augments that he's going to choose to actually prioritize.
Rolled up. Looks like we got a little bit of a standoff here on the rotation on in. Hero in triple FHD. Pretty tough situation to be in. Tagged up here, forced to go ahead and bunker down, save for a second here. It's Ritual and Reet who have a bit of a high ground position here, looking down.
Ja čujem publiku. I čujete publiku? I neku muziku čujem, šta se dešava? What? Šta je ovo? Evo, prestalo je. Neki bug.
Just like for Snazy and Podesai, under quite a bit of pressure here. Snazy's going to have to take some time now to actually try
Opet publika.
regen. Some of that white HP, some of that shield as well. Not sure if he even has any members to work with, but Podesai, he's scouting the area, making sure
Mir to ne, brate. Sad vremena.
exactly is surrounding them.
Već streamujemo, tako da ne kasniš. Sad je krenuo prvi game. A, boka, brate, ne, tu je publika se dere. Tu vidimo fight.
Two eliminations, and another team is looking to influence them a little bit more as they were trying to get to the new safety. This next zone here, just a minute left before it starts to move again. They're in a pretty difficult spot here, digging deep into the trenches right now. As NK Papa is holding it down here.
But again, this is a fight that you're expending time, you're expending
Vaske naravno da.
resources and build. Outside
Hvala, hvala, Daki.
of these players.
Jel ti bijela tastatura? Nije. Pozdrav, Luka. Dobro, tu vidimo Šeloma i Parza. Ne, Parz je živ. Ja, GG. Stefane, da. Sa Balkana igraju Tayson, Trulex, Kvizi, Čičo. Pozdrav, Dulović. Imam brata, Kajlix.
Possibly picking out the competitors here today. So far, so good. Meanwhile, TWIS, QNDX, and Rapid already on the move here. Trying to get situated.
Dobro.
Queasy actually hit the
Queasy beži. Queasy koristi sad stojku, ima najbolji loot.
Really set themselves up for success. So
Sa porodicom, Kajlix.
but not good enough to really conclude the battle, so they're just going to move on over. But for Queasy and Vino, I mean, they'd be surely excited to see Cammy and Seti not make it.
I mean, they have to be
Naravno da da, Mirto.
They're still in. They're still able to continue trying to accrue some points on the leaderboards. I know, taking his time right now with that suppressed sniper, seeing if he has an opportunity here, but instead, no, it's going to be off in the distance.
Trulex je krekao Vena.
Of Queasy and Veno on top of this hill, and that's not the surprise party that Veno was hoping for.
Pa ne znam, brate, Mirto.
Chicho and Trulex were definitely under some pressure here.
Pozdrav, Barune.
Sitting the prettiest when it comes down to
Pa da, Raska, da.
But all in all, they do have the great positioning here on the top of the
Zaključena mi je vrata, Kajlix. Čekaj, šta igra i Trulex? Jeste, Mita. Ovo je jedan lobby koji igraju svi koji su trenutno na Kopenhagenu. Apex Pro Mini ti je bolja. Naravno, ako imaš dovoljno para. Prekoliko je počelo? Sada je krenulo, brać, ovo je prvi game.
Definitely expect him, or expect that there's a reason why him and Veno are looking to try and find those bamboozle opportunities. Not too surprising though to see teams still trying to collect as much brick as possible here. Karmi and Vanyak definitely wanting
Danilo, nemoj sa velikim slojima, mislim da igra.
builds, but understanding the fact that some of these teams
To ti kažem, Mirto.
continues to pull just further towards.
A to ne znam, Srećko, to stvarno ne znam. Pa Mita, tu se danas igra 5 gameova i sve se skupi. Naprimjer, sve se skupi iz 5 gameova i kojima onda se radi tabela i tako se gleda, brate.
So far, no reason to do anything too hasty just yet.
Kylix neću o tome, brate. Tu je Polo, gleda za Srđ. Treba će im dosta Srđa, iskreno. Zašto, a ne Karlo? Za koga navijaš? Za naše, brate, za Balkance. Mero je umro od zone, ako se ne varam. Na Twitchu, brate. Jel igra neko na kontroleru? Pa ima dosta kontrolera tu sad. Ali ne znam ko je to, ali ima. Jedan od njih je Mero. Ako se ne varam. Daki još je rano za leaderboard. Nisu krenuli još ni placementi. Mnogo smo daleko čak od placementa kamoli do endgame-a. Sad je krenuo game. Već 10 minuta. Čujemo publiku u pozadini. I Moneymaker isto na kontroleru, da? S kim igra Buga? Buga igra sa... ne znam, neću da lažem. Ne znam s kim igra, zaboravio sam. Mislim da igra sa Tricom, ali ne znam to, stvarno. Neću da sad pričam, ali... Ne sjećam se sad, stvarno, zaboravio sam. Pozdrav, Marijane. Igra se u Kopenhagenu. Stavit ću malo gore facecam da možete da vidite, braćo, Srđ. Evo ovako, je se vidi sad Srđ? Mislim da se vidi. Da, sad je dobro. Pozdrav Darko, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? Nema na čemu, Josipe. Hvala tebi što si rekao, brate. Aha, sa Man Cityjem igra Buga, hvala.
Profile battles we've been watching all across the map. But one that we need to pay attention to, the invitational champions, Kami and Seti went down early against Davis and Stain, and it was a fight we knew could happen, but many people didn't actually expect it to go down how it did. Davis and Stain wiped Kami and Seti off spawn, and now they're conceding.
Stefan, evo gledamo FNCS, brate. I Stain je maybe dead.
And how are Davis and Stain going to use this opportunity? How many more times can they continue to beat these guys off spawn? I had the chance to speak to Davis and Stain yesterday, and even though they don't speak English, I tried my best, and they were there practicing their drops. They said they were ready, they said they had the better drops, and they were going to beat Kami and Seti 5 out of 5.
What a bold statement to make. Thank you, Levin, for the insights there and the valuable
Čujemo publiku.
hear from their perspectives, but we have Buga. Oh, big tags coming in for Buga. He doesn't have a teammate.
Pa Mirto, brate, ima jedan lik, Moneymaker, on ima 14 godina koji igra tu. Da, Duca, ima dosta Balkanaca. Znači, Kvizi, Trulex, Čičo, Tayson. Ima dosta Balkanaca. Jeste, Barone? Buga je solo. Buga uzima kill. Mislim, uzo je kill za malo.
For a second there, I thought he got the knock there. Close. Would have been a huge come up for him, but now he does have to move in. So just 97 above, he will recognize that, of course, he has to continue to fight and push his way through this. Meanwhile, Hodesai finds an elimination onto Kitos. And other trades happening there too. 7-man finding an elimination. And his teammate, I'm sorry.
Buga je ostao solo, da ima da li će sad preživjeti. U zoni je, evo ga Mero.
and a long rotate now as they have to push all the way eastern here if he wants to get safe.
You can see Miro kind of just hoping.
Miro je baš skafan. Evo ga replay, da vidimo Vajda kad su ubili Solos, ako se ne varam.
On the poor Oak is trying to hold his own, but unfortunately this pincer maneuver is one that we've seen time and time again.
Kvizi, mislim, Tayson je Slovenije.
That is way too problematic for any solo to deal with.
Krstić mislim da ne. Pošto ne vjerujem da će neko riskati da streamuje ovo. Pošto streamanje, mislim, ono, kad streamuješ, oduzimati fokus kad igraš. A oni su, brate, u Kopenhagenu i ako neko streamuje, ne vjerujem da će riskati da streamuju. Zbog toga što i ovako ih gledaju Fortnite, ovako ih mi gledamo preko replaya. Ne vjerujem da će neko riskati ove veliki turniri da streamuje. Ne vjerujem. Tako da. Ipak su ovo velike pare, brate. Prvi uzima 2 miliona. Ako se ne varam, tako da. To je isto kao da su vinali World Cup, brate.
Nice little glide in, won't be interrupted there on the launch pad, but look at this, Lou, look at these builds. That is not the
Ne, each milion. Po milion uzimaju.
Yeah, big commitment as well into the double metal fortress here to pick themselves up that low ground position. Meanwhile, Acorn and Cold just slide their way in, so big teams we're seeing here on the horizon. Tayson Mustache still alive.
Koliko još ima živo? Vidite gore, braćo, levo imate to, ko hoće da vidi. 59 ljudi, 31 tim. Pa Marijan je već sam odgovorio na ta pitanja što se tiče velikog novca.
And Vino and Queasy jump in to finish the deal. So that's going to be the huge refreshers for Vino and Queasy now.
But, you know, Queasy,
možda Nixa, ne znam.
So much space to work with. You can see some of the congestion that's starting to build on this bottom edge of the zone, but
nije, Trulex je još živ, mislim. Ja znam da je Trulex krekao Queasya na početku.
As well for Queasy, depending on which direction they actually choose to tarp out in, could make some quick work of build.
Jeste, each milion, da. Evo ga Buga, Buga je još živ kao solo, braćo. Batman Buga je uzeo kill. Nije Jux, to je bilo World Cup, ovo je FNCS. Buga ulazi na third party. I ništa. Pa je Buga. Havaj pošto nisu duo. Čujemo publiku u pozadini.
Follow on with them a little bit earlier on. We saw them initially and some pressure throughout some of that mid game.
Pa Smoky Vajda neće biti, brate. Podisa imaju skoro sve što im treba, nemaju samo Vuda i Brika. Čiću i Trulex su desno, ne znam da li ste vidjeli, braćo. Imaju high.
Yeah, really having to use these crash pads here to get on out now. It's time to make a move, but again, no one near them is really going to give them.
Pa Smoky pošto ništa Fortnite nije najavio.
Slide on down the side here. As long as no one opens up the edit, they are fine. And Thomas and Malabuka with expert precision get right into position here to go and be set up for the first to make it to the new zone. Meanwhile, Pink finds Miro. He's down and out on high ground as well. Trulex and Chicho set up for success. So we're already looking at a very big game. Remember, with just 5 in front of us, a huge...
Krenuo endgame skoro, braćo. Šta mislite ko vina game? Brzo u chatu. Evo vidimo gore desno mapu. Mislim mapu, leaderboard.
And with Ping and Kyrie having just been freshly eliminated there,
Trulex. Buca. Trulex. On the side. Buca. Trulex. Thomas. Chicho.
They know they've got teams surrounding them every which way right now.
Thomas,
Picking
Buca.
the right direction to go, and a lot of these teams trying to avoid some of the water that's just on side of
Evo ga Kvizi. Kvizi imaju brutalan loot.
Cooper is up still too. Meanwhile, Queasy and Vino, some of EU's best on the move right now. Crash Pat's perfectly putting them in position right now.
Idu high.
Snazy and Plotosite fall on this rotate here. A very tough time for them. Indeed, Queasy playing for high ground right now. This is what we love about this. We know someone's gonna shut that dream down. All the material commit.
Ja, nemaju mace sad. Mislim, imaju al 300 vuda.
As now they've been crushed there, but here comes Vino to go ahead and reconnect, and high ground is theirs here.
King je Argentinac, ako se ne varam. Ili Brazilac.
Swimming through this ultimate low ground, hoping that he doesn't encounter anybody else anytime soon, but it's going to be mixing off to his side, not able to connect the shot, swims directly underneath.
Kakva rotacija, gledajte vi ovo.
An opportunity for Strokey to possibly get knocked. No, instead it's going to be King under
Ja,
pressure,
ništa.
and it's too much. The elimination onto the Brazilian King.
Yeah, the comms come out, they say, wait, there's someone under here.
Kvizi je gore na haju.
No hesitation. There was for Strokey and Kylie just coming on in, getting the full finish there. Here's Pars and Baka. Baka so hurt, but 6 eliminations. My gosh, they are doing it again. They did it at the Invitational. They're doing it at the championship so far. Remember, this is going to be arguably the most difficult bracket to fight your way out.
Pars je živ. Pars je fajto off-spawn i preživio je. Fajtaju Kvizija, mislim gripaju ga. Merstać će 1 HP. Merstać može tu da padne u svakom trenutku. Ima slurp na sebi.
Looking to stay as close to Acorn as possible, because as things continue to move, you can expect all these other duos to follow suit. And
Alex je pao. Merca se grifa na haju sa Kvizijem i Venom. Kvizi je ubio Bucu. Merca će poput slurp. Ide u zonu, da li će preživjeti. Kvizi ima 10 HP-a, ubio je Taysona. Veno isto 1 HP. 2 builda ima Kvizi. To će biti veliki problem. Ali na haju su, to je super, to je super. Ne znam koliko maca ima Veno. Rit je uzo kill. Kvizi je dead. Veno je živ. Veno ima dosta mac. 27 builda. 3 tima, 4 likova. 2 dua. Ili... Da, 2 dua. Fastroki mislim da će ovo vinati. Ili? Veno je uzo kill. Još jedan kill. Veno je vino. Kvizi i Veno su vinali prvi game.
Championship.
What a way to do it as well.
Nice.
Explosive fashion, in historic fashion. You know, they are
GG.
should be racking up wins, and they're doing just that. Lucky for us, we have Frankie there for the word.
Yes, I have run down to this booth. I knew exactly where you were sat, boys. This is exactly the start you were looking for. So stand up so Copenhagen can see you. Come on, Queasy. Veno, what's it like to win the first victory royale of the Global Championship? Because I know that Major 3 was a bit of a tough time for you.
It's standard for us, it's standard. You know, every year we always got to win first game, we always got to have some victory royales, and, you know, we just got to do what we got to do.
Is it nice to be back in the same space on land together? Does that help in game?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, from last year, we came here to finish the story, and we'll see how it goes.
How are you making Season 4 work for you?
I think we're well prepared. We try to hide everything that we could, and we'll see in the finals.
So tell me about that final fight then, because it was an EU number. You know your opponents quite well. Why do you think you were able to get the upper hand?
I mean, you know, we had Thomas and Malibuga come up on high and we put them down, thanks to Queasy and myself. And then, you know, I clutched out as a solo. You know, it's just standard. And I can't really say anything more, you know?
Well, you don't want to tell everyone in Copenhagen that you took down the Danish boy Thomas. So you're not scared that you're going to become a villain here?
You know, well, I think we came in on our villain arc. And because we came second, you know? We want to show the rivalry's over.
But it's not, is it?
I mean, we'll see. I'm looking at them now.
Well, you guys fix your eyes on each other and get ready to board the battle.
Zato što, znate šta su ga pitali, braćo? Pozdrav, Alene. Pitali su ga, braćo, je se plašiš pošto si ubio Tomasa, a Tomas je iz Danske da će se nešto desiti posle. I on nešto je posle pričao za rivalstvo neko, mislim, tako sam razumio. Bacite like, braćo, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce, prvi game je vinao Kvizi, tako da, to je to. Ne vjerujem, Bekire. Pozdrav, Ognjen.
To us is amazing. Wow, second place, life-changing amount of money. To them, it was a loss. Now they are coming back stronger than ever, and they want the W.
Yeah, these guys are winners, right? They see second as the same as 50th. It doesn't matter to them whether anyone else is taking that crown because they want it to be them. They want to make sure they can do it, and I really, really like the way
Pozdrav, Mita.
Beautiful stuff from them. Just typical Queasy Veno stuff. They're on.
Jel Kvizi sa Balkana? Jeste, Kvizi je iz Srbije. Koliko još traje? Pa ima još 4 gameova. Ima još 4 gameova.
And that's exactly what they do best.
I do think that the zone pulled a little bit in their favor, but by zone 3, Queasy not only
Tu je Veno sniper lika na početku.
a gold sharp tooth as well, 6 crash pads, but also had 2 mythic slurps. They were
Tu su uzeli Kvizi high. Gledajte replay, braćo, gledajte replay. Kako su odigrali sada. Kvizi je tu ubio Bucu.
Taking out Malibuga right there, that breacher shotgun, as you mentioned, Kelly, so good on height, just putting the pressure down and actually using those crash pads. Of course, we
Queasy
saw
tu
Queasy
umro.
going down a little bit earlier here, but I think if I'm Queasy, I'm going to be so confident having Benno on my side because, I mean, just look at that. That's what he can do.
Vajde da im ne smeta Vito, pošto, brate, publika na 5 metara od njih, zato. Da imamo reakciju. Evo reakciju, braćo, kad je Veno vinao.
Yeah, I mean, I
U vezi čega, Ivano?
so much about this duo is it really doesn't matter what situation they get put in. A lot of times we do kind of see this happen, one or the other's left alive, but what both do together is they're setting the other up. So it's like, even if one of us falls, it doesn't matter. I've set you up, you have everything you need, go make something happen. Now, of course, in this situation, Final 3, Venom's like, got you right where I want you.
Aha, pa Ivano, drago mi je, brate. Drago mi je što su vinali Kvizi prvi game, ipak Kvizi iz Srbije, sa Balkana. Stvarno mi je drago i nadam se da će ovako ostati. Zbog toga što dobro su odigrali prvi game, odlično. I ono, samo sad trebaju ostati, ono, fokusirani i tako dalje. Timis, hvala na pitanju, kako je kod tebe?
Environments can change, you never know what can happen. And of course, when you're fighting against a team that isn't on your home region, usually things can be different. Teams have different playstyles that you cannot possibly prepare for. So if there's anything we know about Kami and Seti, when they do make it off spawn, I'm sure in the next games in the future, they'll be absolutely
Roblox, ja ne mogu ovo da igram, brate. Šta misliš za Kvizi i Venoa? Brate, vidjet ćemo do kraja, ništa neću da komentarišem, prošli put sam komentarisao, zeznuo sam, tako da za sada su super, ima još 2 dana do kraja, u nedelja su finals, tako da neću da žurim sa mišljenjima. Pa to next, brate, stvarno ne znam. Stvarno ne znam, zbog toga što... Ne znam, to je preteško, brate. Evo vidite, braću, kako je Kanada umro tu na endgame, mislim, na landu i kako je Thomas, mislim, Buca klačao da prežive na landingu. Gledajte ovo sad.
Although it did go down to a 1v1, and I think a lot of people may have been expecting
Go kod nas na streamu, brate.
kind of just take it so soundedly and
Pa brate, Cuna mislim da da.
a little bit easier in these next few games just because of how close it was. You saw Kanata trying to grab height right there, and you were right that Malabuka
Veyron jeste, da. Veno nije Kvizije, Kvizije iz Srbije, Veno iz Engleske, ako se ne varam. Finali su, jeste, zenite. Jeste, jeste, Ivano, da.
They know where the spawns are just outside of that racetrack area. There's not actually too many spawns down in that sort of southeast area, so they were actually able to sort of predict where it was going to be, and they managed to get on there uncontested completely. Nobody wanted to go for it. First game of an in-person event. Who has the guts to go for the Arden? It's these guys.
Yeah, and of course,
evo tabelu, braćo.
When we saw that happen, but here we go. A look at our
evo je tabela.
Please remember, we have another 4 games to go, but right now, as it stands, Queasy and Veno, after that victory royale and the 7 eliminations, they hold down that #1 spot. But look at a couple of names here, right? Re and Ritual. I mean, 76 points.
Prvi je Queasy sa Balkana, drugi Jason je 8. I to je to.
Man, this is wild.
Yeah, another team there as well. Kylie
Mirto sutra. Ja mislim. Sutra, brat. Pošto ima 2 dana, braćo. Mislim, 2 dana Opens i 3. dan je Finals. Danas i sutra je Open i onda nedelja Finals. Pa Bera, brate, ne vjerujem da oni igraju za top 25. Oni igraju da budu prvi, a to što kažeš jesu, vajda, da. Možda top 30, 35, da.
But they had, I mean, Reet has just evolved as a player from the last 2 years. He used to be the W key king to the point where you couldn't really contain him. But around zone 3 or 4, you saw him playing patiently.
Vuki, on je iz Rusije.
Pretty early on, able to get those storm surge tags, and it wasn't.
Ima li Hrvata tu? To ne znam. Mislim da ne. Mislim da ne. Stojke iz koje države je Queasy? Queasy iz Srbije.
Get that second place spot or third place and eliminations as well. I mean, I'm just proud to see him evolve as a player.
It was really difficult down those lower layers as well. I remember that end zone. It was all over water. It was an absolute mess. I saw King there swimming through.
Like a shark.
A braćo, kad sam vas pitao ko će winat game, svi su pisali Buca Trulex, Buca Trulex, Buca Trulex i na kraju Queasy vino. Kad počinje? Već je krenulo. Sada kreće drugi game. Veno je iz Velike Britanije, ako se ne varam. Evo tabelu još jednom, braćo.
They did manage to find themselves the 5 eliminations, but they're maybe lacking a little bit on those placements.
Eto, Lazare, ti si pogodio. Pa nije Teo, ima još 4 gameova.
Mad congested, right? There was, toward the end game, almost no one had materials, right? Everyone's doing the same thing. We are trying to go on the defense.
Pozdrav, Uglješa.
Well, that's due to the fact that this is
Pozdrav, Ivano.
Meta. Besides the rocket ramp, so these players, instead of being able to kind of just use these mobility items to rotate around the map, they're gonna have to tarp up. They're gonna have to protect themselves as they rotate all the way to that far southeastern side. So it does kind of benefit the teams that are closer there, or the teams we did see a few players using.
Ja sam Stojka, nisam Stojke, ja sam iz Makedonije. Jel igram Mongral, ne igram Mongral? Kako je Trulex odigrao game, a to stvarno ne znam, brate. Trenutno nije u top 10 na tabeli. Ne znam kako je odigrao.
And you mentioned them there, Acorn and Cold in 6th place. They made it to that end game because of their off spawn. And initially, we were thinking, right, these guys have been contesting Pink and Vico. That's been the storyline for the whole time. But it seems like they actually switched drop here, and they actually ended up going towards Idol.
Pa ovo jako je tu teško, brate, zbog toga što ovo su jako teški gameovi. Trulex je 18.
And it worked out for them. So that just shows how those little decisions like that, switching the drop spot at the last moment.
Pa Ivano, brate, to je teško. Pa naravno da, Tare, naravno da. Stojka ko sve iz Srbije igra. Pa Queasy i Trulex iz Srbije igraju.
I mean, they definitely seem to have used that change in drop spot, which isn't something we typically see on this caliber, really well. And another team that I want to talk about just by the leaderboard that we
Ili igra Kliks. Kliks igra, a ne znam Ben da li igra.
Points that they didn't get that many placement points, but the 15 points from the Rift Island made up the difference.
Kvizi osvaja.
Those mid-match objectives will make
Mali buce Rus.
duos. Now, at the start of the show, we talked about Tayson, the online GOAT, looking to make that LAN title kind of all-encompassing just GOAT status. Paired up with Merstash after this game, right? This was a pretty decent start, right? And
Da, Kliks igra sutra. Pozdrav Filipe.
Remember, there's 6 regions. It's just game 1. There's a lot of jitters. After game 2, what can we see them adapt or change that might make this game 2 crazier for them?
I mean, we saw them go for height there. We saw them pre-popping those slurves. You see it at this moment right here. Merstash to try to look up at Queasy and Veno to go for that high ground. Tayson, unfortunately, getting taken out so forth. This was a difficult situation for them. Didn't quite have the builds to make it happen. And that can be the problem. If you're cranking up on that back...
Brate, Traki, nedelja se to igra i kao i svaki put, brate, uzimaju pare tamo u finalsima.
Of course, landing at the north side of Slappy Shores. We saw them getting those surge tags really early. Massive base that
Pa Vexi je, brate, da.
Every single game they go there, all those extra heals, it got them to that end game. And they just need to keep that consistency, because if they keep it up, they're going to do good.
And I think what helped them too is that they were holding second high or in that mid ground really well, where a lot of people, a lot of the top
Zove me
fighting
Kilix.
for that high ground, or they were in the
Pa dobro, brate, Kylix, Kilix.
So by being aware, situationally aware.
Nadam se ti ne smeta kad te ponekad zovem Kylix zbog toga što eto, probat ću da se naviknem na Kilix. Pozdrav Niki, prvi je Kvizi. Nisam Bera. Mislim, vidio sam šta je izjavio, da. A ne znam o čemu pričaš, da li ono za Kopenhagen što je pričao. Evo šta pričaju, braću, slušajte sada.
I'm rocking, okay? Oh yeah, I'm dead probably. I'm dead. Top 4, all duos. Land on, nice. Corner. Nice. I'm tacked. Yeah. 2v2, or 1 solo and a duo. Top 3. You have Madness, play Madness top 2. Play Madness top 2, trust. I'll let you know if he gets knocked, I got a kill? I knocked him. Yeah. 1v1. You're good.
That's kind of nuts, right? I love that Veno is able to just focus, right? It's just about just let me...
Da, to Bera sam čuo, da.
Right? Just tell me...
Pa gledali smo na live-u. Igra Niki. Nemoj to, brate, Casey.
So calm, right? He's like obviously there is a bit of...
Ugeša, to nisam siguran. Nikakav problem, pozdrav, Luka, sada je krenulo, brate, evo sada kreće drugi game. Prvi game je prošao, tako da...
And part of the reason he cooked there was that rocket ram, using it to go straight up into the air. See where the rest of...
Niki, već smo vidjeli tabelu. Evo sada opet pokazuju. Evo tabelu, braćo.
That's why we're seeing them in first place right now. 93 points to start off the day. A pretty decent lead relative to the rest of the lobby here.
And you know, I don't want to say necessarily bravery, but to use that rock
18 su Trulek i Čičo, braćo.
It's risky, right?
Ne igra Benji Fishy?
High risk, high reward, but for him, he makes it work. Here's a look at our top 20 duos as it stands just after game number 1. Remember, 4 more to go. We had highlighted...
Kvizi vinaju. Pa ne možemo to vidjeti iz jednog gejma, ima još 4 gejmova. Ali za sada su definitivno prvi.
I think for me it's Gripey and Flixie. These guys land at Mega City.
Niki igra sutra.
Maybe expect them to have a little bit of a better game right there, sat in 19th place. When the zone does pull towards you, especially at Mega City, you can just sit on those towers, on those buildings, and try and farm Storm Surge. I think they might have struggled with that a little bit because, of course, so many teams are rotating in, but it might be a little bit too late. You almost need to rotate out, get that Storm Surge, try and get back.
Pozdrav za Danielu, Miška i Mitčka, Vajda. Ili Mitska, ne znam. Ja se izvinjam ako sam pogrešio.
they needed to try and find those refreshes, and that water zone definitely didn't help either.
I mean, I was looking at the top of that page 2 right there, and Alex and Worthy representing the OCE region a pretty good job after game number 1 there. And I know that a lot of people tend to think that these competitions are going to be, you know, oh, EU and then maybe NA, but a lot of these, you know, smaller regions showing up right from the get-go.
And it's about making a statement in this first day, right? Remember, first 5, top 25 go on to Grand
Jeste, Buga igra.
So the job's not done. But it's about making those statements.
Je li igra neko... Pa igraju na kontroleru, ima igrače koji igraju na kontroleru. To je kako je prvi kvizi. Jeste, da, Verone, da.
They were hyped, like they were happy. You got to be happy at winning first game of day 1 of the Global Championships, but they weren't too happy. They didn't let their emotions get the better of them. They were very, very cool, calm, collected in that interview, and I think that's absolutely vital.
Da, ritimero.
It's a marathon, it's not a sprint.
Igraju na kontroleru. Ko je Veno? Mislim, ko je Vino? Vino je kvizi. Ko je sada game? Sada drugi kreće. Deca plešu dole gridi. Jeste, braćo. Da, vidio sam to.
Okay, so we've highlighted some duos. We talked about what we like. What did we maybe not like out of this first game? Are there things we're kind of hoping to see change going into these next 4? Because remember, this is it. You want to end the day in top 25.
Yeah, I think I want to see less water in the end zone next game. How about that?
Aman, Matkune, na vreme.
I want to see low ground teams starting to do good. I want to see Omzo rise. I want to see them starting to play their way through the mid and low ground layers. So, yeah, a little bit less water, Kelly. I think, what about you?
And I always just prefer to see the zone change in different spots. I think that really makes or breaks these teams because although, yes, Queasy and Vino are an incredible duo in their own right, they did have...
Ja ne znam sad kada kreće drugi game, braćo. To ne znam.
So by showcasing, if they can get another VR, if it pulls all the way to the northwest, well, that's what makes them champions.
For sure, and I think...
Mene zanima samo što Buga igra solo. Buga ne igra solo, nego moj teammate umro na početku gamea. Mid game.
If they had been left alive,
pozdrav, Mateo.
Would this end game have been?
I mean, who knows is the question, right? I mean, these guys, of course, Queasy and Veno are a fantastic duo. They won on high ground, but
da, Bera, da. Ali on igra sutra.
They can play their way through those mid ground layers, and of course, sometimes we've seen them. I mean, we
Šta misliš ko Vina?
how they're able to go for high ground now. We saw that.
Au, brate, ne znam. Stvarno ne znam. Za sada su super kvizi. Vidjet ćemo. Neću ništa prerano da komentarišem, pošto danas je dan 1, sutra dan 2. Nedelja finale, vidjet ćemo.
I mean, showcasing though that they did have that rough start. I don't know exactly how their positions would have been.
Krenuo je game. Ne znam, kod nas nije.
I think by having that rough start, if they did make it and survive into the end game, they probably would have stuck to
Stefan je uzvišnik PC.
that low ground was. So I don't know if they necessarily would have even attempted to go for high ground, especially with the 2 duos of Queasy and then Thomas HD's going up on high. I think that they, you know, may have not even had that great of an end game if they did make it there.
Okay. So what we're saying is people are fighting over high ground.
Yeah.
We want more of that because
high ground
more
wins games.
fun and that too.
Yeah, I mean, Queasy Veno, they won 6 games.
Vidimo se, Kregović, pozdrav, brate.
So it just, if that's anything to go by, I think all the teams want to be on that high ground.
Verone, FNCS je svake sezone. Gledajte levo, braćo. Gledajte dole levo. Kako mašu, vidite.
Something you would expect with someone as much experience as him, being able to understand when to leave a fight, how to rotate away from everyone else through the dead side rotation, and I think he could do even better with threats.
Yeah, that was a kind of a difficult situation to be put in, right? So many people landing there at Mega City, losing threats very, very early on, and then there's just so much pressure. You can't go for the reboot. You can't try and make something happen. He did still manage to find eliminations, right? Still points. We still
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, Uglješa?
I think you're right, Kelly. With threats there, it could be different, Mini.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw Booga actually going down to Surge there. He was trying to be a little bit too aggressive because he needed that Storm Surge damage. And when you're only 1 of 2, it's so difficult to do double the damage that you need because, of course, he's only on his own. He tried his best, and being only 174 below at that point is a credit to how much damage and how much aggression he was showing in that mid game because he needed to do it. But, I mean...
Stefane, to je jako teška stvar. Jako teško, brat.
Game 1 of day 1. There's so many more opportunities for these duos to change up their play style and potentially pull out something we haven't seen before.
That's right. Well, let's hear from Frank.
Ja bih voleo da gledaš uživo ovo. Naravno da da, brat.
In the crowd.
Well, I think Copenhagen Forest
Ali ne znam. To oni će biti sada tu 3 dana, brate. Mislim, to je puno. To je puno, brate. Mislim, da je bilo dan, ajde, ali ovako je mnogo je 3 dana, ja mislim. Amere, FNCS. Tare, brate, trebaš biti jedan od najboljih playera. Pa, Bera, brate, to si u pravu, 45 eura je karta, ali ti trebaš da kupiš 3 karte. To ti je 150 eura već na karte. A prevoz, smeštaj, to je puno, brate, para. Mislim, naravno da bi voleo da, na primjer, ako sam financijski stabilan, da idem tamo, da snimim i to, naravno da bi voleo. Pa Erik onako, brate. Hvala, Ugeša. Pa da, Bera, ali treba ti minimum... Ne znam. Dosta ti treba, brate. Pozdrav, Mato. Ovo se održava u Kopenhagenu, Danska. Spaz, Erik.
And now getting to come together to just compete. Obviously, there's a lot of stakes, but when you just think about this concept, 6 regions all going head to head, the fans in the stadium, I'm sure fans at home watching, all the people you are all cheering for, it's just something else, man.
So good.
Neću o tome, Lazare. Zašto 3? Ne razumem, Teo. GG, Amere, odakle Kvizi? Kvizi iz Srbije. Pa Kezi, ja neću o tome da pričam, brate.
I mean, yes, there is a little bit of banter going
A,
on.
Niki, brate, od kad pričaš, brate? Meni si ti pričao, ono, od kad? Baš odavno. Hvala, Mato, hvala ti od srca. Dovo nikad nisam bio duo s Acom, brate. Srki nikad ikad su tu, oni su drugi trenutno. Kad će krenuti drugi game? Stvarno ne znam, brate. Toliko, ne znam zašto ovoliko pričaju. Evo, stvarno ne znam.
He can just pull something out of the bag, and you can see it right here. He's got all the loot to make it happen as much as possible. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it all the way to a victory, but second place for those guys. If that hill wasn't in the way, a little Reap versus Veno 1v1, I want to see it.
Je se stvarno vraća Chapter 1? Chapter 1 se vraća u 4. novembra. Pozdrav, Veki. Što to, Petre?
That's what it takes to be a top player. It's not just having good aim, it's not just having game sense, it's having it all.
Yeah, and I think what that gameplay showed me, and
Pa Mato Mongrel ne igra više Fortnite.
but more players have kind of shined a light on, is these sneaky tactics, right? It's not about let me just run at you.
Jel ima nekih problema, pošto mi Casey piše štekati mikrofon. Jel dobar mikrofon, braćo?
Bang, we're here and now you're in a fight for Reed.
Mislim da je dobar mikrofon.
Up to second place.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, we saw him there with the exotic shotgun just doing so much damage jumping right in the box. I think that shotgun and him are like a match.
Ponekad.
I mean, it's the perfect shotgun just to jump in the
Da,
box
da.
crazy with. So I'm expecting more of that from them.
Sad ću da vidim.
Perfect shotgun just to jump in the
Da,
box.
da. Samo sekund da čujem, braću. Jel se stvarno vraća Chapter 1? Chapter 1 se vraća u 4. novembra. Ne šteka, braću, sve u redu.
My only concern is that they can be a bit of emotional players, and being emotional is you know, it's a double-edged sword. It does give you that passion, that excitement,
hvala,
but it
Urke.
also can be a big detriment where once you're down, you are down for the rest of the competition. Now again, I keep talking about
Nije, dobar je mikrofon, braćo.
as players, so hopefully they have been able to kind of break past that wall But I mean, my goodness.
Evo sada smo čuli, Casey, bilo je sve u redu. Roblox, ja tebe moram time outat, brate, zbog toga što spamuješ. Ako ti nije problem, nemoj, brate moj. Izađite pa uđite, braćo. Pa brate, Niki, vidjet ćemo.
Which did drag out a little bit. Of course, a 2v1 situation, you want to be getting that done as soon as possible. You want to be cleaning that fight up ASAP. So for them, they had to expend a little bit of heals, of course, but that did give them the storm.
A ne znam, Casey, brate, sve je super. Vajda je kod tebe samo.
They had so much storm surge damage at this point. It's a testament to their fighting ability, and you can see it again, needing those refreshes, hopping in the box. And recently, these guys have really been impressing me. They've been cooking. They've been doing really good. I mean, look at that.
Baka down to a sliver of health, literally 1 HP. But what he did is incredible. The confidence that he has. He didn't run away and turn tail, which a lot of these players would do. Instead, he kept going for that refresh, and clearly it worked out for them. Pars unfortunately getting 1v2'd there, but still, after that fight, they have to be feeling good.
Remember, both these guys actually played with different teammates at the Invitational, so I think those land jitters then
novi game kreće sada.
Quite as much. And I think that's why they got off to a very, very good start there. Despite the zone pulling all the way down to the south, they had all the
A ne znam, zašto ovoliko ima između gameova. Previše se priča, ne znam što toliko. A vajda, Casey. Ne znam, braću.
Game 2 is just moments away, and as we already know, we will have to see what will happen with Kanata on the drop here alongside Aegis. Aegis put up the numbers, but here it is. Game number 2 is ready.
Evo ga, game 2 kreće, braćo. Pa da, Casey, niko se nije žalio, brate.
With match number 2 of day 1 here of the upper bracket of the global champions.
Kreće drugi game, braćo.
Again, Monster, you were just starting to touch on it, but some of these initial 50-50s, particularly that one down at Drift Ridge, not going the way that maybe some of these players might have expected.
Ko je vinao prvi? Kvizi? Mato, nemoj to, brate. Pari Kvizi, brate. Pa da, Niki, ali brate, prvi game je završio pre 15 minuta. Čudno mi je. Buca umro. Seti se fajta na landu.
To build as Datus now looking for a little bit of a wraparound just outside of this barn. Datus getting some nice shots. Seti will go down. Now it's just a 1v1 between Cammy and Datus.
Man, Datus really showing us what he is capable
Seti je
of.
pao.
Second, the FNC has major thing for the Asian region, but no.
I Kami I Seti su preživjeli land. Thomas I Buca su umreli na landu, braćo.
Looks like Kanata and Agers have also finished the deed on their side of the map. You got to think, look, Kylie Fastroki listening to what's happening here. So Cammy and Seti are not safe just yet. Meanwhile, North, Pars, Baka.
Stefane mora da se bolje vidi. Evo levo tabelu, gore, mislim gore desno, izvinjam se. Mora Bera, mora, pošto je ovo isto kao World Cup. Mislim, nije World Cup, ali kao World Cup. Odakle je Teni? Iz Slovenije? Evo Kanada kako se fajto sa Bucom.
Put on the other foot here, they secure the slurp truck, get the double angle, and Kanata aggressively slides on over to get the full finish, and now they have a chance to fight back here. We could be seeing both.
Veksi, ako ti nije problem, nemoj da spamuješ, ne razumem pitanje. Mali Buca je iz Rusije. Neki 2 miliona. Da li će se vratiti OG Spaz u novoj sezoni? Mislim, pa vidjet ćemo, brate, vajda.
they can finalize things there in game 3.
Crazy to think too. There's only 5 games, right? And all of a sudden now.
Nije, Petre. Male Buca je Rus.
Have a chance here to really sit, make a big deal and push their way up the standings. Really showing you that, hey, there's a limited number of opportunities and you have to make the best of it. I told you, Fistrovki and company might be coming on over and look at this.
Pa da, Niki, malo manje. Stefan iz Makedonije. Ja mislim da će Kvizi vinati opet. Pa vidjet ćemo, brate, vidjet ćemo.
Not enough yet for Stroky to feel comfortable. But it's Cammy with that left side peek, a bit tough to try and
Fastroki fightaju Kamija.
Take advantage of any opening, cracking the armor here. But Fastroki putting the pressure on. Starting to run low on ammunition here, so he will have to be careful or make a decision.
A to ne znam, nikad ga nisam čuo, Nikola. Popi big, brate moj. To je to. Ovo će biti težak fight.
Meanwhile, Kylie with the side angle, suppressed pistol, putting in good work here. We like the angles, but
Pozdrav, Maxi, pa Berat, svi su opasni u ovom najvećem turniru, brate, u Fortniteu. Pa Harper, brate, zašto to?
They are staying as close to each other as possible because they also want to make sure that they stay in contention of this capture point, not trying to let it go for free towards Kylie and Fistrovki. It seems for the time being they have successfully managed to push them off entirely.
Ne, Petre, Buce je iz Srbije, mislim iz Rusije. Ali kad je došao, znate šta se desilo, neću da pričam, između Rusije i, znate sve, pre 2 godine. Onda je morao da dođe u Srbiji, zbog toga što tamo ne mogu da ga plaćaju. I došao je u Srbiji, sad je još u Srbiji dok se ne smiri situacija. I kad se smiri situacija, on će se vratiti u Rusiji.
His sole responsibility for the time being is just to establish as much surge damage control as possible, and it looks as though
Ne znam, Niki, nikad ga nisam čuo. Je li igra Trulex igra? Je li igra Klix igra, ali Klix igra sutra?
Teeny at least no longer in the lobby.
Yeah, Pars and Baka turned online now and get the finish onto Teeny. There it is.
Stevane 60, brat.
Misha and Teeny both sent back to the lobby. Meanwhile,
Petre, šta da kažem, brate? Ja znam da je Buca Rus, ja poštujem Srbiju i volim, brate, sve ljude poštujem. Ali on je Rus, koji je došao u Srbiji da živi zbog onoga što se dešava u Rusiji, znate sve već. Tako da, to je to. On ima tamo porodicu, tamo je živio cijeli život. Tako da, ako Bog da kada završi sada ovo što je u Rusiji, on će se vratiti. Da, i zove se Danila Jakovenko se zove, mali Buca. Jeste, Srki, da, brate, hvala na pitanju. Hvala puno, Urke, hvala ti, pozdrav.
Point there because now that is 2 games back to back. That's going to start to pose and
Baš mi je drago, Dovo. A to ne znam, Niki, skoro 1000. Pa Slepan ima dan 1, dan 2. Razumem, Petre, razumem. To piše zbog toga što živi u Srbiji trenutno. Inače on je Rus, brate. Zove se Danila Jakovenko se zove. Jel voli Srbiju? Naravno da da. Naravno da da. Mislim da je juče igrala Srbija i Hrvatska, ako se ne varam. Nisam siguran. Nisam siguran, mislim. Jel voliš Hrvatsku? Naravno da da, brate. Petre, Danila Jakovenko. Ako je to, brate, neću. Opet kažem, poštujem i volim sve države širom Balkana i na svijetu, ali, brate, mali Buca je Rus. Ne, Petre, ne. On ti je, brate, iz Rusije. Samo što kažem opet po 5. put, braćo moja. Kad je krenulo ono što je krenulo, što se tiče, da ne kažem sad šta između Rusije i znate drugu, on je morao da dođe u Srbiji. Razumete? Pošto nije mogao da živi tamo zbog onoga što se dešava trenutno u Rusiji. Kad prestane to, on će se vratiti u Rusiji, tako da. Iz koje si države, iz Makedonije? Pa ne znam, Niki, meni, ja ne znam igrat taj shotgun. Jel živ Kvizi? Mislim da je. Za koga navijaš? Pa navijam, brate, za naše. Nikola, nemoj to. Nemoj o tome, Srki. Pozdrav, Aleksa.
But they're somehow making it work. So far in game 1, both of them, they're making things so scrappy. Every single bit of loot they can get.
Tako je, Bera.
And somehow they're in the top 10 if they can continue. I expect both of these teams to qual. But when it comes time to grand finals, I don't expect them to be friendly anymore. I'm thinking if they can both qualify.
Ajde, Niki, vidimo se.
That's an excellent point. It's one thing to make your way through a top 25 being the the hurdle to overcome. That's a pretty low barrier for some of these.
Odakle je Kvizi? Kvizi iz Srbije.
When you get to finals, it's going to be a lot harder now as number 1 is all that matters.
Srki, još jedna takva pitanja, morat ću te time outat, brate. Ime i prezime od Kvizija, sad ću da vam kažem, nisam siguran.
Is so important for him, and you have to expect that his split
Aleksa Cvetković.
to share by any means with anyone else.
Aleksa Cvetković.
Actually have finally found themselves in elimination. Last game taken out a lot earlier than they would have liked. So this is their chance to go ahead and bounce back, put some numbers on the board. And they have a very, very interesting strategy. They're actually healing Striker and getting as much surge as possible. What a unique position to be in, but also you have to be so smart.
Da, Bera, da. A to ima sve na internetu.
Again, ahead, Zagu and Pepo are.
But imagine being Striker. Your fate completely decided.
Evo tabelu gore desno možete da vidite, braćo.
Some of your competitors to the utmost extent.
Ne, Stefane?
Like super nerd like I am, that right there, that was
genius.
That was so genius.
Worthy, meanwhile, he's got to get a different sort of strategy.
Igra Aleksa. Stojka po tebi, šta misliš koji je najbolji igrač trenutno u Fortniteu? Pa ne znam, brate, ima mnogo dobrih igrača. Ima mnogo dobrih igrača.
Excited to give up this positioning that he's established just yet, and for good reason. It's a pretty nice aerial view.
Here's Gyros and Shari now. Great position here. Zone's already
A Nikola, ne znam kako ti to objasnim. Veki je, brat. Mislim da ne, Stefane. Mislim.
We just saw in the last game. That's going to be probably a warm welcome for these Western teams that don't seem to get very lucky often. But as we know it, anything can, of course, happen here.
It's got to be so scary sliding over the ice just then. You're just hoping that no one's going to be able to catch sight of you, but Cooper, not sure he's even fully aware of the fact that Zago and Pepo are based just a little bit more towards...
Stojke, jel koristiš ili si nekad koristio exit lag? Ne koristim, koristio sam. Stefane, brate, ja to neću pričat pošto meni je super, brate. Sad ako ja kažem da, onda možda tebi bude loš, razumeš? Rift Island daje 15 poena, Forecast Tower 3. Pa Bera mislim da jesu, brate, nisu pokazali, pošto, ono, pokazuju samo ljudi koji nešto rade, a vajda Kvizi igraju safe. Ne znam. Stevane, tu je mnogo loša stvar. Šta je exit lag? Exit lag je aplikacija koja ti smanji delay.
It could be done and dusted here, as there are only 5 games, but no, instead they say, hey, look, let's go for the full rift, get straight to the top. No zipline for us. I don't know which was riskier, but it works out at the end there.
Stojka, jesi li ikad koristio... Nisam, brate, Mato, nisam.
Being the first ones to actually touch down on Rift Island does mean that they'll be the first to try and make use of those bonus objective points with the Capture Island point, but again, in Ritual, I mean, who did we see last game on the Rift Island?
Otvaraju...
Well, guess what? They got eliminated super early.
Mislim, čekaju zastavu.
Now it doesn't seem as though there's anyone posing too
Balkanski samo sad Stojka i to je to.
They've been fighting for as long as the game has started, it seems.
Yeah, it's still Chubb's team too. Chubbs was looking at them before. It seems like he's given them a problem on the
Pa brate, Roblox ja koristim time resolution, brate. Jeste Harper, to sam rekao sada pre minut. Znači, Island daje 15 pojena, Forecast 3. Jeste, Cobra. Steph iz Makedonije. Mato, mislim da nije. Evo gore još jednom da vidite tabelu, gore desno. Kako ljudi stoje sa poenima. Steph Veles. Lik je krekan. Baca je krekan. Pozdrav Fičos. Evo brate, gledamo FNCS. Ne, Cobra.
But it's not like Baka Empires have any idea, but now Chubb seemingly under pressure from a team slightly further out. He still has to make his way in through the zone as a solo. Not sure if he'll find a reboot ban opportunity either this late in.
What a spot to be in now if you're Canadian Agers, even more.
Baš mi je drago, Steph, baš mi je drago. Srki, brate, neću ja slaviti, brate. Ako Bog da smo zdravi i živi, bi voleo eto da budem sa porodicom, da nešto pojedemo i to je to. Jel Kvizi živ? Mislim da je. Fičos, prvi je Kvizi.
Of course, didn't pull the luck of the draw game 1 and now game 2. Not going in their favor necessarily here. Could we be seeing them
Mato, cold snap.
lower bracket push?
It's the fact that Seti and Cammy already
Seti je solo.
with one nuance at the start of match number 2.
Wait, no way he gets the save, right?
Seti going for
Ah,
it.
Cammy pao.
Might make it to Cammy in time, but unfortunately the rocket ram speed just not enough. Having the reboot card though.
Pa ako Bog da, Casey. Pa ne, Cveta, ja sam rekao ljudima, brate. Meni ne treba previše, brate. Previše, ne treba meni to. Evo ga Seti, braćo. Ide u zonu, ali valjda hoće da rebuta, ne znam. Evo ga Kvizi. Ne laguje ništa, Stefane.
Protection is not going to be enough, not for long at least. They're recognizing the potential threat looming. Here comes the rotate though. Another sniper in hand here, so Vino really...
Bio sam jednom, Steph.
Play here. It's Kanada who's in front of them. They gotta be careful.
Vino though.
Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce. Trulex je u top 15 trenutno, ako se ne varam. E sad, prošli game je bio Buga solo, sada je njegov teammate solo. Uzeo kill. Uzeo je kill, sad samo treba da živi i to je to. Do kada igraju? Do 9.
Suns and Anon bound to get something for his troubles at this point. Gold sharp tooth pump. Primed and ready to go. That right side peek. And it was nearly a miss there for Threats, but he will be able to capitalize.
GG.
Close out. Another elimination secured here.
Miloše, nemoj sa velikim slojima, Quizy. Je vino prvi game. Ajde, ajde, ceha. Kylie je 1 HP, braćo. Ja sam Stojka, nisam Stojke, Stefan i vidimo se, brate. Ovo je polufinale. Neću da pričam da li je ovo polufinale ili to zbog toga što samo znam da se, ovo je dan 1, sutra se igra dan 2 i nedelja se igra finale. Eto, ništa drugo ne znam. Jeste Harper, dobija se. A od top 5 već 2 tima su pali, braćo.
Did see them with that Storm Chaser augment, so that's definitely gonna benefit them a decent amount. They continue to look for those rotations. Klonsky and Grolls on the other hand.
Ne razumem, Amer.
Doing the job as far as getting some health and shield regen is concerned, but definitely still need to wait around, see if they can get more. But unfortunately, when you are this far below the damage threshold, 320, and then some to work with as far as damage is concerned, and that number only growing bigger.
Yeah, that's not enough.
A Casey već sam pokazao 3 puta. Pa gledam Loka preko Twitcha, brate. Đorđe. Hteo sam da ti kažem, brate, da je, ja sam video sliku, a meni je bila mutna slika. Meni je bila mutna slika, ja ću sada da probam na YouTube-u da vidim. Samo sekund. Samo sekund, brate.
They've got a whole nother mess to cover. Only 18 below damage threshold, so the pressure is definitely on right now. But it's on Pink.
Seti is the one who's going to clutch up here when it matters. And although he may have saved Cammy, unfortunately...
Evo sada gledam, video sam na YouTube-u. Đorđe. Brate, ovo se meni previše dopada. Znaš šta mi se najviše dopada, brate? Najviše mi se dopada pickaxe. I monitor ti je super. Hvala ti od srca, brate, hvala puno. Casey ne mogu zbog toga što sam vidio na drugom monitoru. Jel živ Quizy? Quizy je živ, ako se ne varam. Seti je solo, Jason i Merster su pored njega. I Čiču i Trulek su gore. Casey, izvini, brate. Ne mogu da pokažem zbog toga što na drugom monitoru sam video. Evo tabelu, braćo, ko je od top 3 do top 7. Đorđe, nema na čemu, hvala tebi, brate. Pozdrav, Ogi. Pa ne znam, Aleksa, neću da kažem da je živ. Evo, Čiču i Trulek su pali sada. A bili su živi do pre 15 sekundi. Kako hoćeš, Đorđe, neću da te mučim, brate. Veksi sliku. Jednu. Dynamo skin Casey. Cold snap, pickaxe. I pokazuje svoj monitor. I osvetljenje, stvarno je brutalno. Evo ga Veno, evo ih Quizy su živi, braćo.
The resistance up top is Vino and Queasy.
If there's one thing that Queasy and Veno love to do, it is take height.
Prešnica Twitch.
Zone. And it's something that they've done excellently throughout 2 games so far. But again, they still have to maintain it. Can't count your chicks before they hatch sort of mentality. As Kanata in the elimination feed
Braćo, opet su kvizi na haju. Napišite mi u chatu ko mislite da vina ovaj game. Pa Trešnica mi gledamo na streamu kod nas. Ko hoće da gleda, možete kod nas gledati. Ceha stvarno ne znam, brate. Opet kažem, vidjet ćemo. Ne znam do kada će trajati stream. Kvizi. Seti klača dosta poena kao solo. Rit. Kvizi.
Mid to high ground here, moving all the way across. Beautifully done and clean execution on the rotate here. He actually takes down Middle Eastern's hero there, so that was that second to high ground.
Tonix iz Velike Britanije. Kvizi opet na high.
They will be the kings of the top.
Evo, gore desno je tabela, braćo.
As far as Queasy and Veno are concerned, but so long as they're in the match, teams are going to have to look out. Cole, though, with Acorn, doing an excellent job taking out Sphinx and Oyo. That's going to clear things up for them as far as these immediate players are concerned. Seti, though, again, the fact that he is still kicking, despite being a solo for so long here, MDF, what a fantastic display of his experience.
I just can't wait till we get another listen in later, because you know Cammy and Seti are putting down the comms needed here to navigate through this game so effortlessly, making it look easy. Meanwhile, on the low ground, here's Middle East. Fahad here, representing 4 elims right now. What a big spot to be in.
Ovo je drugi game.
Just how good they really are. And let's again not forget, this is
Ne vidim Quizija.
joining us for the upper bracket. You had to perform
Kvizi umro, ja mislim.
upper tier of the 50.
Kvizi umro, braćo. Ja mislim da je umro.
Inside the top 16 there. Very far push for him, but not good enough.
Yamzo and Rise just doing such a great job leading the charge on the low ground at the front side of the zone. Just doing their best to cut off everybody that keeps trying to traverse into their territory. As now Yeman will meet the same fate as so many others so far. Seti, though, still managing to tarp his way through, but running so incredibly low.
Moneymaker igra sutra. Ne znam koliko ima buga. Igra se 3 dana i ima 5 gameova danas, Johnny. Braćo, Seti je cijeli game solo. Cijeli game.
No ritual in sight by himself. We already seen him do it once. He clutches up, goes in and takes down Pars. Once friends, now enemies here on the stage. Meanwhile, Seti says, hold up, you want hype for free? Not when I'm in the lobby. Down goes Girus, and a quick trade there, but Shari comes to the rescue here for his teammate, and he is the new king of hype for a second.
Ja mislim da će Chari ovo vinati.
Representing for NA. Not known for the big elims, but so far the placement points exactly where you expect it to be. Here's Yamzo. Yamzo, clap from the side here. Rise up to do it by himself. He cannot flirt with the storm here. Acorn's clutching at the moment.
Acorn's trying to do what he can. He's got that auto Maven primed and ready, but at the same time, even with the Maven auto, he's not going to be able to miss a singular shot. He has hardly any HP to work with when you consider the shield that he's missing.
Svi su solo.
By time, only one build left though. This next moment has to be his best. Plixie doesn't see it coming as Acorn finds the elimination he needs. Just enough builds to keep going up.
Chari je vino.
Clean elimination there. Shari now looking for it. They have 9 eliminations. Acorn goes all the way up. Needs to come on down. Knows where his opponent is, and he's looking for him. But the zone is ticking, gets right into it. He knows he's got a couple opportunities here. It's all or nothing now. One shot will be it, but no, it won't be enough. Still though, 4 eliminations in a second place there. And Shari take home the second game now.
GG. Cherry je vino drugi game. Nice, to je to. GG.
Having eliminated Gira, Sherry doing a phenomenal job to clutch things up. And we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
That was quite the performance. How did you feel in those final moments of that game?
Great.
And what was going through your mind? Because you had an American flying up into the air, getting the information of you, but you had...
Prvi game su vinali Kvizi, braćo.
how do you feel clutching in front of all of these
Dario zbog toga što da im ne smeta
Amazing.
publika,
That's a
brate.
perfect word. Let me come over to you, Gareth. What was it like watching Cherry in that situation?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, anyway, like in this final situations, I already knew we have so many points. We are already like basically qualified, so I was just chilling, and I believed in him. I knew he will win it.
I love this vote of confidence. We're basically qualified.
Hvala, Đorđe, hvala ti.
So are you already thinking about Sunday?
Ja, prvi kvizi, braćo, ja mislim, da.
Not yet, but yeah, I mean, I think we are qualified, so let's like maybe keep focused.
Kad će tabela, sad će?
Absolutely, but also focus on the next 3 games because obviously you want all of these duos to fear you. What sets you apart from the competition?
Pozdrav, Filipe.
I think just good strategy, good communication in duo. Yeah, I think that's all.
A nije kvizi prvi. Sad je prvi Cherry, vajda.
Congratulations on the victory, Roy. Our Gareth and Cherry, everyone!
Man, oh man.
Ajde, braću, da vidimo ko je prvi.
In and of itself is an honor. But to get a victory royale in a circumstance like this with a
Samo da smanjim. Evo, izvolite, braćo. Izvolite. Rit je prvi, da znate, braćo. Cherry koji je sada vino game je drugi. Cold Acorn treći. Pars četvrti. Kvizi je peti. Kvizi je drugi game bio 20. Failo je. Pozdrav, Eldare. Marital, brate, to će biti nedelja. Buga. Gde ću sad da nađem Bugu, brate? Buga. Buga 34. To je to, dobro je. Nije loše, braćo. Nije loše.
Down early in game 1, we knew that they needed to do something a little different in game 2.
Kvizi iz Srbije. Au, Nemanja, nisam siguran, brate. Oko 40, ja mislim, za sada.
And they were able to make it comeback against
Seti je tu Ivanao Pinkova, braćo.
Not too much later, we saw Fastroki and Kylie trying to go for them as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Pink also was starting to try and make their way down.
Vidimo se, Teo.
No, that's setting.
A peto mjesto je kvizi. Imaju još 3 game-ova, braćo.
This was crazy. He tried to go for height. As a solo. This guy's crazy.
He was like, you know, he's like an autopilot, like high ground. I mean,
Evo, braću, tabelu.
I'm on my own. Honestly, I think it was a great play. I think that there was so much chaos going on in the low ground that they weren't expecting anyone.
A ne znam, Trulex je, braćo, negde oko top 20. Da, Marine, da. Ili top 25 ili top 20, nisam siguran.
It did eventually lead to his, you know, demise, but he was still able to grab 4 more as well as kind of
Kliks igra sutra, braćo.
Yeah, I did want to highlight a couple things for us first.
Pozdrav, Eldar.
Spot Rich and Ritual. Whoa, that's the one. I'll come back to him in just a second, but just as a reminder, Sherry and Gidas, and I'm sorry if I'm
Pa Filipe, brate, ovo je teško. Evo ga, Liko je prvi, braćo. Najbolji kontroler na svijetu. Ako igra na kontroleru, a mislim da igra. Sad ću da vidim da li Rit igra na kontroleru. Ili je to bio Day. Mislim da Day igra na kontroleru. Rit Fortnite.
Like the games we're used to seeing, right? A lot of these other regions, NA and E, which we typically broadcast, you can see, like, even though there's chaos, there's a lot of control, right? It's like, okay, well, I know we're gonna do this.
Ne znam da li je Rit, braćo, controller player. Mislim da je.
Or everyone's on mad low HP where everyone is one shot to the other. In this case, coming down to the 1v1, it is so hectic on this stage.
I mean, in this situation,
da, Rit je controller player, da.
When Queasy and Veno aren't on height in that end game, it's anybody's game. We saw Seti trying to spoil the party up there for Chari and Giras on height. He didn't quite do that.
Nemoj sa veliki slojima, Ogi. Da, Rit, da. Buga je top 34, ako se ne varam. Jeste, Marine.
It was indeed. But I do want to talk about the duo that we were looking at for just a moment there, Reet and Ritual.
Yeah, of course. Here we go, Kelly. All right.
Listen, all right. They're doing a very good job right now.
Sljedeći game kreće za 4,5 minuta. Ko je vino drugi game? Cherry? Ko je prvi? Rit? Ajde, Marine. Evo tabelu, braćo. Jeste, Nemanja?
But also look at the placements. They are currently tied with Cold and Acorn, who are some of the most consistent players in the world.
Yeah, they.
Ne, Filipe?
It was always a moment there where they were boxing up below that Rift Island, and they were like, I mean, nobody's going up for it. Is anyone here? I guess that's our island. We'll take it. So that's what we like to see. I mean, yeah, that's what Reed's all about. He's one of those players that will play it smartly. Of course, we've seen so much aggression from them, even in this endgame. There are so many moments in that. I think this is what makes competitive Fortnite in person so great, is that when Reed makes these crazy plays hopping in the box, you can feel the energy, you can feel the crowd just go, wow.
Ne igra, braćo, ne igra Mongrel. Mislim da, Markiz.
Take Ritual. I mean, he's doing a great job as well. He actually had more eliminations than Reet there. He did go down, but you know Reet is not going to go down without a fight, even as a solo here, grabbing some much needed refreshes.
Filipe, ovo se završava u 9, brate.
I love this playstyle, right?
A ne znam do kada će trajati stream.
Something very similar from Baka and Pars in the last game, right? One of them dropping down to 1 HP, but it's the confidence. It's like it doesn't matter what situation we're in, we just have to go for it. If we're eliminated,
Gledajte, imaju mapu dole, braćo.
Let's go for it. Now, Reed making that work is wild, and I think especially for him, he's someone that for a long time, especially back when it was NA East, NA West, he kept saying things like,
Igra se 5 gameova, da.
Because I want to prove that I have what it takes to compete.
I mean, what a better place to do.
Pa Markiz za bolje drop vajda. Pozdrav brzi. Prvi je Rit, braćo, prvi je Rit.
He said, no, you're not having that med miss. I'm coming straight in there. And the reaction from the crowd was so cool at that moment.
Well, I already mentioned them, but Acorn and Cold also had a great performance as well. And I mean,
Sada kreće treći game.
What's going on?
I mean, NA on top here. This is a difficult one.
Pozdrav Strexi.
I like the way they've adapted their play style.
Ajde, Filipe.
We can see this going through.
Jel može neko da napiše u chatu, braću, uzvičnik D i S? Ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, uđite, braćo. Pozdrav, Rakić. Pozdrav, Mihajlo.
And as I said earlier, they've actually adapted their drop spot. Levin said it so well in that mid-game segment.
Hvala ti, Anel.
Away from Pink and Vico, which is something that I didn't expect to happen. I thought they'd just go for a full-on 50-50. It's day one. Why not?
Evo ga, braćo, link. Hvala puno svima koji ste napisali, braću, uzvišnik da i se. Samo mi recite da li link radi.
Such a clean elimination there, and you know that they're feeling good going into game number 3 and 3rd spot. And at some point, I mean, looking at the points and kind of calculating it, maybe our top 3 have kind of already
ne, Žarko.
Into grand finals. Obviously, crazy things can happen, right? I mean, we've seen our top teams be eliminated on drop, so that might not be solidified.
Radi. Hvala, samo nemoj sa velikim slojima, Strexi. Radi, dobro je, hvala, braćo.
Absolutely. And, you know, we have thoughts and perspectives. We actually have Vivid standing by with community favorite Red.
Za minut i po kreće treći game, braćo.
I told you guys I was going to be coming from the lounge throughout.
Samo da pozovem za jelo.
We have Redis joining us, a fantastic creator in the Fortnite space, and she told me that this is actually her first time experiencing an event as a fan. So tell us all, how has it been experiencing the Global Championship so far?
I've honestly been watching, I think, STCS for the last 3 years, but as you said, first time watching.
Biću tu, mutam se, braćo, da pozovem za jelo.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. We actually have to go back to the desk, so we're going to toss it back to Zeke and the crew.
Don't worry. I will find a way to talk with you soon. Don't you worry, Reddish. Don't you worry. Man, this has been such an incredible start to the day. The first 2 games of the Global Championships, especially in the upper bracket. Kelly, you said something that interested me. You talked about these top 3 and how they potentially might have already qualified, right?
Right.
What we saw kind of out of Queasy and Vendo was they had this strong start.
Ne javljaju mi se.
Okay, well, remember, top 25,
Nisam mita.
what do those points look like? After one good game, a
Trulex je u top 20, Ogi.
Right? They might just need a good game with a couple
Evo, braću, tabelu.
eliminations rather, and it might be just enough.
It definitely might. I think
Pozdrav, Kliks, brate.
in this sort of top 5, top
Evo
3.
tabelu, braćo moje.
Realistically, you have to think that they have got it in the bag. But as you mentioned, Z, anything can happen. They've got to keep their foot on the gas because not only is it really, really good to, of course, be at the top of the leaderboard, it's also really, really good practice. Really good to be in this environment. What are these other teams from these other regions going to do? Because who knows? Come Sunday, it could be anyone's game.
Well, we're talking about foot on the gas. We got to talk about
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti Kliks? A ne znam koliko će trebati za kval, braćo. Sutra, brzi on igra, sutra. Svaka čast Filipe, svaka čast. Pa kaže, brate, koristi sad stojke i to. Braćo, hoćete sutra opet da gledamo FNCC ili nećete? Pa ima 2 dana brzi. Jedan dan se igra danas, prvi dan je danas, sutra dan 2, nedelja finals.
It just shows how good this duo are individually.
Onda, braću, i sutra streamujemo FNCS. Samo ne znam da li će sutra isto krenuti u 4. Šta vi mislite? Pa Petre, ovo igraju ljudi koji su u Kopenhagenu, u Danskoj.
Trust in Seti, trust in Kami to clutch up in the big moments because they're not going to be nervous.
And you know what else we have trust in? Queasy and Vino going for height.
Of course. If it's not them, it's the others. There's so much more. Now, I
Hoće,
you an interview with
ne znam. A nadam se da će biti isto, brate, u 4. Zbog toga što, ne znam. Najbolje tako, ja na primjer za danas nisam znao kad će biti. I vidio sam kasnije da će u 4. Ljudi koji se grifaju, brate. Ajde, ajde Andix, ali mislim da će biti isto u 4. Pa nema, ne, nismo znali do juče, brate. Pa da, brzi, da.
And also, I have to mention the first game as a GXR supporter was pretty wild. We had Malibuka win off spawn and claim the island, and then Queasy won. So it's been just amazing to watch as a fan and supporter and Fortnite lover. So, yep.
Yeah, awesome. I love the fact that you're kind of bringing up who's been doing well throughout the day. Of course, this is the upper bracket. We have 25 teams going directly into the finals after today. Give us a couple names that you think are going to be
Nisam dobio, braćo.
after the end of the day.
Javio sam se za Yellow, ali nisu mi se javili.
So I have a feeling almost everyone kind of still has a chance. But yeah, GXR
Piše da je u 12, braćo. Sutra u 12 u popodne, ali vajda nije. Gabi, čekamo, brate, game. Pa da, Žarko, da. Prvo je bilo u 9, pa u 12, pa u 3, pa na kraju u 4. Vidjet ćemo sutra, brate.
There it is. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Reddish, for the insight. And we're going to be tossing it back to the desk with Zeke and the crew.
Thank you so much. Reddish, you're fantastic as always. Now, as we kind of draw closer to the next game start,
Braćo, gledajte trofej.
Really quickly, Miniminder, you kind of called this out for us, and I wanted to take an opportunity to talk about it. Zago and Peppleclip, they had a very interesting Storm Surge strategy in that last game.
Yeah, they did. And I think this just encapsulates what LAN events and global events are all about. We never know what these other smaller regions could
Jeste, super je trofej, brat. Jeste, sada je 3. game, braćo. A znate šta mi je čudno? Zašto se ovoliko, mislim, oni to znaju, da, ali ne znam zašto ovoliko od gejma do gejma. Znači, puno se čeka.
And if you don't have enough damage, it's going to result in your elimination.
Alexa ko vina FNCS $2 miliona.
I haven't seen before. Just keeping on healing up the player. I love it.
4 miliona je cijeli price pool.
And also leave it to Queasy and Vino, who had a pretty good strategy as well early on.
Aha, možda Teo, možda.
We actually saw a sniper on their loadout, which is not something that we typically see. People tend to go for the twin mag.
A prošli put kad je bio FNCS Invitational, kako se zove, odmah je bilo, ne znam zašto sad. Aha, milion, dobro. Da, brzi.
It's a bit harsh, isn't it? You can't do it again, surely. But no, I like to see that.
He's waiting till Sunday.
Yeah, he's waiting. He's putting it all in the tank. He brought it out in game 1. But no, not a bad game at all from this duo. We saw them trying to set up for what we're expected to see from them. Let's see if they can continue.
That's right. I'm excited to see game number 3. So let's kick it on.
Game 3 sada, brate, dolazi još malo. Mislim, kreće. Pa Ogi, ne znam koliko je bilo na Invitationalu, brate. Pozdrav, Tili. Game 3 kreće, braćo.
We heard you make some noise. It sounds like you are ready for game number 3. I am too. Remember, there are only
Gaming prvi kvizi, drugi cherry.
So this will officially solidify the halfway mark.
Da vidimo da li će Seti preživjeti land.
Here at the Frenzy Farms, Cami, Seti versus Datas and Stain. We've seen this go either way. We know that Kylix is nearby as well. Kyrie here, so you got to be careful.
Cami uzo pištolj.
It's the weapon first. He's looking for the tag, and they're doing a great job. They actually have
Nije ga ništa hitao.
Buying just a little bit of time here. Seti also, a couple of weapons at his disposal. Tactical DMR, Infiltrator Pump as well. Stain trying to do his best to pressure from the bottom of this barn. It's going to be
Nice, to je to. Cami i Seti su preživjeli land. GG.
From Cami to get the backup necessary, and that's going to be Stain and Datas eliminated.
Nemoj to, Adriane, brate.
So early on, MDF, and we're already.
Ko je kod nas na Discord serveru i ko nas prati, Adriane, na Instagramu zna, brate.
They secure the eliminations here.
Tako da zapratite nas na Instagramu uzvičnik IG i uđite na naš Discord server. Izvolite link, sada ću poslati. Pozdrav, Dukšina. A nema veze, Adriane. Pa igraju dosta, brate, Balkanaca. U redu, Ogi. King fighta.
Take down Calgamer. Calgamer actually going to look for a brief retreat here, though, at the Relentless Retreat.
I like it.
Seems as though he wants to try and look for some better weaponry, or possibly even just looking for a different position altogether.
Very important and massive there, especially since he's running out of material there. The shotgun. Meanwhile, Zagu, Peppo, they had the knock, but they didn't get the finish. That's going to be a big mess up. Big mistake, big opportunity lost, but Zagu finds another tag here. Meanwhile, looking for the big opener. Another one there. Okay, chipping away, but nothing significant this time.
That is massive, though, for Skits and Sora. That Skits was actually able to find that revive in the heat of it all. Is now Peppo, Zagu. Few Shieldbreaker EMPs. Curious to see what Zagu actually chooses to do.
Gaming ja ovo ne radim zbog para, brate. Ništa, sad su se digli, sve su izlutali. Sad će biti teško da se fajtuju. Ali lik... Ne, mislim da se Sorif... Da, Sorif je 1 HP. Mislim ima full shield, ali White ima malo White-a.
It's going to be Skits and Sora still looking to try and capitalize on this circumstance.
Be careful though, backing themselves up into an indestructible corner. And you can hear
Anele, oni igraju sutra.
Big augment though, that was just picked up. That rarity
Gabi u 9.
Crazy. Depending on how, believe it was.
Čujete publiku u pozadini.
Saw him, one of those common weapons. Zagu. Back to full shield though, but did have to expend both of those big pots, and this battle's taken quite some time. Business turret quickly taken out. And Zagu tried to place there. His pressure on Skits.
Oh, I think he's gonna be feeling really confident after that one, but Zagu now completely out of material here. He does have to be careful.
Boki, nemoj sa velikim slojima. Ja me se sećaš. Reci mi nešto, brate, da se setim. Ne znam, na primjer ako... Ne znam kako te se mogu setiti, brate.
of Asia, representing
Neki
all the way
hint.
for Japan and my oh my. Take a look now with Kylie and Fastroki. Man, they're just mixing things up.
Constant trades for the most part, but for Strokey and Kylie here at Stevie Springs, south side of the map seems to be working out relatively well.
A onda valjda ne, Boki, brate. Stvarno ne znam.
And now that's going to alleviate a decent amount of pressure here for Strokey and Kylie. They don't necessarily need to fully push in just yet. They can really wait to see how they want to actually choose to try and reapproach here, but they're not the only team to mix things up a bit, as now Misha and Teeny just above Bryce and Chubbs. And they might be looking for an opportunity to find an elim or two here.
This is pretty interesting because Tina and Misha definitely have been having a tough time against Baka and Pars, but Bryce
Evo gore desnu mapu, braćo. Mislim, opet ja kažem mapu, leaderboard.
Engagement here at the Shady Stilts and around. So Tina and Misha trying to mix it up, saying, all right, what can we do different? How can we adapt here? Clearly, they made it to the upper bracket, right? But having a tough time so far. Might be looking like a Saturday appearance if they can't turn up and turn up soon.
Meanwhile, Miro might be stuck in an engagement up against Shari is, well, a forced retreat actually. Cooper, very accurate. Some of those twin mag shots. Miro leading the charge up against this solo. And it seems like it's only a matter of seconds.
Stvarno se ne sjećam, Boki, izvini, brate. Pozdrav, Đorđe. Nisam, Adriane. Nice, Copper use kill sa Merom. Mero densa. Ahmox Čari. Ili Cherry, kako da se već zove. Nisam siguran. Buga je tu.
Things are looking pretty good though so far for Threats and Buga over at Singwin Sweets. Does seem as though they managed to get
Đorđe, to ne radimo, izvini, brate. Zbog toga što ako tebe, onda treba mi sve druge, brate. Koji game? Ovo je treći game. Samo sekund, braću, ja ću opet pozvat.
Clownsky and Grolls, though, a team that we really saw in quite the position last game. It was really their surge strategy that seemed to be a little bit lacking in game number 2.
Tu sam, braću, pričam na mobitelu, bacite like.
Here for Grolls and Clownsky, if they want to find some points, want to work their way up even further on that leaderboard, just try and cement themselves into that top 25, but they've got to work through some other teams before they can find themselves there.
Yeah, and work through those crash pads as well. Having them work against them for a second there, so Clownsky couldn't unfortunately join Grolls on the push to the top, so cost them a fair
Gledaju svi sada za search.
All in all, they have things under control.
A good height positioning at least, that can definitely help a lot as far as establishing some surge damage is concerned. Meanwhile, inside of Rumble Ruins,
Pa malo, Ogi.
Axe Force hiding inside of a bush, and a pretty common strategy as well for players to look for those tag opportunities.
Jeste, Adriane, da.
Some of that safety inside of the bush.
Yeah, now that single elim right there is onto Cooper. I know we're just hyping up Miro and Cooper's big eliminations they picked up, but look, Miro's now by himself in the distance there, so Cooper caught off guard out in the open there and away from his teammate. Here we get to see Heroics Thomas and Malabuka. They are up, they are standing, which means they have survived the drop clearly, and they are working their way towards
jeste,
the
Adrian.
grand finals here and now.
Massive stuff though.
Dok stigne jelo, ja ću da pojedem. Što imam tu. A ja se izvinjam, nadam se da neću smetati, braću.
Adding to their total point count for the day. Because again, we are in game 3 of 5. So this is, I think, technicality of the halfway mark for a lot of these teams, and this is where you can really start to see the consistency that needs to be maintained come into play.
Yeah, one might say this is the most important game of the tournament here between game 1 and game 3. I mean,
A to ne znam, brate, Aleksa. Hvala ti, Janko, hvala, brate. Mislim da je, Bera.
Victor, and by that I just mean top 25, right? That is the goal today. And then, of course, Sunday, get as high as possible, make as much money, and be the winner of that $1 million first place prize. Here we got Pink and Vico. I know we're hyping them up. Definitely a team that has had a lot of success.
Do kada live?
Although, again, playing
Stvarno ne znam, brate.
but look, they find themselves finally
Stvarno ne znam, vidjet ćemo, pošto smo danas upalili u 4. Stvarno ne znam.
It seemed as though they were kind of sandwiched in that position. So might be very tough circumstance for them to actually work around in as well. Here in the heart of Mega City, you got Flixi way up top on the building. Gripe.
Ko je Buga?
Seems as though
Buga je u top 30, ako se ne varam.
Looked as if he just got the opportunity to revive Gripe there as well. But now from this
Braćo, mi bi streamali do 2 da je live krenuo u 19 sati. Ali live je krenuo u 4.
rotation, but Mega City seems to be relatively safe for the time being. And the way Flixi keeps looking down leads me to believe that he's got some form of idea that Suns and Anon are the team directly below him.
just outside of the Mega City.
Do 12 ili 11. Pa tako nešto, brate. Vajda tako nešto će biti.
Had a very long track from the relentless retreat till here. No elims just yet, but this is a perfect time to go ahead and catch up 11. So let's hear the word.
Thank you, Mo. So like you see, no elims. We obviously saw at the start of the day, Cal Gamer had a lot to say about Phaser and King's ability. He thought he weren't too good. And King said the same. He thinks they're not as good as they say they are. But
Pozdrav, Ilija.
Going head to head, not full engagement.
Evo, live bi bio do 2, već znate. Ali krenuli smo u 4.
We see them sort of pinching and peeking towards each other at times. And what's happening is that they're both disengaged.
Jedino ako hoćete da sada ugasimo live i da upalimo u 9 i streamujemo do 2. Ako hoćete, možemo tako. Zoran igra se još. Pozdrav, Aca.
For that breakdown on whether or not it's going to be Cal Gamer 7-man or King and Phaser. That's going to be the team that finally breaks through from that initial drop spot engagement. But
Nemoj. Ne. Bolje ovako, ne.
That part of that reason is because they don't want to risk being early eliminated in match 3. Acorn cold though. They've got some eliminations on the mind because they want Pink and Vico if they can find it.
Pa da, Ogi, ali Kap završava u 9. To je problem. Ako ugasim u 9, onda ću paliti u 11 i streama do 2.
Acorn cold. Slight lull in the action.
Jeste gaming, jeste.
Trying to make sure that their approach is as methodical as possible here.
Braćo, ovo je prva opcija. Ovo je prva opcija. Live, pošto smo krenuli sada u 4, da traje do 12. Ili da ugasimo live u 9, dupalimo u 11 i da traje do 2. Ali to je loše, mislim. Ja mislim da je najbolje od 4 do 12.
To take out Pink and Vico, to send them back to the lobby, to not see them on Sunday would be excellent.
Do 12.
They could make a run as grand champions.
Prva opcija.
Is that at Frenzy, keep in mind, Cal Gamer and 7-man were there as well, but they weren't when we last checked in just now. So have to imagine that Cal Gamer 7-man recognizing
Ugasi sada stream.
the type of engagement we want to take right now, just like iDrop. As a solo,
Braćo, kako hoćete.
trying to see if he can gather anything.
Meni je bolja prva opcija.
If he's able to get this capture point,
Zbog toga što 8 sata stream, to je super. A ovako trebam da gasim i da palim. Ako hoćete, meni nije problem. Gdje mi u Kopenhagenu, brate?
Could iDrop build a big enough base here to buy him some of a flex? Potentially. Oh no, it seems like the team's actually underneath. Okay, but we jump in with Queasy. Queasy's hurt here. Vino, pretty healthy. They have to double down alongside one another. It's Kylie and Fastroki. Kylie and Fastroki went south this game.
I jo, braćo, Kylie je kreko Venoa. Možda Queasy sada umru.
The warpath of Vino and Queasy.
That was a big shot though that Kylie just landed onto Vino, took down his shields almost entirely so.
Ako sada ugasim, palim u 9, braćo. Ako sada ugasim. Ali ne znam, loše je. Pošto ipak gledamo FNCS-a, nećemo odgledat do kraja.
Kylie now looking for where he wants to try and make this finalized approach, but doesn't realize Veno's managed to sneak up behind him. And Veno making sure to return the favor of damage done. Queasy as well, starting to create a little bit of a separation here. Starting to see whether or not he could try and pressure on the other side of these builds from Veno. It's a nice pressure.
Vidimo kako će isfajtat sada Veno i Queasy.
All they've got to do now is finish it.
Pa Geno se meni, ne mogu da ostavim ljude, brate. Meni, hoću da čujem šta će ljudi reći. Ali meni je najbolje zbog toga što su mi bitni ljudi. Bitni su mi ljudi sa streama. I kako se zove, meni je najbolje od 4 do 12. Znači sada da streamamo do 12 i to je to. Meni je to najbolje. Ali, razumeš?
Okay, what's the game plan here? Acorn and Code know better, but at the same time, Acorn and Code are in such a better position. It's in their best interest to actually stay here, hold them out.
And not only that,
this is the team they want to take out.
Exactly. Plus, Pink, we saw his builds just now in comparison to Cold. It is a night and day difference. I mean, Cold with 90 builds to still work through. Meanwhile, Pink, I believe last checked in, he had around like 16, 18. That's practically nothing.
Ne, Adriane, ne. Ako to radim, onda ću paliti u 9 i ugasiti u 2.
Acorn, Cold, but Cold gets him in the box and puts down the other as well. Pink and
Mislim u 11, izvinjam se.
down and sent back to the lobby. And that is the best team for them to eliminate. They already have pretty much top 25 now. Sealed in the bag. They were in 3rd place coming into this, picking up these elims here. It was so good to kind of run it back one more time. Boxes him up.
Tu sam, braću, zove me.
Finishes him off. This is how excellent Cold is in the pocket. Well played.
It just did not seem as though Pink and Vico are ready to tackle Cold from that position, but being towards that frenzy field side, they're going to have a great opportunity now for Acorn and Cold to make an approach towards the zone from the dead side. Rotation, so curious to see how that
Braćo, idem da uzmem jelo. Bacite like, bacite subscribe.
Solid as ever in terms of applying damage.
They're also the only team that finished top 5 in every major of the 3 majors. That is an exceptional position to put yourself in, really showing how flexible they are season to season. It also shows you they might just be the team this weekend. They might just be that team, but let's jump into the action here. Malibuca, hurt, 3 HP, forced down, and the pressure, unrelentless. Coming in from the Middle Eastern team, Rapid here, really pushing back. They've already claimed Thomas. And Malibuca wants nothing of that. The ME boy says, hey, listen, you're up. Sit down. We got this.
Absolutely insane, though, just how quickly Malibuca was able to escape from that position, because it really looked as if Q&E and Rapid were about to finish off this duo. But with Thomas being out of the picture, Malibuca, granted, we know that he's capable of making those solo clutch circumstances happen, but with so many power hitters left in this lobby as a team, that solo spot not looking the best.
Danyat, Carmi, absolutely scary, scary duo right here. Some of EU's greatest. Very hard-working duo here. Takes the Tini. Tina and Misha just haven't caught a break here. Rotating all the way down from the north side. Coming up short here now. Fragmented apart. Misha is looking to replenish himself here, but the Storm Surge...
braćo, bio sam da uzmem jelo.
Says, hey, you know what? I want nothing to do with this.
Izvinjam se.
It's already looking pretty tough. I'm going to just go ahead and rotate on out of here. They're going to crash pad their way across, and that should be all she wrote.
Pozdrav Mario. Pozdrav Diver. Pozdrav Aca. Šta ima, braćo?
A lot of map to cover, though, for some of those north side teams. The way that things have been breaking down, but...
Pa već sam igrao, Palma.
Danyat and Carmi, again, doing a great job.
Nije da, evo gledamo FNCS. Hvala ti, Aca. Pozdrav, Snapi. Evo Diver, gledamo FNCS, brate. Hvala ti, Snapi. Hvala, Palma. Pozdrav, Lucky. Braćo, ko nije ušao u naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite, braćo.
and they're sitting on top of the loop.
Hvala Teo, hvala ti brate. Hvala puno svima koji ste napisali braćo prijatno ili dobar tek. Hvala puno svima.
Meanwhile, looking at the top
Pozdrav
five here,
Sefer.
each one are leading the charge by a fair margin. The only team on their heels now, Cold and Acorn, as Garrus and Shari
Tu je
have been
Seti.
sent back to the lobby.
Evo
but
gore desno imate
again, if you
tabelu
took a
braćo.
win right now, I mean, you have just about done enough. It'd be hard pressed for you.
A Nidal ovo ti je u Kopenhagenu, u Danskoj se igra.
Go straight to finals with a victory.
Hvala Sefer.
Definitely starting to see a pretty big
Hvala ti Vojne, ali već imamo Pinatu.
from our top 10 team.
Hvala Teo brate.
20 competitors. Grippe and Flixe though, one more time. Another revive. It's gonna have to go through, but this time it's gonna be Grippe turning the favor onto his teammate Flixe. With that med mist as well. Seems Flixe is going to be just fine for the time being, but they've still got to keep pushing forward. They still got to keep trying to move in, try and stay ahead of these zones wherever possible. But 2 revives into the match already, Monster. You can tell that.
Hvala Vojn, hvala Mario, hvala braćo. Hvala Kobra.
And I know we're jumping in with Monaco's Mustache and Falcon Tayson here, but I want to give a lot of credit to Baka and Pars, who have a great position over the lobby right now. A bird's eye view, they are one of the few teams poised up for potential high ground, and they have just continued to show us what they are.
Braćo, sad neću čitati toliko chat jedem.
Slip their way into top 5, really working their way up. But hold up, Tayson's got a lot of problems knocking on his door. Ping has gotten knocked in the mix there. So while he was focused on Tayson, other teams started to look inwards, and I'm not sure Tayson understands that there was a down body there.
Or maybe he did and might be interested in trying to pursue it.
He's thinking about it.
Kyrie hoping he can get it in time, but it's going to be too much from Tayson. Interruption on that revive now.
Teo, hvala puno, brate, hvala puno.
Seeing if they can finish what somebody else had started. They managed to get the material refresh, the item refresh as well.
Tu je Buga, tu je.
There for the taking, and Tayson will swap out for that double legendary slurp juices. But for Stash and Tayson, still powering through some of these builds that have already been pre-established here, and that's just a freebie for them.
Yeah, it's all in all a net positive. You get the damage that you need. You start inching your way towards this end game. Then looks like it is going to be a Slappy Shores finish here. It's going just outside the mountain there. Vino's already marked up the position they want to be in. It's that natural high ground on the backside here, the ice capsule. But again, Baka Pars looking
Pozdrav Bega je.
that infinite upwards pressure here, not making it look easy at all here. He's going to have to concede for a bit. It's cost him a lot. He's going to have to take some of Vino's.
A George vidio se ne može pinati, brate.
Queasy to lead the rotate here.
It's all about that middle though at this point for Queasy, especially when you
Palma, ne pratim njega, brate. Poštujem sve ljude, ali ne pratim. Ne pratim Balkan.
As far as
Jedem sandvič.
he wants to tarp Queasy, recognizing the fact that he's got his chance right now to just keep building up. And again, with it being metal, it's so
Tu je Sefer,
difficult
tu
for
je.
teams to really take a second to try and chop them out just yet. Queasy gotta look for the connect onto some of these other builds, but dropping down ever so slightly.
Teo, srećan rođendan, da si zdrav i živ i više da gleda stojku.
Limited builds to just get there, connects it to a structure in the distance, but
Squeezy, loše je to što si uradio, brate.
not today, not in this lobby. I want to fight for it as
Nek
well.
mu je
We need
brzo
a big
poravak
game here.
i
We need it
nadam se
now.
će biti sve u redu.
And all of a sudden now they are the most resistance on the front side of the zone here. But if they don't put pressure back, we know what's going to happen. Vino, Queasy will run with this.
Seti and Cammy aren't careful. Keep in mind where their builds were starting to go towards. I mean, with the direction that Queasy's headed at least, it almost seems as though they might headbutt each other on the high ground.
Pa Palma, brate, neću o tome.
Acorn, bit sneaky.
Pozdrav, Davude.
But he's continuing to hang around. He wants that front side of the zone, but hanging just on the edge of it.
And I just love how we're seeing, again, NA's best and EU's best, right? Back to back here, two different perspectives, two totally different layers. Acorn and Cold.
Ne Davude, nego ovo u Danskoj. U Kopenhagenu.
What they play best, and they're doing it well here. Meanwhile, you do, of course, have your other teams fighting for height, so an excellent play to watch unfold here, but we jump with Pars and
Hvala Teo, puno znači hvala ti. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa kod stojka, braćo. Vizi opet na haju. Šta mislite, ko vi na ovaj game, braćo?
Turning online right now, 6 eliminations. Could this be their game? One big pop-up will put you up in that top 25, surely.
been a relatively quiet day for Muzz and Paper so far, so this could be a massive moment.
Ale ne vajda do 12.
To seize it. Sitting on the low ground though, Acorn and Cold. They can tell there's players trying to make their way around the edges next to them. 2 crash pads remain here at Acorn's disposal. Cold following closely behind.
Da bude mogu, brat.
Cammy and Seti though.
Cammy i Seti su iza, gledajte.
All their own.
Oh, this is crazy. From the backside here, they find the tags and Vino's hurt. And this might be the new high ground. Cammy, Seti coming in out of nowhere.
Uzeli su high ground.
Queasy's hurt. Vino's fully healthy, but no! Things change so quickly. Acorn and Cold finish him. And now Queasy's by himself, but it's still excellent endgame for them. They're going to be happy with a top 10. Meanwhile, Paper and Muzz continue to force their way in here.
Pa Davude, daleko je Danska.
Now, probably the most that are alive at the moment. Trailing behind another team, and Paper's going to fall there.
And unfortunately, Muzz to follow suit, but Merstash still up and kicking. Seti though with a massive hit, and that's the back-to-backs now onto Robot. With the materials refresh, it might not do him any good. He's not able to break into the zone in time. Acorn
brate, Bera.
will be here to play.
Pozdrav, Nick te, brate.
Forced underneath it all. Lark picks as well, living as a solo. This is looking like Acorn and Cold's game for the taking.
And Acorn's doing an excellent job pressuring with the breach of shotgun, making sure no one's got a chance to breathe, but Larpex is still going. He's found 2. That's 11 eliminations for Larpex and below.
Acorn, Vino. GG.
He's making it look like it's exactly his plan. It's just too easy if you're Acorn and Cold.
Adrian, šta da kažem, brate?
Is that moments away from figuring out just how the day is actually going to wind up. And we've got our very own Frankie down on the floor to see what they have to say.
I do. I'm so excited to talk to these guys because they're known for one of the most consistent placements in all of the games that they play, and you haven't disappointed us so far. What's it like, Cole, taking a victory royale or day 1 here in Copenhagen?
I don't know. It's an insane feeling. I mean, this guy's just, I don't know. This guy's on something else. Like, this guy's the best player, I think. I'm serious.
Yeah, doing it for Canada. We saw you in the air, nearly clutching the
Hvala,
victory
hvala,
royale
Felixe.
in the previous game, and
Hvala,
now
brate.
you've taken it one step further. For you, is it a bit of a dream to perform so well so early in the competition?
Of course. I mean, like, getting ahead early is always the best, and no pressure now, you know?
Yeah, you're not feeling the pressure. You're pretty set on Sunday already. Why do you think you are able so frequently to take down the competition?
Davude, ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, brate.
The best player, it's not that hard.
You have been preparing for this all year long. You qualified way back in Major 1. How do you feel like
Stojka kad igra Buga? Buga igra trenutno. Samo što čekamo sada sljedeći game.
Everything's changed, you know. We kind of did good in the beginning, then we had a little downfall and everything's changing, but we're
Teo sutra.
well.
You say downfall. What do you mean by downfall? Because you did place top 10 in all 3 major
Relja, gledamo FNCS.
this year that you played. So
Ja da gledamo FNCS, brat.
Anything under
Pa
first.
Davude sa prijateljima. Koje imamo u friend listi.
You're gonna have a very good day. Now, I got to send back to the desk very quickly though. Before I do, Akon said such nice things about you, Cold. Have you got a message for him?
Hvala ti, Farise, već smo pinali.
He's actually the best IG on the game. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This guy just, his brain is just, no one can compete.
Well, I can hear Akon saying, stop, stop, stop over there. So I will stop on your behalf and we'll head back to the desk.
Big congratulations to Acorn and Cold finding themselves the victory royale. Now, before we
Pa Đorđe, da, brate, čuje se dobro.
and Levin, who will be hanging out with us on the analyst desk here for the remainder
Hvala
of
ti,
the
Ceha
day.
Sandvič.
My oh my. Sometimes
Sada kreće četvrti game. Za 18 minuta.
any duo to win a game in this
Braćo,
fashion, and
četvrti
then it
game
looks
kreće za 18 minuta.
That game was a roller coaster, and for multiple reasons, really. And, you know, when we tune into the global championships, the one thing that obviously everybody is excited about is the clash of playstyles, the best at what they do. And throughout this game, you know, we saw a couple of height changes between, you know, arguably the best height team in the world, Queasy and Venom. And then I was like, oh, look at this, Acorn and Cold, they're on the low ground. That's exactly where they thrive. And then
Mislim da je Kvizi top 5, ako se ne varam.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking at, Vivid, right? You're looking at the teams and seeing if the things that they do so well in their region can that
Trulex su bili top 3, ako se ne varam, ovaj game.
The answer is absolutely yes. They have been dominating on these layers. And I think the big thing here is that, you know, you look at these guys, they're clearly in the element, they're feeling so confident. Cold, when he's at his best, what a player. I honestly, it's almost hard to describe the levels, right? Major one when they won the FNCS in their region. I genuinely think that peak that Cold had hit as a player individually, one of the best we've ever seen from anybody, right? He was on a whole different
Kvizi je drugi.
here today, right now.
I could not agree with you more. Now, what I'm curious about are the standings. Let's take a look together. Let's see how things are unfolding.
Evo tabelu, braćo.
End the day in the top 25, go straight through to Sunday. Acorn and Cold here in that #1 spot, breaking 200 points. All right, this is day one, guys. Save some for
Pozdrav,
Sunday.
Pića.
This is what I love to see, you know. I gave a little bit of a sneak peek as to who I was going to be rooting for earlier on in the day, and it was Acorn and Gold. It was the NA boys, and I'm very happy to see them up there. This honestly has big implications for all Spawn, though, right? We got to remember that they're contested, so now they can play a little bit more aggressive in that sense.
Yeah, if you're Pink and Vico, you're looking at these guys going, hold on a minute, we are letting them run away with things. We need to maybe think about putting a bit more pressure on them, making these games a bit more difficult for them. I'm personally looking at some of the players beneath them, right? Queasy and Veno just below. We saw how hot they started the day. They're going to be looking above them thinking, okay, you know, these guys are setting the tempo, but we're going to do our thing up on height while they do their thing down below. It's been weird for Queasy and Veno especially, right? Because we're seeing them so consistently going into these end games in positions to play out height very, very well, right? You know, it's typical stuff for them. But they're having a couple problems, right? Where a bunch of their other EU compatriots are very much making things difficult for them, right? Seti and Kami.
Casey, Acorn.
Typically, Queasy and Veno.
Ivanković FNCS. Trulex je u top 15, braćo, ja mislim.
What happens? Seti and Kami are there waiting for them.
Gosh, I always have to have so much respect for Kami and Seti, right? Because I was honestly looking at their position, and it was as that 7th zone rotate was coming in. They were actually towards that castle split. They were basically...
Pozdrav Ivanković, Kvizi je drugi.
Very good position. And then next zone showed, and it went all the way north, and I was like, yeah, there's no way this is going to end up being a good game. And look at this, Kami, Seti, they just surprise every single time.
Sandwich Nikola, hvala ti, brate.
Queasy and Veno, they're usually aware of their flank. How did Kami and Seti pull this off?
And it's not just playing it off, right? When they're actually in the position, delivering, being able then to actually...
Kami i Seti su bili Kvizija.
Chopped out on height, eventually, right? It was Acorn and Cold that did that so well. But I think the big thing with Kami and Seti is obviously we saw how they started the day, and I think it's fair to say they brushed the dust off their shoulders.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't
Jakmox.
allow, you know, losing off spawn early on to sort of derail their competition. They understood, hey, look, we just got to stick to the fundamentals, get back in the game. We can beat these guys off spawn, and now they are delivering in the game.
And one more point here about Kami and Seti. We talked about the all-spawn situation with Acorn and Cold. Now it's similar for Kami and Seti, right? They're pretty chilling when it comes to the points.
Koji game? Sada kreće četvrt.
All began like their day started with basically no points on the board, right? And their counterparts, Vino and Queasy, getting the Victor Royale. And now they're sitting there attacking them on high ground. This is the
Akmox,
story
mislim
we
da se
all
sutra
came
igra.
here to see. At least I did. Right into the loving embrace, of course, of Acorn and Cold. Like, yes, bring me points.
Pozdrav, Irke.
Today. You talk about this being a roller coaster. I feel like so many things happened in this game. I mean, we saw Hydra by himself take Rift Island uncontested.
Hvala na pitanju, kako ste ti, brate?
Oh, yeah. They're going to jump. They can tell. Nope. 15 points.
And you might be thinking, Zeke, right? Like, oh, it's so easy, right? Oh,
Acorn je prvi.
I mean, it's got to be the nerves, right? There's so much information that these players are very good at hiding. Hydrap somehow got that situation off where he's like, hey, I'm just going to sneak.
Hvala na pitanju, sve u redu. Nikola.
Because as we know, Reboot Van on top of the island ended up using it to go ahead and reboot his teammate. So smart.
Absolutely insane. Levin left speechless. Now, we do have something really cool here lined up. It is actually a listening to that game-winning moment from Acorn and Cold. Let's take a listen.
We're just gonna crash pad and go.
Slušajte sad šta pričaju.
Ready? You're gonna jump on the ramp.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do this. I'm just gonna slide.
Yeah, I hit it. We're good.
Just gonna run. Run left, run left. Going deeper. All too low ground. I built the box for you as well.
Nice, bro. Really good job.
Yeah.
Getting heavy.
Are you good?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Loaded. Good looking right here, look here, look at me.
100, 120, 120, 120. Break. 20 cone, got it.
40 white, 60, I got it. I'm PC for that one.
Low PC.
There.
I mean, I just have to say it. Every single time I get to hear these guys' comms, Acorn and Cold are so composed, so chill. You'd never think they're sitting at a LAN.
Busy je drugi.
LAN that there is to play, you know, playing one of the most difficult lobbies. They're just there chilling.
I think what impresses me the most, if you look at literally any esport, doesn't matter which one, have your pick. Professional comms sound like that. There's a lot of things
Ne, Tarik.
falling out. Both of them, though, just
Ivano sada kreće
called out
četvrt.
what was most vital. The most critical thing in that moment, everything else was calm. The moment they find a moment to strike, it's like, okay, let's actually communicate in this moment and get done what we need to do. That's crazy.
I love watching, honestly, the professional players that play at this level. Because, you know, we're thinking about the meta, and we have the mini crash pads.
Prvi je Acorn.
Now, but it's not a lot of mobility, right? So you have to save a lot of your materials. And the way that some of these pro players do it, we saw it right there where they were kind of talking through that rotate.
A treći je vino Acorn.
In the open a lot of the times, not building, but they find those timings, and that's why they're so good.
Pojeo sam, braćo.
Big props once again to Acorn, right? This is a player who you see how Cold is talking about him as an IGL, saying this guy's brain is unmatched. You know, he's you know, the best player, whatnot. Earlier this year, right, when they didn't do as well during Major 2, there were doubts within their relationship, right? You know, there was, you know, conversations about them potentially splitting up, and I had the chance to speak to Acorn about it, and he said, look, hands up, that Major was my fault. I was not up to par.
Brzi, ne traje do 12, traje do 9.
Okay. And I think it's safe to say he's fixed it, right? You know, you see the way they're playing right now, and things are clearly in a much better place. They're clearly much more confident in each other. And that's all
Marko jeste.
You have to be able to trust your teammates if you're going to have success.
Sada je bolje, Nikola.
That is why me and Vivid are good at Fortnite when we play zero builds, because I trust Vivid completely. Now let's kind of focus in on here. We like to kind of discuss Storm Surge strategies. Obviously, y'all at home, I know I could use some help, but something that we kind of saw it. Something we saw in game was actually Reet and Ritual. They have a very interesting Storm Surge strategy.
Artime bit će do 9, brate, zbog toga što ima još 2 gejma. Još ovo i još jedan. Pa nije, Anele. Do kada je live? Live je do 12. Pozdrav, Kristijane. Dobro, tu vidimo replay sada.
That Ritual and Reet can take advantage of. The fact that they're landing there means that they get early priority to a lot of those positions. And every single game, they're going to make sure that they base up on those high ground positions to make sure that any of the players rotating to the center of the map.
Zašto ne do 2? Zbog toga što smo krenuli live u 4. Braćo, vidite kolika je razlika između prva 2 lika i ovog lika. Koliko je ovaj lik viši od njih. Brate, Niksa, brzo poravak, nadam se će biti sve u redu, brate. I super je za sada. Anele i obojica stoje, brate. Jel moguće, koja je razlika? Ovaj lik je 2,15 metara, evo 100%. Gledajte braćo, koliko je visok lik.
Kelly Link is standing by with a very special creator. Who are you with, Kelly?
Thank you so much, Zeke. And I am here with someone very special. It is Keep Up Radio. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Gosh, thank you for having me.
Niksa, drugi je Quizy.
2 to go. What has been your experience so far?
Oh my gosh, I've been having the best time. I think just coming to IRL events and seeing the players play and the crowd get so excited and crazy. It's the best experience for sure.
And what has it been like interacting with all the creators here in the Creator Lounge?
It's been so fun. Shout out to Reddit, shout out to Peach, my people. I love getting to see the people that I interact with online IRL as well. It's really fun.
Well, if we're going to talk about your people, then we got to talk about your favorite team as well. Who is it?
Okay, so I came in not really knowing who I wanted to root for, but Cold and Acorn have like stolen my heart. I'm rooting for them. Let's go.
Well, then you must feel really good just them walking away in Game 3 with that victory royale.
I know.
Rolex je 15.
I was like getting a touch up right before.
Moneymaker igra sutra, kole.
Oh my gosh, they finally won. So exciting. So I'm excited to see what they do for the rest of the games.
And I'm so excited to hear about what you do with all
Niksa ne vjerujem da igraju i sutra Trulex. Dan jedan igraju jedni, dan dva drugi. Ne vjerujem da će Trulex sutra igrat. Možda igra, vidjet ćemo, stvarno ne znam. Venu i Kvizi su drugi.
Do you have any songs in the works right now?
Oh my gosh, none that I want to talk about yet.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, but shout out if you know Tilted Tower Dance, go Tilted. That has 100,000 streams on Spotify, and it's a Fortnite song, and I'm so proud of that, so really cool.
Keep Up Radio, thank you so much for joining me here.
Ne zna još dva, znači četvrti još peti game.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yes, of course.
A ne znam ko je Tayson, brate.
Thank you again so much, and guys, back to you on the desk.
Go Tilted.
Go Tilted.
Au, ne znam kole, brate.
Go Tilted. Shout out to you, Keep Up Radio. Again, it's just so cool. We've been doing FNCS for a year now, coming together, bringing everybody into one big pool, just being like, what's up, Fortnite fam? It's great to see all of you from different walks of life, from different aspects of the game, all in a single place. How have you guys enjoyed the competition so far?
Yeah, I think the competition is
Pokaži tabelu.
for me, right? The atmosphere has been absolutely.
Evo, braćo, ko hoće tabelu. Izvolite. Pozdrav, Isidora. Ej, da, facecam, izvinjam se, braćo. Izvinjam se. Idući game, mislim sljedeći game kreće za 10 minuta. Pa kole, stvarno ne znam, brate. Evo je tabela, braćo. To je to. Idemo se vratiti na Fortnite. Intervju radi sa... Ne znam ko je... Koper.
So how come you've become this fresh-faced IGL that everyone is saying such great things
Pa
about?
križa, brate.
This is your first LAN.
Starting an IGL role was really hard for me, but I think playing with Mero also, being a great teammate, I think I've improved drastically, and I hope I do better. Yeah, I hope I do good.
Why did you want to become an IGL?
Being a fragger, I feel like I never got a good IGL, and I wanted to kind of take terms of being the leader in a duo, and I just got lucky to play with the best fragger, so.
Well, I should talk to that best fragger now. Mira, I apologize for leaving you out in the cold as I've spoken to your teammate for so long. But you are regarded as a veteran. This is not your first rodeo. Why did you want to compete here with Cooper?
I think he's a good teammate. He's always grinding the game, that's really about it, honestly. He's just fun to play with, good teammate. And I don't know, we kind of have like a lot in common in terms of like interests and stuff, so he's like easy to talk to about things and like music and all that. So it's just easy,
Have you got a warm-up song that you listen to before you go on stage?
Ski by Sexy Red.
I do not know the song, but that is because I'm not as cool as you two are. So, what's the
Hvala
strategy
ti puno,
now?
Đorđe.
How are you gonna
Hvala,
regroup
brate.
to try and
Hvala ti od
guarantee that
srca.
spot in Sunday's grand final today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to get DQ'd, but I feel like I really haven't had a fair chance of playing Fortnite yet, and I think that we just need a little bit more luck on our side, and we're going to be fine.
Okay, well, hopefully the luck will be on your side. Thank you so much for talking to me, gentlemen. I'll let you go and get some food.
Žarko, Daily Cup, brate, Daily Cup.
Londoner. In fact, our only Londoner on land, so therefore I'm slightly biased because I'm from London too, if you hadn't noticed by the accent. Pink,
Evo ga,
currently
Pinku.
29th on the leaderboard. How are you finding things in Copenhagen so far?
I'm finding it good.
Anele, naravno, da sam ja na njegovo mjesto ne bi.
The best, but I'm finding it good, yeah.
Why do you think you're not playing the best yet?
Game 1 we played well. Game 2, it was a
Ne znam, Danilo, možda, brate.
The whole game goes to waste. But then game 3, obviously, contested by Acorn. He was already qualified in 2 games.
Stojka, od koje sezone igraš Fortnite? Brate, Chapter 1 sezona 9. Tako nešto.
Are you thinking you can grief back then?
Zašto da, Nele? To ti ne treba, brate. To ti ne treba. Meni to ne treba. Pascal, full je, brate.
They're not in your head.
No, not at all.
And how are you finding things with Vico? Because you're a relatively new
ne, sutra igra Klik Sakmox.
and you pulled off what you needed to do to make it to global.
Sutra igra Klik, braćo moje.
A surprising duo in some ways. So why do you think it's managed to come together so quickly?
Anele, opet ti kaže, brate, ja da sam na njegovom mjestu, ja ne bi gledao.
At the start he was a bit annoying, I'd say, but more so now he's more so making me proud. So I think we're a good duo. We complement each other well, and I like playing with him.
He's a really aggressive player. How did you manage to stop him pressing W in every situation?
I had to fake drop him, I've had to scream a lot, I've had to do a lot of things. I've kind of mentored him in a way, but yeah.
Pink, I'm looking for a coach, so I don't know if we can, once you're done with globals, you've got the spare time on your hands, are you taking new clients on?
No.
Well, it's a great excuse, darn it. But I'm fine with it. I'll just go solo. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink.
Sutra FNCS Vajda isto u 4, brate.
Thank you.
Bye.
Braćo, gledajte ovo.
Pink is always one that's very honest, Levin. He's going to tell you what's on his mind, and there's nothing wrong
A ti kad imaš 25 godina imao bi ženu. Pa brate, da smo zdravi i živi. Da smo zdravi i živi. Ako Bog da na 26-7 mi je želja, brate. Mislim, tad bi mi je cilj, tad. Hvala srca, brate, hvala ti puno. Pascal, hvala ti. Evo Pinku, je tu, njegove statistike. Stavit ću ovako da vidite sa strane.
If I was Pink and Vico, I'd be not worried per se, because, you know, this is not a guy that's ever going to be worried, but I would start to be a bit concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely bring up some very valid points, but I think if anything has been proven by some of these performances so far, one good game, right? One victory route with a couple eliminations is worth enough points, 100%, to fly up that leaderboard. So they just got to win that spawn fight one more time.
Do you think they do that, though? Is that the play, trying to kind of keep rolling the dice? Is it just
Stojka, koji je game? Sada kreće četvrti. Hvala ti, Đorđe, hvala ti. Stojka, da li ćeš igrati? A igrat ćemo kad završi FNCS. Hanele, brate. Evo tabelu, braćo, od 21. mjesta do 30. Da li igra Moneymaker? Moneymaker igra sutra. Ima još 2 gejma, još ovo i još jedan. Pa vratio sam, Ahmox. Evo, brate, gledamo FNCS.
Good stuff. They are sitting there on the bubble, 29th place. Remember, top 25 will be the ones to move on to Sunday's finals. Now, if you find themselves at the bottom 25, they still have tomorrow. Obviously, not the best situation to find themselves.
Ko je prvi? Trenutno je Acorn.
Levin makes a great point. If they're kind of pulling out some of these strategies, they might have
hvala ti, Pascal, hvala ti.
Yes, it very well could get them to Sunday, but if it
pa igraju Anelel, loše im ide, brate.
And those 25 players will have watched this. They will have known, okay, well, this is what they're looking to do.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting situation. I don't think anybody
uzvišni keyboard. Jel igra Trulex igra?
The global championships, right? These teams are here for a reason. If 2 games is what it takes for them to actually go through the finals, I guarantee you that they are very, very well capable of it.
Yeah, 100%, right? Again, it is just a matter of doing what they were able to do in that first game, right? He said it himself, that first game, if it was good, they were in that game. They looked good. They looked like a team that was going to continue throughout the day to have pop-offs, but unfortunately hasn't panned out that way, right? Have to get back to what that was in game 1.
A Kanada, stvarno ne znam koja je Kanada.
Yeah, so well, you kind of just
jeste Kvizi je drugi.
Hitting me with the razzle dazzle right now. That's what you do. You know, this is the global championships. Okay, we're looking for the best duo in the world.
Evo ga Tomas.
There cannot be any question. There has to be a duo that steps up and says.
Anele, opet ti kažem, brate, ja poštujem ljude iz sve ljudi i to, ali oni su valjda sve gameove na landu umrli. Igra Kanada, da?
You know what? Levin said it. Honesty is the best policy, right? So I'm going to talk about one of the favorites here, right? We took a look at a little bit of the bubble right there, and I saw 23rd place. Thomas, HD, and Malabuka. That is not a very comfortable spot to be.
Not at all. Not at all. And then obviously, you know, when you are the favorite, there's pressure that comes with that. You've got this crowd making all this noise.
Trulex igra sa Čičom.
Malabuka, you have to start thinking about.
A ne znam ko je Kanada, stvarno. Stvarno ne znam ko je Kanada.
Coming into this competition because they are so good. But things haven't been easy, right? The Canada versus an Ages Osborne battle hasn't been the simplest of equations for them to solve. And even, you know, beyond
Pozdrav,
actually when
Trbuščić.
they play out games, the formula, it's not quite clicking, it's not quite working.
That's right. Well, I'm getting word. As much as I'd love to continue this conversation, games are ready to go. So let's kick it up to the casters to get us prepped.
Mihajlo, znam ko je Kanada, brate. Ali pitali su me ko je Kanada na tabeli. Braćo, game kreće. Game 4. Ima nakon ovog još jedan game. Znači, još 2 gamea. Ovo je još jedan. Chill, Mihajlo, brate. Pozdrav, Nikola. Da vidimo gdje će sad ljudi landat. Evo, live do 12. Trulex je u top 15. Da vidimo da li će Thomas preživjeti land.
At the racetrack, we've watched this for 3 games now. 2-1 in favor of Thomas and Malabuka. Kanada.
Da li će Kanada uspjeti? Nice. Kanada je ubio Thomasa.
He's gonna go down. Kanada and Agers looking like they could be in a decent position here, but it's Malabuka on the wraparound of the reboot band, trying to make sure.
Pascal, ja sam stojka, nisam stojke. A ko bi volio da vina, ne znam, brate. Balkanci. Da li će Buca uspjeti klačat? Ubio ga je. A nema emo. Tu je Vano ih je.
One of the few times where a tactical DMR is going to look like the saving grace here for Malabuka. Thomas as well with the immediate dap up onto his boy, and for good reason, because this score.
Vidite gore skor, braćo, skor, gore desno.
Thomas and Kanada, and keep in mind, or excuse me, Thomas and Malabuka, but for Agers and Kanada, they're literally in 35th place. And that's bound to get pushed even further back now.
That's where you start to feel the nerves and you feel like you're in the danger zone. We got Cal Gamer, 7-man going.
Ja bih volio neko od naših, pa da, naravno.
This is where it's going to get heated up. He gets a little bit of a first strike, but doesn't really take advantage.
Ceha stvarno ne znam, brate, nisu dali njega. A mislim da je.
This is exactly what you have to do, but the rift does go off. They're trying to reposition and try to have some claim towards that high ground, but they're not able to do too much. They have to concede relentless retreat in order to stay alive.
Right idea, though. Sometimes you just know when a fight isn't yours to make happen.
A svi imaju FNCS pickaxe, to je bug, vajda neki.
Relatively low with that disengage from Phaser, 7-man and Gal Gamer now gonna
Na koliko FPS igraš, na 200?
to try and loot out relentless retreat. Slappy Shores action has been relatively quiet. We've seen a couple of circumstances with
Evo ga, braćo, moj teammate Trule, što sam igrao s njim duo cash cup. Sada igra FNCS.
at this location, but for Trulex and Chicho, they've also had a relatively
Jeste, Božidare?
so far.
Yeah, for them, they just got to start building up that confidence. Because even though they'd have the cushion that you could still fall into day 2, we were just talking about it.
Šalim se malo za brata Truleta. Ako gleda live, ja se malo šalim.
That's why it's paramount for these teams to qualify today, give themselves a break, a chance to readjust, and Bugan Threats is one of those teams that's outside of that bubble. And I think that's something nobody would have expected coming into today.
One thing that we've definitely noticed from the past 3 games that have played out so far, Threats and Bugha They've never been a duo. They've never gotten a chance to actually participate in that late game circumstance together. So maybe here in game number 4, seems as though Threats is on a mission to write his own story.
A u pozadini mu je upaljen stankjela.
On the coast side, just south of Sanguine Suites, a lot of pressure being
Panele, brate.
to the duo a little bit south of them.
Yep, just like I was talking about with Cammy and Seti, just one big game.
Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite link, uđite.
If not to the top of the leaderboard, at least inside of that top
Pa Teo, zašto da to radim?
chance to readjust. PH in, Kitos, they've been doing well so far as well, and that's something that you want to see. Even if you're qualified already, you want to keep up the pace, continue to build that confidence, because even though you might have Saturday off, you have to be prepared for Championship Sunday. $4 million on the line. That's not something to take lightly.
Braćo, isto i sutra gledamo FNCS. Harper... Evo, slušajte, braćo.
I got spot. I'm dead, I think. 60 wide, I'm dead. They're both here. He's getting shot in the back though. He's getting shot in the back. One is running back to farm and one is plant B. They're gonna get siphoned for B. Farm to break the after. Toilet, here. Okay. He's alone. Nice! Get.
Yeah, for Thomas and Malabuka, it's definitely looked pretty flashy.
Fari se bug neki. Nida, Harper. Aha, Vajda za Adam X-a pričaš, brate. Jeste, Lazare, sutra vidjet ćemo kada će biti FNCS. Vajda će... ako bude u 4, bit će live u 4. FNCS Robert, hvala Bogu Stankela, hvala Bogu, brate.
Just like Duke and Edgy, trying to pick up the pace here. They are your FNCS Grand Finals champions.
Jerko, FNCS 4 miliona prize pool. Uđite na naš Discord server, braću, da ko hoće da bude obavešten kad je sutra live ili video, pošto svaki dan smo live, svaki dan novi YouTube video i tako dalje.
Duke and Edgy, they need a lot of points as well, because you have to remember they entered game 4 in that 46th position. So quite
a nije Jerko, nije. Pozdrav, pića, pa nadamo se da neće, Nikola.
Right now it is all about surviving and maybe, if he's lucky, finding an opportunity here to look for a pickoff onto Yumi, because for Stroky, if he's able to find
nije fića, ne, brate.
If he's able to just be patient, he might
Idemo
actually
sada.
have a chance.
Evo gore leaderboard, od 3. do 7. mjesta možete da vidite, gore desno.
Full disengage. It's still plenty early enough in the game where a reboot ban opportunity could definitely come up clutch.
Especially here where the zone is pulling forward. Those teams are going to be
baš mi je drago, Mario, baš mi je drago. Brzi ovo se igra u Kopenhagenu, u Danskoj, a Danska je u Europi.
Possible rarity check and
pozdrav, Dule.
You might be saving some of those augments as well, but King and FaZe or Kame, you saw them disengage out of relentless retreat. They're outside.
A Kvizi je drugi, braćo.
So a game like this is necessary to come out on top, grab as many points as you can, and he's already getting challenged for that high ground, instantly gives up. FaZe and him are a little bit too separated for my liking and probably theirs as well.
Striker though. Decent top-down overview.
Ne znam, fića. Nikad ja nisam igrao sa Čičom, Mirto. Ko je prvi? Prvi je Acorn. Da li ću uspjet snajpat? Ništa.
And that's going to be an immediate drop down into the safety of their tower that they've managed to build up. FaZe and King though.
Ni s njim, Mitro. Mirto, izvini, brate. Izvini, stvarno.
as though they're going to have a very easy time working their way in.
Nah, and you kind of saw them there on the leaderboard. 22 points overall. As it stands now,
Možda, Anele?
that bubble, that
Ali ne znam
25
kako
spot is
custom
at
account ako...
58
A
points.
možda na
So it's not
custom
too
account,
far
možda
for
si u
any one of
pravu.
these teams to really climb up the
Ja sam
pace,
mislio
but
zbog
the
settingsa, valjda
usual Misha
neće raditi
and
opet
Tini
settingse, brate.
switching up
Možda,
their
ne znam.
drop spot, not liking how their games have been going so far, so they're sticking to what even qualified them to the global championship themselves, and that is these sneak attacks. They're going ahead and trying to cut
A
off some of the
Trulex
loot
je
gap
top
and take
20,
advantage while they
ako
can.
se ne varam.
That's QNDX that they're going after, and they have a 2v1
Nemoj to
for the
fiča, brate.
time being, and they're wasting a lot of their resources just trying to build for it, because that is the extra loot that they need.
Možda, Adriane, ne znam.
Drop spot. This is the strategy that they're going to use, but unfortunately enough, their opponent does get away. He finds a way to disengage, so they're going to have to figure out where else they're going to get their loot from.
I don't know if that was intuition, by the way,
Maybe a
from
little bit.
QND, or if maybe some sort of audio cue might have given things away there from
A
Misha.
Mirto, malo sam se šalio zbog toga što sam imao teammate koji se zvao Trule. I igrao sam s njim cash cup. A sad se zove isto tako Trulex umjesto Trulex, Trule. I zbog toga sam to rekao. Jeste, Anele? I Okis je kontroler.
Someone like him, he's been doing a good job so far trying to pick up the
Pozdrav,
opportunities
Pajex.
where he can. And that's the thing. Reet and Ritual probably didn't even really see exactly
Rit je jedan od favorita, braću, da bude prvo mjesto. Sad je, mislim, top 3, ako se ne varam.
We saw the zone was pulling up, so this will be the congested side. You already see in the minimap there are so many teams going ahead and grabbing their spot all around them. That's going to make it that much harder, but Misha and Tini keeping things on the run. Weapon Cash is going to come up, and that's 7-man and Cow Gamer that they're trying to contest for it. A little bit of a mistake there with the briefcase turret, trying to go ahead and use it to their advantage. Tini with a nice shot from the side, backs up towards his teammate. 7-man Cow Gamer. This could be their opportunity to try to advance.
Da čujete braću publiku. Ceha još ovo još jedan.
So when the cash does pop, it is all theirs.
Well, as far as 7-man and Cow Gamer are concerned, keep in mind, 7-man decent loadout to take this challenge up against Tini and Misha. Left side peek, maybe not the most favorable, but they're certainly still making the magic.
To je publika, Đerko. Tamo koji su u Kopenhagenu na... Ne mogu da kažem na tribinama, ali tamo, brate. Publika.
They look as though they really want at least one, if not both, of these eliminations now. They know that 7-man and Cow Gamer are bound to have some excellent resources and materials, but again, if you're Kelly Gamer and 7-man, we saw their loadouts. They don't necessarily need to pressure this. They've got exactly
Igra I Buga.
can easily disengage at this point.
Yeah, and being another team that's outside of that top 25 bubble, they're just trying to play the safe game, scrape by, try to get some points, and that's Reet and Ritual are almost trying to do the opposite. They're trying to take the fight to Malibuca and Thomas. Thomas and Malibuca are one of those teams that talk about how good they're playing as a contested duo, but they're in 23rd place. Going down here, no placement points. They only get the 8 points for those eliminations off spawn. This is not what position you want to be in. And you can see they're not playing safe. Even though they did get some damage, they're not going ahead advancing on it. They got their spot in zone, and they're just trying to hold on to it. You see the loot switch. That's respect between teammates as well.
Malibuca definitely understanding that there's a reason Thomas is known.
A Teo, brate, opet kažem, meni nije problem da ne streamujem FNCS i da, kako se zove, i da streamujemo do 2. Pozdrav, Vanja, ali eto, ljudi hoće da gledamo FNCS i ja hoću, zašto da ne gledamo, brate? Jeste, Josipe, da? Pa Davide dolazi za manje od mjesec dana, za 3 nedelje. Igra kvizi, samo nemoj sa velikim slovima, Vanja.
Now, Pink and Vico are actually in 29th place right now, so they're just dipping. They're getting out of there, of course, getting inside the territory of Cameron and Seti as well. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to make sure they're avoiding fights as much as possible because they've only got 2 games to make it happen.
With only 2 games left, you could see with Pink and Vico, they talked about it going down, but as all that happened, Merstash is now in a 1v2 position, trying to back up trying to do as much as he can to try to stay alive. That's Duke
Pozdrav,
edgy on the other
Macis,
side.
pozdrav,
He needs
Suki,
these
pozdrav,
points.
braćo.
It's a 2v1 situation, and Merstash is not backing down from the
Merstash
challenge.
tu fajta.
A nice shot, but that's going to be a miss. Merstash takes a little bit of damage, but he has more than enough heals to try to get himself into tip-top shape, and it's only really a matter of time. Duke and Edgy, if they realize that this man is a solo, that could be their opportunity to strike. At this stage in the game, with only 2 games left, you have to try to get as many points as possible. Even if you don't get in the top 25 here,
Ko je
you want
prvi?
to get yourself as close.
Prvi je Acorn.
The hesitation, though, is definitely not there as far as for Strokey and Kylie are concerned. They see a solo. They're ready to completely try and run him
Pa
down.
da, ali Teo,
Because it's going to be
da gasimo i to je
left to
loše,
fend
brat.
for himself here. A nice double elimination there, Strokey and Kylie. So the plan, clearly a success from their starting point.
Igra Kanada, da.
Good job getting that reboot ban so they could play the game.
Kenny je u top 35, ako se ne varam.
5 above the storm surge threshold. Alex and Worthy trying to take advantage of this opportunity that is right before their very eyes. Peeking around towards the backside of the zone, where they're trying to predict some other teams are trying to find a little spot, a little crevice, anything that they can hang on to. But as you saw on the mini-map, not too many teams are there. Acorn and Cole.
Smreki, ovo je u Kopenhagenu, Danska.
Into championship Sunday, but you know as well as I do, there's more than just money on the line. There's more than just the axe of
Jason je top 10.
best Fortnite duo in the world.
Kvizi i Veno su drugi.
Cold and Acorn came to do. Specifically Cold. He was at the invitational.
Idući kap, mislim sljedeći kap je petak, sljedeći petak. Duo Keška, to streamujemo, braću.
And Cammy and Seti, and he's out for redemption here as Merstash.
Koji game, četvrti?
He takes out Oak, is trying to keep the show alive.
Beka zbog toga što je jedan tim diskvalifikovan. Ako se ne varam.
Just from this position alone here at the Creaky compound. As a solo, Merstash is really gonna have to try and play things safe.
Mix up Monday možda? Vidjet ćemo ako bude i to streamujemo. Naravno.
But no, actually he can't afford to play safe because the surge
Pa
damage
nešto sam vidio za Bucke. Ne znam kako se čita. Ali ne znam s kim igra Bucke.
Managing to put himself into that safety net threshold. But he's looking to challenge for more.
That's just a daring play, very, very brave. But
Jevremović, brate, zbog toga što puno ljudi u maloj zoni. Do kada je live? Do 12?
He's willing to take those chances. He's willing to bet on himself. But since he didn't land a shot and didn't cover the distance, he just
Anele, jel moguć?
You said it yourself as well. He's just trying to find his way in towards the zone instead of waiting, letting time pass by, and having all those duos pass him and try to hold him out. I think that was a perfect play for him to try to find his spot inside of the zone. But a team that needs to not only find their spot into the zone, they need to find damage, and they need to start to build that groove. 77 below, continuously falling. They're taking some time to try to get some
Beka u
resources,
4.
but that's the decision you got to make. What's more important, Storm Surge or resources to try to survive?
Granted, there is kinetic ore available for King and Vaser to utilize, but unfortunate stuff there. It doesn't take them quite as far as they were hoping for, and now with that sound going off, seems as though teams on the hill have
Snipe.
beautiful shot though.
Jeste vidjeli vi ovo? Ovo je jedan od najboljih snajpera ikada koje sam vidio.
But they're still below on surge damage. Another shot like that though, and they might just be ahead.
Nope, luckily there on the tail end. Couple of shots go through, 65 above. They do get the knock, but chances for them to be able to take advantage might not.
Ovo je najbolji snajper ikada u FNCS-u bio. Bravo, svaka čast. Gledajte ovo.
And this is a replay of that shot. Just amazing coming out from King. While the pressure is on as well, he is one of the teams outside of that bubble that needs to put in that work.
And let that be a reminder, I think, for some of these teams, even if you have that height positioning, if you peek just a little bit too far, get a little bit too comfortable, well, a player like King, he'll make sure to take care of that for you.
Yeah, and a lot of these players, you know, they might lose sight of that suppressed sniper being in the game. They might forget, or they might be forced to peek to get the surge for themselves. And those are the opportunities we've been seeing all day. But danger.
A na pitanju kako ide kod te, brate? Jel je, Adriane?
For a team that's fighting for it.
Kvizi je drugi. A ne, živ je Kvizi. Adriane, brate, deboj to. U pozadini čujemo publiku. Pozdrav, nov, brate.
Cold and Acorn, when you know for a fact that you're already guaranteed that championship Sunday, like we just talked about, they could do essentially whatever they want, even if it means just completely running down some other teams. Yeah, again, Pink and Vico talked about it. They mentioned it. Edgy and Duke, though,
Jeste, živ je Kvizi. Pozdrav, Karki.
still looking to work together here. As all these teams continue to pile in, the Eclipse to stay the way the zone is pulling. Mildly unforgiving, given some of the water.
Hvala ti od srca, Chris. Puno znači. Hvala ti, Chris.
A little bounce pad junior trying to boost themselves to the front side of the zone. They don't want to be one of the
Hvala,
last
brat.
teams there.
Pozdrav, Mladen.
They will be in the back of the pack, but they instantly are trying to build for some elevation. They don't want to get stuck on that low ground, especially in this zone. That was what I was about to say.
Možda, Adriane.
A roller coaster of emotions. We're going up mountains. We're going across rivers. Anything can happen here. And they
Pozdrav, Ivane.
Duke's being forced back. A lot of
I, jao, braćo.
He's gonna get knocked. It's all up to Edgy, and their run comes to an end.
Acorn koji prvi je ubio Dukija. GG.
Acorn and Cold do not care. It doesn't
Pozdrav,
matter
Mladen.
who it is. As long as you appear in front of them as a target, they will look to
Mislim da je živ Trulex i Kvizi su živi. Odakle je Veno? Iz Velike Britanije, ako se ne varam.
Malabuka and Thomas, though,
Mislim da nema Andrej u
also
kapovima.
had a pretty solid day as well, Jacob. But again, this is definitely an instance where they could look to cement
Ko je
themselves.
prvi? Evo imate gore desnu tabelu. Acorn je prvi.
Trying to get that damage. Bro Bob goes down. But at least his teammate Axe Force is still alive, trying to grab them as many points as possible.
Baš mi je drago, brate, nov.
At least they're inside or out.
Srećan rođendan, da si zdrav i živ i više da gledaš stojku.
Secured, but you don't want to leave it up to a pro, but you don't want to leave it up to the judges. As you see,
Pozdrav za Lazara. Braćo, gledajte ovo.
Does he go back to back? There is no way. This man is on fire. I dare anybody on that stage to try to step in his path now, because he's looking
Tri snajpa.
trying to demolish anything in his way.
Look at
Jedan no scope.
the double suppressed sniper rifle. He's even got the sniper surplus augment to boot, and he is making fantastic work of it. But Strokey and Kylie, I am so sorry, but King.
Kako ovo?
actually, that's his turf.
You back a dog into a corner. This is exactly what
Ko je
is going
Tyson?
to
Top
happen.
10?
They realize the pressure that they're under. They realize what's
No
at stake.
scope sa 100 metara. Ne mogu da vjerujem.
They fall short.
FNCS.
Something anybody wants to stress about.
Najbolji ljudi na svijetu. On no scope lika od 100 metara. GG.
Another one of our teams that we've seen do great things throughout the year.
Pa brate, Chris, to je jako teško.
Even though that might not seem like a lot, but from what we've seen like from the lobby, there's a lot of teams that are around those similar numbers, but luckily for everybody, if it turns off for now.
Igra buga.
Even though it wasn't a far rotation with the bounce pad junior, it's just step by step. That's the way a lot of teams got to take it, just one foot in front of the other.
For Blaha and Mixon, it's certainly one tarp in front of the other.
Jeste,
They
Janko, da.
trying to make
Vidite
their
gdje
way
je Kami.
forward. Look at Kami and
Braćo.
Seth, though, all the way at
Najbolju
the
poziciju
very
imaju.
top of Eclipse's state. And this is
Evo gore desno, Daniele.
real estate if you are Kami and Seti. But it does seem as though they're going to have to disembark from this little throne that they've established for the time being, but not without laying some suppressive fire. So
Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce. Šta mislite, ko vina ovaj game? Za sada Kami i Seti su super.
26th place even down. So if you're outside of that bubble for now,
Jeste
this is
isko,
your
da.
chance to shine. This is your chance to pick up those points.
Mladen 17. A Buga je u top 30 ako se ne varam. Evo ga Buga. Kvizi. Ja mislim da King vina. Kami. Zbog pozicije. Vidjet ćemo.
But the best part is, Threats and Booga, they're at least still together as we enter this.
Baš mi je drago, Marine, uživaj. Moneymaker igra sutra, braćo, sutra opet gledamo FNCS, da znate.
as far as solo clutch circumstances are concerned, and they just haven't really been able to bring anything to fruition because of that.
Pozdrav, hvala na pitanju. Kako ste vi? Evo gledamo FNCS.
So many other teams surrounding them. Sometimes it can be really difficult to tell just
Nemoj to
which
žarko, brate.
direction your builds are actually getting targeted from.
They survived the off-spawn battle between Acorn and Cold. This is their
Ovo je predzadnji game. Igra se 5 gameova, ovo je četvrt. Nekris. Šta rade oni ovoliko visoko, braćo? Gledajte ovo. Ali dobro, imaju roket, kilaju. Koliko visoko su Kami? Koji si rank? Unreal?
Thomas Malabuka bypassing everybody else. They're trying to stay to the front side of the zone, looking back only when they have to. They have their eyes set on the prize for now.
Hvala, Pascal.
Everybody realizes just how far up Cammy and Seti are. Vico, he needed a refresh instead. He'll find himself waiting for game number 5 to begin. As Seti, Cammy, we see Seti up so right now with the rocket grab. Who he comes crashing down on is another story to be decided because Yamzo and Rise, they're under fire right now. Yamzo's gonna drop all the way to the water. Realizes, tries to escape, but not able to.
Mladen vajde s Acom.
Blaha instead, the only ones seemingly able to continue pressing forward in this mid-low ground layer.
4 solos running around this lot.
Kvizi je na haju, braćo.
Kvizi and Vino again. These guys are impressive, consistently finding a way to go for that high ground. Just a test here, just like in the first game.
Pa bit će rank, kad odgledamo FNCS.
Another elimination being found by Malabuka. Their total
Čujemo publiku u pozadini.
12 teams remain. These are the points that they were looking for. They started this game in 23rd place. This game alone, if they come out on top, could qualify them to Championship Sunday, but the fight continues. Cold and Acorn just trying to tear everybody down, even if that means it's their NA counter.
Acorn i Cold koji su vinili prošli game, pop-offaju, braćo.
It's play disruptor on the low ground layers.
Seti ide na high. Seti je uzo high.
Because Queasy and Veno, they're no longer here. At some point, they winded up falling. Queasy himself potentially eliminated from
FNCS traje do 9.
We're seeing everyone below, Cammy and Seti, just doing what they can.
Thomas ima najbolju loot. Jedan splash, 6 minija.
Yep. Cammy gets another one on to
Kami je uzo kill.
as a solo. Another player is going to drop. Sphinx and Pollo, who absolutely came out of nowhere on the NA region to claim their spot here in Major 2, but they don't want just the spot. They want
Seti je pao, Thomas je uzo kill, Thomas uzo high. Da li će uspjeti Thomas da vin ovo? Acorn je pao. Publika je u pozadini. Kami je ostao solo. Koristi Medmist. Veno je dead. 2 na 2. Thomas protiv Poloa. Thomas je dead. I Polo.
What a massive comeback though from Pollo and Sphinx. I mean 12 eliminations. Given that they were in such a dire position heading into this match, that is a massive point swing here, Jacob. That might just be enough to even make them surface in our top 25.
And they might have snatched away the single game
GG.
elimination record, but I'm gonna let Frankie talk about that because there she is on stage with our winners.
Pozdrav za Kirila. GG, braćo. A prvi je Acorn zbog toga što je bio treći, tako nešto u ovom gameu. Chris, ovo je prezadnji. Ima još jedan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a man of few words. He is a man of few words. He was so what, sorry?
He was so loud.
He was incredibly loud. To be honest, I felt like I could hear him backstage. So for you, how has the day been so far? Now you've got your victory royale as well.
Yeah, it's been 2-1 off spawn. I think we're at the bottom of the leaderboard, but I think we'll be near qual range now.
Hopefully, we will take a look at the leaderboard shortly. I love this. You're a man of so many words.
A Smreki danas i sutra se igra. I nedelja FNCS. Jeste, Žarko? Beka 1.
It's really laggy. It's really laggy. I mean, these servers are
are atrocious, but you know, we're making it work.
Well, you know what? Everyone is in the same boat, and it's fantastic to see you guys doing so well. As you say, 2-1. Are you going to make it 3-1 now?
I mean, that's the only option.
It is the only option. Hopefully you are closer to qualifying for Sunday. If not, you'll get to play again tomorrow, and you'll get to show why NA is potentially...
Finale je nedelja.
What would you say it is already?
Igra s Mreki, ali sutra on igra.
Of course, he's a little bit
Nemoj sa velikim slovima,
I
Mladen.
know you're a man of few words, but give me one more. What's it like to play in Copenhagen?
It's different. It's not the same as at home.
That's the most words, and I loved it. Thank you so much. Congratulations, everyone. Sphinx and Boyo!
Well, Evan. NA on top. What do you have to say now?
Look, I just want to say, I love how like.
Za 8 minuta kreće zadnji game, braćo.
All he's thinking is like, can Sphinx just stop talking? He's talking too much. Like, can you just pipe down a bit, mate. You know, like that's his only concern about that game.
Jeste, da, Spreki.
After that, you know, Thomas HD and Malibuku.
Ne, Fari se mislim da ne.
Crowd was getting loud. When Sphinx win the game, everyone's just like, what did we just watch? Like the shots. Sphinx and Boy were just hitting at the end there, Vivid. Insane.
From the low ground as well, and yeah, I mean, you got to give the positional advantage there 100% to Thomas, HD.
Ko je prvi? Hoćete da vam pokažem tabelu, braćo?
The shots, like you mentioned,
Vanja, 500.000 eura.
I give my respect to Acorn and Cold because usually they're so good on the low.
Evo tabelu, braćo. Colke danas, sutra i nedelja je FNCS. Buga, sad ćemo da nađemo Bugu. Buga je 34. Da, 34. Nemoj to, Moki. To je to. Peterbot igra sutra. To je to, braćo. Za sada je... Za sada su super, Veno. Za sada su super, Veno. Drugi su, ali ne trebaju ni... trebaju biti samo top 25, a top 25 je 68 poena. Za kval će biti 92, tako da nije nikakav problem. Oni su već kvalili za sutra. Quizy je drugi, Tayson je u top 15. Gabi, Trulex je u top 20. Pa tako nešto, Anele.
I'm looking towards 10th place right now. Thomas, HD, and
Moki ne. Sutra ne igraju Quizy. Ako sad hvalaju, igraju nedelju.
Yeah, they were going crazy, right? You know, I think we all talked about how they needed to start to step it up.
Pa da, top 15, Anele.
Malibuku and Thomas started to cook. And I think we know them
Pozdrav, Dalibor.
Individual players. But when they start doing things like this, Thomas going up on height, he doesn't care who's there. He just knows he wants it, and they take it so well. Of course, his point and Sphinx win the game, and they sort of shut them up with a really
Pa da, Moki, ali napisao si samo još sutra da hvalaju. Sutra neće igrat. Oni su hvalili u finals, brate. Tek sada, u finalsu su.
Because if they had materials, it feels like that's an easy closeout, right? But they're kind of put in this situation where Poyo and Sphinx, on the low ground of all things, they have materials, they have the angles. You're sitting there like a fish in a barrel, like, yep, we're going to jump down. You've got your angles. We hope we'll hit ours.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you go up for high ground right, we saw them, they had to go ahead and contest the high ground right when they got the eliminations. It takes a lot of materials to go ahead and actually build up there. You have to make sure that all of your builds kind of stay supported and stuff like that. So that's probably why they were out of materials. And then not to mention Pollo and Sphinx just picking up so many eliminations.
Braćo, znate šta? Sada su bili tu zajedno Kanada i Thomas Hade koji se kontestaju. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Top 25, Daniel. Jeste, Colke? Za 3,5 minuta kreće sljedeći game, braćo.
And, you know, I got to mention it, right? That Thomas HD Malibuka clutch all spawn. Malibuka with the 1v2. Actually, all
Ko je prvi? Prvi je Acorn.
Because throughout this chapter,
Samo
Malibuka and
sekund.
Thomas, they have done
Evo
that
ga.
7 times where one of them have gone down early and they've clutched it up.
No easy feat, especially when you look at the competition.
Braćo, izvolite link, uđite na naš Discord server ko nije.
I've faced much better competition off spawn than Canada and Ages, right? So I'm used to doing this. And if he's able to 1v2 against players like that, they'll be confident they can 1v2 against Canada and Ages as well. So really good to see that happen. Like you said, the 2 clutches for them in that game.
You guys talk about Thomas HD, and I'm thinking Thomas HD, probably one of the best snipers in the world. Then I kind of flash back to mid-game. I want to just quickly highlight King with 2 of the back-to-back most disgusting...
Pozdrav Slepane, prvi Acorn.
Unbelievable. King
Moki 35.000. Pozdrav Dark Lace. Ne vidim pitanje, Dori. Nije ti se pokazala poruka. Pa Gabi Vajda.
King sitting everybody down. You were saying it during the game, right? They were 200 down below Surge, and then a couple minutes later, they're 600 above. That's ridiculous, all from his snipes alone.
Those shots were absolutely clutch for sure. But now let's talk about the clutch that is necessary for teams that are in the bubble.
That's right, 25. The top 25 will go
Da,
on
Moki.
Sunday. Take a look right now. M. Sherry and Root
Slepane, Quiz je drugi, Trulex je top 20.
Going into these next games. Just take a look at some of the names, even just down there in 30th, right? Cooper and Miro right there on the bubble. Kitos and PHDN as well. But as we've seen, it just takes one good game, and you can just change everything. Now, even look at 31st, Podesai and Snazy. M8, y'all out there? Yo, Snazy and Podesai?
They're asleep, man.
There they are. Y'all can hear them in the crowd. They're going crazy. But even someone like Booga and...
Pa je naravno da da, Urkel, naravno da da. Na Twitchu, Colke? Pa teško, Mladen.
But they really need to come online here in this last game.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we are at the Global Championship, right? Let's talk about regional representation in that top 5 or top 25 right now. EU, there are currently 13 duos. NA currently has 8 duos, and then 1 per each of the regions in OCE, Brazil, Middle East, and Asia. So that is currently...
Ovdje, brate, opet kažem, to se i na početku pričalo u intervjuu kad su ljudi pričali. Nije isto, brate, kad igraju svi serveri na jednom serveru, svi zajedno, i drugačije kad igraš na jednom serveru. Ja ne podcenjujem Kanadu. Kanada je brutalan igrač, vino je FNCS, ali EU playeri, Europa je mnogo bolje i mnogo teško, brate, razumeš? I to je rekao lepo i Tomas na početku. Tu smo mi mnogo bolji. EU su mnogo bolji od NAIST. I upravo je bio, brate. To je od uvek tako bilo da su EU bolji od NAIST. EU je najbolji server i najteži. I zato, na primjer, Quizy vi na FNCS na Europi i vi na FNCS Invitational. Zbog toga što je Europa najteži server i tu je Quizy najbolji. I zato je Quizy na Invitationalu prvi, razumete? Tako da... Poštujem opet sve, braćo, ja pričam, a ja nisam nikad, možda nikad neću ni igrat drugu rundu, kamoli Grands, ali ja pričam moje mišljenje, ne kažem, ne uspoređujem se ja s njim, oni su brutalni, ja sam fan njima, naprimjer, Ritu i njima, ja sam fan, ali kažem kako je, razumete? Pa da, Ogi, ali Quizy, Thomas Hade su 10 puta bolji od Peter Bota i njih.
I mean, listen, you know, NA
Razumeš?
just find themselves out there. I'm very happy to see.
I to se pokazuje, evo. U top 10 su 7 timova iz Europe, brate, razumeš?
Out of the competition so far. This is the upper bracket. Let's break it down by the numbers. Currently, as we look at this list. Okay, most eliminations. Here we go. Acorn and Cold, that's not surprising.
Evo ko ima najviše eliminacija, braćo.
It makes sense. Queasy and Veno.
Pa nadamo se, ceha.
Do you guys feel like this is the level of aggression we
Mr. Sević igra sutra.
coming into day number 1 of the competition?
Sutra isto streamujemo FNCS, braćo, gledamo zajedno.
Yeah, I'd say, right? I think, especially seeing those two teams there is great for me in terms of Acorn and Cold, you know, Queasy, Vino. I look at Vino, I look at Cold as individuals throughout the year. They were the two players I think were going head to head for, you know, best player in the world a lot of the year. And so to see them up there in terms of eliminations just makes sense.
You'll love to see it. Guess what?
Žarko 4.
It is time. The last game of the day here in the upper
Pa Mikla igra se dan 1, dan 2, Opens i nedelja je Finals.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Vivid, and 11 for
Braćo,
all the
kreće
insights
game
on the
za
analyst
30
desk,
sekundi,
but
zadnji
our
game.
final game of
Sutra,
today's
novke.
upper bracket, match number 5 is just on the horizon. We've seen so many teams now in that 26th to 50th position trying to escalate themselves into the top 25 so that they don't have to worry about tomorrow's lower bracket matches, Jacob. They want to make sure that they are already guaranteed for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and if you look
Ne,
at
Mikla.
that leaderboard, as our analyst broke it
Pozdrav,
down,
Streksi.
some teams, they just have to do
Prvi
their
na
minimum.
tabeli je
Other
Acorn,
teams,
braćo.
They need a top placement, and then
Jeste,
some
Žarko, da.
teams need a win and you're in scenario. And I just want to go ahead and talk about Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka. Thomas and Malabuka have, you know, narrowly clinched their spot. You saw them into the top 10. Kanata and Aegis around 39th place. They're one of the teams I'm talking about, a top 10 finish, but they have to be able to survive that off-spawn battle, which hasn't really been going their way today.
Even just now, we saw the collection of players
Queasy je drugi.
outside of where Queasy and Veno are sitting. I mean, it was Threats. We also saw Kanata there, and the conversation that he looked like he was having with Thomas, you know, maybe he's like, hey, man, chill on me at that Drift Ridge, because this 50-50 is not the kind of 50-50 that Kanata and Aegis were hoping for.
Braćo, bacite like, još jedan like do 190, da vidimo ko će biti 190 like.
The fact that Kanata and Agers, I mean, coming out of being recent FNCS champions from Major 3, I'm sure they have it in them to make the comeback.
Yeah, and I think Poyo and Sphinx
Evo ga
from
Buga.
NA have really shown. And one thing I want to talk about is when the regions were separated, when we had NA East, when we had NA West, nobody gave NA West a single chance. Even myself said it might take a month. It might take a major for them to get in that groove, but there are a number of not only NA teams, but these NA players boosting to the top of the leaderboard that we could see on Championship Sunday. And then obviously,
Hvala puno, braćo, svima koji ste lajkali, hvala.
towards the top side of that leaderboard as well. Cold and Acorn, and I want to talk about them just a little bit as well. You know, you saw Pink and Vico, but we're going to see them here again because the battle bus is ready. Let's get this last and final game underway.
Ne, Mićo. Pa Daniele, stvarno ne znam. Kreće posljednji game, braćo. Kreće zadnji game.
So far of matches containing our 50 teams here in the upper bracket. Some of the strongest teams even from their respective regions, but only 25 can actually break through and guarantee themselves.
Sutra će biti zanimljivije. Pa vidjet ćemo, brate, i sutra streamujemo. Tako da...
A handful of them in the top 10 feeling relatively safe, but the relief can't come quick enough for those teams just outside the top
Odavno,
25.
Dori?
I can count at the top of my head at least 3 of these off-spawn battles that would decide if a team goes towards the lower bracket or at least gives themselves a chance to get to that top 25 to earn that Championship Sunday.
Jeste, Viktor.
And this is going to be one of them. Malabuka and Thomas, Agers and Ganada, and judging by their elevation, it is
Ma
on.
ne, Moki. Da vidimo da li će Thomas preživjeti land.
On the punch though, Agers and Kanata quicker as far as the drop is concerned. Opening of the chest, but it's a tactical DMR here that Kanata's got to work with, trying to break Thomas's initial builds. Agers gonna follow it up with the Maven Auto. That's gonna be Thomas down for the count. 1 knock already. Agers taking full advantage.
Sutra igraju ostali beka, kao što je Moneymaker, Mr. Sević i tako dalje.
Yeah, basically gave himself, you know, a full loadout minus the heals, and you see Malabuka now on the run, grabs that slurp truck, and now he has decisions to make. Do I try to fight the 2v1 while I have the underhand, or do I go ahead and try to disengage and just already see it on the mini map? He's just trying to survive, even though they
GG, Daniele.
battle. They know they have their spot secured, so now it's just for bragging rights.
Extremely unlikely that we see Malibuka
Pa da, smreki. Siphon.
to lap back anytime
Treba se
soon
vratiti.
here at the racetrack. He knows that it's going to take some time.
Opet je mali buca ostao solo, braćo.
Clear this area out, and if he wants to
Beka zbog toga što su custom accounti. Evo gore desno možete da vidite tabelu. Mikla svi uzimaju pare. Naprimer, u finalsima budeš posljednji i uzu si pare. Čujemo publiku u pozadini.
Mixing goes down. That's not only important points for Booga and Threads, that's a Storm Surge to really give themselves a little bit of a cushion because we know that's not going to be enough.
Jeste, Gabi?
One of our off-spawn battles that are paramount for our team success. King and Phaser, Cowgamer 7-man. Shots are
Mikla,
Phaser's going to quickly
50 timova.
He doesn't want to give up too much. He wants a chance to heal.
Što?
He has
Lucky?
spots, and if King can get to him,
Mali buce u top 10.
But even with the vault card, Phaser, he can't charge into it just yet unless Gamer and 7-man have it in their best interest to just prioritize that, but King applying a little bit of pressure here.
Braćo, izvolite link. Ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, uđite. Trulex i Čiću su top 20. A Quiz je drugi. Mikla, to nisam siguran. Pa Beka, brate, slušajte me sad, braćo moja. Danas igra 50 timova. Sutra igra 50 timova. Od njih 50, danas Hvala top 25, sutra Hvala top 25, to je 50 timova. I tih 50 timova igra u finals, to je 100 ljudi. To je to. Mi ću da budeš jedan od najboljih playera na svetu u Fortniteu. Nisi, brate, nemoj to.
And Stain and Data's though holding their own. What a way to represent Asia though. I mean, we talk all the time ever since the Invitational really where we saw some of the potential, I think, from Asia's fraggers. And so Data's and Stain looking to try and follow that up as much as possible. They have been going toe-to-toe here with Cammy and Seti. And granted, Frenzy Fields hasn't necessarily always gone their way, but it's definitely made a little bit of an impact against Seti and Cammy because they had to go nuclear basically the last two matches to play catch up.
Pa vajda, Viktor. Au, ne znam, Beka, mislim sa Ken Binsom. Nisam siguran. To ne znam, Gabi. Mikla, mislim da, pošto je ovo opens. Šta misli Stojka kako će proći ovaj game? Jeste Strex igra trenutno? Kako će proći ovaj game? Ne znam, brate, možda da vina kvizi, ne znam. Jeste Buga igra sad? Aha, u redu, Lucky. Tako su meni rekli ljudi, pošto ja ne pratim toliko, brate. Evo gore desnu tabelu. Kad je počelo? U 4? Ovo je zadnji game, da? Da, vidjet ću nakon streama. Hvala ti, Đorđe, još jednom. Hvala puno. Nemoj to, Lucky.
But it all really comes down here if they want to actually fight it because Anon looks like he's disengaging. He doesn't want to get trapped between both Vino and Queasy.
This is a very risky team to try and tango with when your position in that top 25 is on the line here. Suns and Anon, they cannot afford to get eliminated.
Hvala ti, Mirto. Je se trofej dobija u nedjelju? Jeste, braćo. Danas gledamo FNCS. Sutra gledamo FNCS i nedjelja gledamo Finals.
I got a Maven.
Da čujemo kako su isfajtali Kanada.
I'm running. He's on my right. Yeah, run at him. 20 white. Kill him. 40 white, 40 white, 40 white. Nice. Other one's at the hut. He's at the hut. He's at red hut.
Get the finish.
They're dead.
Nice. We need a cam, bro.
He's running. He's running back. He's just running to rise. He's trying to not give us the kill points.
He's at the hut right now. 9 damage? No, he ran, bro. We just camped the card. He's a great...
See a lot go down in that listen-in. The great teamwork, the great chemistry.
Strexi, to je mnogo teško, brate.
They're gonna camp that card so that way Malibuka can't come back and get it safely.
Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, Đorđe? Hvala ti, brate. Evo gore desno možete da vidite tabelu.
From the storm, but just a sliver of HP. You gotta imagine as it continues to pop low. Yeah, I was gonna say a med kit's probably getting popped.
Žarko, ne znam, vajda nije.
He's just trying to hound.
Ne, nije, evo ih. Quizy i Venus tu.
Suns and Anon gotta figure out what they're going to do because they're just getting followed right now by Quizy and Venom.
And Ken, that's definitely not the team that you want trailing behind you. Because just like that, Quizy's gonna give some quick reminders of what he's capable of.
Urkela, hvala, ali to je preteško, brate, to je preteško. Naravno da ne, Beka.
Gotta deal with Baka and Pars and again, such an impressive day.
Like i uvijek pomerim kameru kada se pokaže nešto. Koliko ih hvala, top 25, mislim 25 timova hvala.
In numerous situations. And I would expect to be all the same here. And Kanada and Agers, even though Racetrack might have...
Žarko, to trebaš da vidiš dole levo. Evo vidiš, sad je Agers tu, ali vidiš dole levo Diginat, Dignitas kan nokanje.
To be eliminate collected and they went from wanting to camp Thomas's reboot card to now Agers potentially having to worry about whether or not they...
Braćo, bacite like. Idemo na 200 lajkova, bacite like, braćo.
Agers and Kanada, the duo that needs at minimum a top
Pozdrav, Niko.
in this game.
Pa nadamo se, Vegzi. Jeste Dorek, nakon FNCS-a ćemo igrat rank.
Baka gets the piece control away from Teeny. Not really let him get any footing in this round. The real estate here and that piece control is going to be important. And another shot getting
da li će preživjeti?
Baka just playing a game of peekaboo. It's working out.
Šta je ovo? Obojica su se misala.
Comes to an end eventually, and Baka takes a massive shot. The thing here, it doesn't matter where he's at, because he goes down, and the only place he's going to be is back to the lobby.
Naravno da, Beka.
That was a huge shot here for Teeny, but it's not over just yet. Bryce and Chubbs now deciding to join the fray. Teeny gonna look to see if he can find an escape route somehow, or at least an opportunity to get this revive going off onto Misha and Chubbs, Bryce. They don't seem like they're aware just how far back Teeny and Misha actually are. So a successful revive does.
Ne znam da li je živ Quizy.
A 2v2 potential situation here, but again, Misha and Teeny bound to be relatively low on resources after that last engagement.
You got to imagine it to be true. That's
Trixie nemam.
Give his teammate some time to try to heal up. First is going to be the med kit. Now it's going to be the shields, and the forecast tower hasn't even been taken yet. That's what they were originally fighting over, and that's probably what drawed Bryce and Chubbs over to this direction, but they don't know that he was weak necessarily. So for them, they're just trying to play the game. They're outside of that top 25. They want to give themselves a fighting chance to get towards that championship Sunday and not really fight towards that Saturday. As we tune on to Agers.
Mislim da je Buga živ.
And bypass everything. Let's go ahead and go and listen
Trixie na tastaturi.
I mean, when he gets in, I'll be able to see him and just run. 30-60 on him. Nice. I got headshot sniped through the bush.
Jel moguće? Kanada je dobio headshot snipe bush od Omza. Ja ne znam kako. Kanada je bio u bushu i on ga je snajpao. GG.
Actually just a monster for that one. I mean, and if you're in Kanada's position as well, sometimes it is what it is. But Yamzo, he's got a lot more to deal with.
Buce su pali.
Being a little lackadaisical in the rotation, quickly reminded that there's still other players waiting around in this lobby for him.
And you can see towards the mini-map, we're on kind of edge of zone towards the southeastern side, and that's where a lot of these caches will spawn either south towards the east, where a lot of these teams are congested at. Just judging by the lack of the slurp juice, they haven't grabbed theirs.
Ne razumem Mikla, zavisi kakav je kap, brate, zavisi kakvi su placementi i tako dalje.
Dangers there, just a little bit. You can see that they have not too many teams nearby as we see the other side of what went down.
Replay. Ja ne mogu da vjerujem kako ljudi snajpaju.
He is just on fire. He's feeling it. Look at the confidence.
Can't blame him at this point. It's just
Mikla isto kao na duo cash cupu, samo što tu eliminacija daje 4. Ne znam Bugatti.
Fortunately for Aegis and Kanata, they're still going to be able to play things out as a duo. Successful reboot ban there for Aegis.
Pa brate, Moki,
Got a handful of slash splashes left to work through, so it's seeming as though the dream is still alive for Aegis and Kanata.
For now, at the very least, but sometimes those are the wake-up calls you need, especially when you know it's our 5th and final game of the day. And while they're facing all that madness on that side of the map, Bugha and Threats sticking to what they know works, which is those slow transitions. They found themselves towards the top side of the zone and kind of just looking. There's not too many teams in their mini-map. And if you look even further, there's only about 3 teams directly in front of them. So they got themselves a safe spot as long as they continue to pull that zone. And my only question, Taco, is going to be how much surge do they have? Because if they're on the slow side, there's not going to be many opportunities to grab it.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up, because with only 1 elimination, and from what we've been seeing consistently throughout today, there have been circumstances where teams have had several or more eliminations and still found themselves just barely above that surge damage threshold. So if Bugha and
pročitao sam, Moki.
rotations, yeah, you might
King, evo ga. Sad nema snajper kao prošli put da snajpa. Prošli put je no scope, 2 puta snajpo, ne mogu da vjerujem. Colt je pao. I Acorn klačo. Ljudi koji su prvi na tabeli su klačali.
It comes to an end yet again, and Pink and Vico outside of that top 25. So I think Cold and Acorn
Šta se desilo, Lazare? Pa da, Mikla.
They're actually in 20.
Pa da, Moki. Pa dobro, i ljudi drugi žele, brate. Pa Farise, vidjet ćemo, brate, ništa neću pričati. Zajedno čekamo novu Fortnite sezonu, zajedno čekamo novi chapter. Bacite like, bacite subscribe. Uđite na naš Discord server, ko nije, izvolite link. I kod Stojka u shopu, braćo, ako kupujete nešto iz shopa. Ima Moki, da. Nemoj to, Lazare.
As far as the points are concerned, it does not leave you in a guaranteed position. There are ample teams that could look to leapfrog over you
Evo controller.
if you aren't careful. So we'll definitely keep that in mind and continue trying to be as methodical as possible with their movements.
Yeah, you can basically see the tail end of that top 25. Pink and Vinko down 74. Batman, Bugha, and Rapid 80. The points continue to climb the more you go up.
Ja sam danas kupio Starvan sa tvojim sacom. Puno znači. Hvala ti, Viktor. Hvala, brate. Hvala puno.
Spotted out by himself, and Shari and Rue, they have a chance to sneak up. Snazy's all by himself. Podesai, we already saw him go down earlier on in the game. The strike from above, the sneak attack, and it's worked to perfection. And Shari and Rue, they get that elimination, and that's
Mikla.
huge because they were
15 poena za Island, 3 poena za Forecast. Veno je pao, braćo.
68 points. Now you can kind of count them up, 72, but they still haven't passed up Pink and Vico at 74 points.
Snazy was just so focused on teams that weren't on that Rift Island. He had no clue that those two were sneaking up behind him. The ultimate crouch maneuver, essentially, all the way up until they had their precise moment to pounce onto Snazy. And that's big as well for Mshari and Rue, because again, another team just barely managing to hang on to that top 25 threshold. They are currently 25th and looking to go higher.
Yeah, and this is a team, you know, Major won, they became champions. They stayed towards the top of leaderboards in duo cash cups, in FNCSs. They're just trying to continue to mimic that, just like Cooper and Miro, who are almost not even duoing this season. It was left to a coin flip of all things. And what a coin flip it was.
1300, braćo, above.
Maybe framed it on a wall.
One would think, but I guess it maybe depends on how this weekend goes possibly for the duo. Regardless, they've done an excellent job as a team, but more importantly still, their placements, you saw it jump just a little bit. Part of that due to the fact that Cooper able to find a really nice elimination here, and this is a massive one as well. A good shutdown onto Cold essentially.
Raskazanje.
Huge for Cooper and Miro because they have had some problems in their rotations dealing with some of these teams that are already guaranteed to be participants of our championship Sunday. So knowing that Cooper was able to find that elimination on the Cold, it just makes the rotation all that easier.
It probably builds a little bit of confidence too, because even though they went down and they got their spot on Sunday,
Zorane je, brate.
they're going to finish first.
Mislim, nisam siguran.
More than likely with how they've been playing, and when you see Cold go down, when you see Acorn go down,
Svizi uzvišnik pisi. Ne, nije.
It's like a sigh of relief.
Nije, Quiz je pao.
In the lobby that I have to go through towards the very end.
I mean, 3 out of 5 teams in our top 5
Pa Moki, brate,
are just not.
to se nikad ne zna, nikad ne možeš znati.
Only Cammy and Seti and Ritual and Reed, but again, the point difference so high. These guys can essentially choose exactly how they want to wrap things up for today.
Evo ga Buga.
Meanwhile, Buga doesn't get that same luxury. Buga and Threats have to be on their A game.
Yeah, it's going to be a must. 44 points. We saw the threshold around 72 points. Thinking about 28 points to try to get inside of that bubble.
Moki, brate, on je zaradio, prodao jedan ključ i zaradio 1,7 miliona u jednoj igrici. Pre neki dan je uzeo 2 miliona za mjesec dana. Zaslužio je. Razumeš? Trixie uzvišnik mouse. Ne, Viktor igraju custom accounte.
Of going deeper into the zone, they got themselves the edge for a team like this with 329 above the damage threshold. That's just going to be enough for now.
Considering that Agers had to
Kakav ključ Stojka? Pa u jednoj igrici je ključ prodao i uzeo 1,7 miliona. Pre 2-3 nedelje je zaradio 2 miliona za mjesec dana od nečega, od neki biznis, tako da. Razumeš? Beka ne znam. Da zaradiš u mjesec dana 2 miliona od Fortnite-a. Toliko Tayson nema koji je najbolji igrač u Fortnite-u zarađeno. Razumete, braćo? Mongrel je to zaslužio i to je to. Ko je uzeo 2 miliona? Mongrel? Mislim, nije uzeo, zaradio je. Pozdrav, Leone. Pa nadamo se, Gabi. Hvala ti, Moki, hvala, brate. Dobro, evo ga King, koji je uspio snajpat, kao što sam rekao, i no scopat.
Your primary concern is going to be, well, depending on where those other teams are situated, depending on where they're positioned, they might be able to cut me off entirely. And that's exactly what King and Phasor are trying to avoid. They're trying to make their way to zone as quickly as possible so that they can be the ones controlling the way the lobby actually flows.
Yeah, they don't want to get held out. They want to do the holding. They're rotating parallel to both Muzz and Paper, a team that is inside of the top 25. I wouldn't say they're as safe as can be. Anything could still happen.
Laki kad moram, kad je dan za viewing party. Hvala od srca, Moki, ako Bog da, brate, ako Bog da. Ne razumem šta je Mongrel uradio da je dobio 2 miliona. Pa, brate, biznis. Mongrel radi biznis. King, mislim od teammatea King će probat plaćat sad, teammate mu je pao. Ovo će biti teško, ovo će biti teško. Ne znam ka neki šta je, brate, samo znam da je zaradio za mjesec dana $2 miliona.
threshold tags.
Dobro, King je preživio.
But still, it is tough stuff right now for King.
Yeah, if it wasn't Trulex and Chicho on the other side, it's Storm Surge. They're below the threshold. Even with the
Da, bio je bug neki sa slurpom. Anele Mongrel. Hvala od srca, hvala ti, Marko. Pali su, Bera.
Being able to pick up a massive amount of points, a huge amount of clutches. We saw Agers do it in their major championship run. Now it's Kanada's turn to pick up the
Anele, to. Što se tiče 2 miliona, rekao sam već. Tu nema ni katane, ni rakete, ni metla. Ne, ima raketu samo. Katanu i metlu nema. Da, Miklo, da. I još nisu krenuli. Još 2 tima treba da padnu.
Nicely Breacher in tow. Breaking through the floors of some of these builds and just hoping that there is not a full team on the other side of it, because you're looking at a 1v1 with not a decent chance, but 2 versus 1 situations is tough for any player to.
King je preživio, braćo. Nakon tolikog velikog server spreja preživio je. Jeste, metla je najbolja rotacija.
Placement points haven't even begun to kick in yet. That puts a lot of pressure on the King. He's already survived Storm Surge once. He has the slurp.
Da, smreki. Slažem se, brate. Metla je mnogo bolja nego rakete, iskreno.
There's a bit of loot. I thought I saw the tip of a big pot down there as well, which will be crucial for his survival. He finally looks down. There's a med mist as well. He found a treasure trove and a miracle to keep himself alive. But he knows he needs to go. He knows he needs to
pozdrav Stefane, ovo je zadnji game, brate.
But a nice shot from the backside. King forced to stabilize himself.
FNCS traje još 10 minuta.
Again, right now, it seems the King, he's trying to prioritize positioning, just hoping that some other team, some other solo gets eliminated first, and that could potentially put him to where he actually isn't below that search threshold. But Kanada right now, just barely clinging on, but it won't be enough. Finally finds himself eliminated from the
Nije Žarko.
Unfortunate run there for Kanada and Agers in our final game of the day.
Yeah, at least he got
Evo ga, Striker.
on the big stage, because he's going to have to go again tomorrow against our last chance major teams, Zaxidus.
Da li će Buga uspeti da hvala? Napišite u chatu, braćo. Pali mu jako malo. Mislim, jako malo. Mora vinat. Htio sam da kažem da je jako blizu. I ima šanse.
Both Alex and Worthy as well. A lot of damage being done here by Storm Surge, not even these players.
We're seeing so many teams, though, struggling with Storm Surge, but for Buga and Threats, they were over 800 damage above. They can focus entirely on how they choose to actually tarp through some of these congested layers, and right now, Miro forced into a solo position, won't have any sort of time to try and help out Cooper in the process. We are simply too deep into these moving zones at this point. Is now
Lavić mora da vina da bi hvalao igra. Bacite like, braćo, što više lajkova, više šanse da Buga hvala.
Miro trying to see if he can find an opening from the backside of the zone. Nutty from the side though. Clean shot onto 7-man.
Med misplay, mislim medkit. Ništa. Jel Buga živ? Evo ga Buga. Mora vinati. Buga moraš u zonu. Ne.
Just barely there. No, Buga actually going to find himself trapped.
A možda hvala.
He won't be able to make it in time, and the knock from that surge damage, that's so tough for the Storm, is going to be his only.
Živ je teammate od Buge.
But Threats still up. Threats still trying to move forward. Doesn't have much left in the med mist though. Needs to find a refresh at this point.
10 ljudi, 5 timova.
100% necessary, but these points that he's grabbing here, staying alive, 7 eliminations as well. This could be enough.
Mislim da Buga ima šanse za kval. Ako uzme top 2 njegov teammate. Elomzo je gora na haju.
It's Yamzo and Rise that are trying to take this last and final game of the day. A few teams actually that are stuck down low.
Evo ga Čičo. Da li će Čičo kvalati?
Chulex and Chicho, they probably already got their spot, but Threats does it yet again. Another elimination.
Braćo, Buga je kvalao, da znate. Buga je kvalao.
He didn't find any sort of white heals which he needed. Granted, it might not be necessary. Almost found the closing shot there onto Rise, but with the Yamzo there to back him up, it's no problem whatsoever. And we are seeing one of NA's finest.
I Kviz je kvalao.
I'd call them one of the most dangerous teams coming into the global championship. It may have taken them some time to heat up, but they have finally
Ne Stefane,
won the game.
nedelja je finals.
And I want to go ahead and hear exactly what they have to say, so I'm going to throw it over to Frankie to let us know how they're feeling in this moment.
I'm between the danger duo and what a day it's been.
Ne znam Trulex da li je kvalao, braćo.
In Sunday's grand final was inevitable, but how
Sad ćemo da vidimo da li je Trulex kvalao. Sad ću da vidim da li je kvalao Trulex. Trulex kvalao. 7. na tabeli. Od Balkanaca su kvalali Kvizi, Trulex, Čičo, Mali Buca živi u Srbiji, ali nije Balkanac. On je isto kvalao. I Teni je kvalao. Nisu kvalali ovi ljudi svi dole koje vidite, braću. Nije kvalao FNCS winner. Kanada. To je to. A ne znam gdje je Tayson, nisam vidio Taysona. I Tayson je kvalo, nisam vidio njega. GG. Idemo da se malo zagrijemo, braćo, i igramo rank. Jel može? 5 minuta da se malo zagrijem. Da znate, sutra opet gledamo FNCS. Ne, stavit ću private. Hoću da prebuildam. GG. Samo, evo ga. To je to. I ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, braćo, nemojte da zaboravite da uđete, izvolite link. Pa nećemo du rank, Ahmox, brate. Mislim, možda ćemo kasnije. Novke, sad ću da vidim kad sutra kreće FNCS, brate. Buga je kvalao, da? Sutra kreće, piše u 12. Stvarno ne znam. Valjda će biti isto u 4, brate. Braćo, uđite na naš Discord server, zapratite nas na Instagram uzvičnik IG i tamo ćemo objaviti i najaviti kada je sutra live. Zbog toga što isto i sutra streamujemo FNCS, ali ne znam u koliko sati zbog toga što Fortnite nije još postavio kada će da krene. Hvala braćo, hvala puno svima na porukama. Pinat ćemo kad krenemo rank da igramo. Pičos, nemoj sa velikim slojima i kviz je kvalu, da? Ne, Laki. Jeste, Jovane? Jel gotov FNCS? Gotov je. Do kad je live stojka? Do 12? Pa skoro svi, mister. Da, skoro svi. Neće, Lavić? Jel gleda sutra FNCS? Jeste, sutra gledamo FNCS. Pa Dori, to nema veze. Bitno je da si danas 25. da bi kvalao. I sutra isto. I svi ljudi koji kvalaju igraju nedelja finals. Jedan od najboljih playera, Gabi, u svijetu. Pa vidjet ćemo, Marijane. Ja ću najaviti, braćo, uđite na naš Discord server, uzvičnik DIS, zapratite nas na Instagram, uzvičnik IG i najavit ću. Smreki, hvala Bogu, ustanem, jedem, novi YouTube video, pavam, stream, spavam i svaki dan isto. A u Barune nisam siguran, mislim da je Acorn, ako se ne varam. Baš mi je drago, Barune, svaka čast. Gotovo, završio FNCS? Samo da nađem gdje je rank. Evo ga. Veno je drugi. Evo ga. Uzvičnik IG. Ne damo nikog iz četa, izvini, Lavić. Dobro, sve sam uzeo odavde. Brzi ako ugasimo sada i upalimo večeras u 11, to može. Ali zašto da gasimo, brate? Klik se igra sutra. Braćo. Evo ga. Hvala Moki, mogu pinat, brate. Evo ga. Zar nisi rekao da je, kad je vikend, da je live do 2? Da, rekao sam, ali danas smo upalili live u 4. Nismo upalili live u 7 i zbog toga je live do 12. Upalili smo 3 sata ranije, ugasit ćemo 2 sata ranije. Koje je vino FNCS? Vidjet ćemo u nedelj. Nedelja ćemo vidjeti. A da, Lavić, da. Jel sutra live do 2? Ako FNCS krene u 7, da. Ako krene opet ranije, onda ranije će biti live. Mislim, ranije ćemo ugasiti live. Je, Ivo, je. Nikakav problem, Robert. Isto i Tayson je kvalao, da. Evo ga. Gabi 100. 50 timova. Brzi nije, promenit će oni do sutra, brate moj. Fortnite uvijek menja. Juče je bio u 9, pa bio je u 12, pa u 3 i danas je u 4 bio. Nije, Lavić. Jel hvala Kliks? Kliks igra sutra. Da, Janko. Pa vidjet ćemo, Novke, vidjet ćemo. Jeste, svi Balkanci su kvalali. Kažem, braćo, koristili su sad stojke i kvalili su. Tako je, Novke. Ništa nismo tu našli. Osim 2 metle. Ja bežim odavde. Moraš imati 1000 pratitelja. Lavić na nekoj platformi. Acorn. Nemanja, live do 12. Evo ga spaz, to nam treba. Pa žarko daleko je bilo. Hoćem snimati nekad možda room tour. Room tour i setup tour planiramo ako Bog da smo zdravi i živi kad bude zima. Decembar, januar, februar. Tad, brate. Braćo, jeste vidjeli vi damage? 40, 40, 40. 3 puta sam mu dao 40. GG. Jeste, Cile? Ne veze, GG. A zašto nema keška? Pa zbog FNCS-a. 3 puta sam mu dao 40. Ne veze. Ajde, Fleki. Igrat ćemo, braću, duo sa Flekijem. Pa Gabi, vidjet ćemo, brate. Vidjet ćemo. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, kod Stojka, braćo. Nikola 4-5, tako nešto. I danas je u shopu Starvant. Ako se ne varam. Isto i Harley Hitter i Catwoman Pickaxe. Čile, brate, ne razumem za šta tips. Samo sekund. Evo ga. Halo. Gdje si, brate? Hvala ti puno, Lavić. Hvala puno. Pozdrav, Niksa. Pa, brate, sad Stojka cijeli u šopu i samo igraš safe i to je to. Jel Fleki tvoj prijatelj? Pa
Nije.
moj online prijatelj. Nije Gabi, nije iz škole. Online. Ko je vinao Acorn? Hvala Đorđe, hvala ti. Hvala puno. Jel jedeš, brate? Šta se desilo, Petre? Idemo na naše.
Big polarized nam u game.
Jel on EU?
Pa sad je u Europi.
Ma nije.
Jok, gdje je Švedska?
A šta radi u Švedskoj?
Denmark, brate.
A šta si rekao Švedska?
Pa ne znam kaj je veo, bolje.
Danska. A ona igra sutra FNCS? Ili?
Ne znam.
Ja mislim da on nije kvalo čak FNCS. Ili?
Palim 8% do Unreala. Ide gas.
Nemoj to vaći. Mislim, leki.
Šta?
Jel na PC-u imaš samo Fortnite, Discord, OBS i Google i to je to? Jel se isplati uraditi fabrički restart PC-u? Jeste, samo to imam na PC-u. I isplati se, brate, da. Ali ako znaš da koristiš. Mislim, ako znaš da uradiš, ako ne, nemoj raditi. Nije to hejt, nego... Razumeš, brate. Ko je vinao? Vinao je Acorn.
Oni su najbolji.
Da. Ali dobro, ovo je tek opens. Nedelja ćemo vidjeti. Ko će uzeti...
Dominiraju obe regije.
Ko će uzeti trofej i tih... Koliko? 2 miliona eura.
Zamisli 2 miliona eura bogatiji od Fortnite turnira. Nemam shield.
Evo ti. Pa jeste, Filipe, ušli smo pred 3-4 dana, brate. Hvala ti puno. Pa ne znam, Đerko. Maras koji, brate, nisam mogao da se kvalifikujem za FNCS zbog toga što je ovo LAN. Igra se u Danskoj.
A šta se to radi, brate? Kaki je saper, dani taper, doner? Šta je to?
To ti znači kao dan 1. Ne, to ti je dan 1, sutra će dan 2 i nedelja finals. Danas kvaluju top 25, sutra top 25 i ta 50 timova, 100 ljudi se nalaze u finalse i ko je mislim, onda znaš kako ide. Na tabelu ko bude ono, prvi uzima toliko, drugi, sve tako dalje.
Tega.
Na PC-u, Nikola. Nemoj to, brate, Niksa.
Mapa.
Prijetno, brate.
Mapa od sebe, od poštete. Da men liku.
Dolazim. Krekan, 90 white.
Gdje je, ne znam.
Gore.
Šta?
Ubili su ga.
Pa to, hoće.
Ne, no ono što si napisao. Što si se n. Neću sad. Imaš tu splasheve. Naravno da, Gabi, dobijaju svi koji budu u finalsima. 31.
20.
Pazi, drugi lig gore.
Dec.
Ove lig gore ima aimbot, samo ću to reći. Ja se medkitam. Medkitam se, chillaj. Dvojica na tebi. A ovi su najbolji, brate. Evo, stvarno ti sad kažem. Najbolji playeri. Pa Maras koji bio je na FNC su on. Ma ne, Niksa, nešto si napisao, što si se n.
Ako jednog one pam.
Ali likovi su najbolji, to znaš. Jeste, Gabi. Tebe, Laseru i mene. Jeste, Kuz? Nemoj to Kuz da pišeš, brate. Ne, Niksa, evo sad ću ti reći. Ti si napisao... Petre, šta si se n, ništa ti neće uraditi. Oni su te zvali nazad jer su mislili da imaš hitan slučaj. Eto, nemoj to, brate, Niksa. Pa nemojte to, Petre, brate.
Ču sad. Odakle me ubio, brate? Ja mogu isto da znam šta ja igram duak.
Kuz stojanče, brate. Pa nemojte, braću, to pisat.
Pa sam 5%, kako?
Idi redi. Co si livo? Halo? Ivane, brate, Acorn je pobedio, a koji je bio Trulex top 15 ili 20, ako se ne varam. Kuz zbog stream snajpera, brate. A sen mi je bio Trulex, onda je super. Svaka čast. Pa da, Kuz, zbog toga je i taj, brate, matchmaking delay. Ajde, prijatno, Fleki. Braćo, ne znam, meni nekako vruće sad. Kuz, falilo nam je 10 poena. Evo, braću, ljudi koji igraju na kontroleru, gledajte ovaj pickaxe. Interesantan. Pa tako nešto, Kuz, da. Jeste, Stefane? Čekamo zajedno novu sezonu, braćo. Hvala ti, Lazare, hvala ti. Ovo mi je prvi game, braćo, danas. Solo. Duo smo odigrali, ali ovo mi je prvi duo game. Mislim, prvi solo game sam htio da kažem. Mongrel mi u gameu. Ne, smrajki jednom nedeljno, brate, samo. Da, kuz, brate. Hvala puno, Petre, puno, znači hvala ti. Lik ima sada sve i kako da ne umrem. GG. Pozdrav Jakove, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti? Pozdrav, Nataša. Jeste, 2 kill off spawn. Samo sekund. Evo ga. Kuz, samo pametno igraš i to je to. Hvala puno, Nataša, hvala puno. Hvala. Ništa, braćo, sad nam ostaje samo da igramo safe, da uzmem spaz i to je to. Samo mi spaz treba i to je to. Pa ne, Stefane, ne, brate. Ostaće ista grafika. Ali bit će mapa isto kao Chapter 1 sezona 5 i bit će ti ganovi. Jeste, završio je FNCS. Sutra opet gledamo, braćo. Gore ima turet. Pet česta ili 4 tu, koliko je bilo? What? A Ivane, ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, brate. Pozdrav, Nikica. Ma ne, vratit će križa. 100%. A, za arenu ne znam, teško. Ne damo nikog iz čete, izvini brate Ivane. Hoće biti MK. Stvarno ne znam, vidjet ćemo, brate. Neću da pričam zbog toga što nema ništa u vezi Chapter 5. Novo. Jeste, Križa? 4. novembra dolazi nova sezona i ta sezona će trajati mjesec dana. I onda sredinom ili početkom decembra dolazi novi Chapter 5. Znači čekamo novu sezonu, čekamo novi Chapter. Hvala Ivane, hvala brate. Pozdrav Almire. Boka, ja sam igrao sa Flekijem duo. On je otišao da jede. Ajde da se vrati pa ću ga pitat. Ako ne igra, igramo ja i ti. Sad Stojka za free lamu. Brat. Wo? Brate, što to? Brat. Pozdrav, Alene, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti?
Ode ja Stojka.
Ajde, vidimo se, brate. Kuz, izvini, ali ne mogu, brate. Stvarno, izvini. Meni je drago kad me neko stream snajpe i da mi kill. Ali dosta ljudi se fajtiju sa mnom. I onda bude loše za stream. Izvini, brate. Nije bilo tu spaza, ništa. Ali uzet ću mini umjesto medmista, treba će mi. Sad možemo igrat, braću, sa Bokom duo. Hvala ti, Lazare, hvala od srca, brate, nadam se da uživaš. Hvala ti puno. Metla je brutalna za rotaciju, iskreno, braćo. Rotacija sa metlom je brutalna. Samo što... Eto, ne znam da li će je ostaviti u kapovima. I uopćenito u Fortniteu. Uzeli su antenu. Fortnite, taki. GG! GG, Ivane, hvala ti puno, brate. Stojka, znate, hoćete da vam kažem šta se sada desilo? Nemojte da mislite da se hvalim, braću, ili to. Neću da to pomislite. Ja imam wireless mouse. Šta znači wireless? Bežičan mouse. Ja sam okrenuo ruku i sa laktom sam udario miš, okrenuo se miš i pukao sam sa pumpom. GG. Brzi 2 nedelje. 3. Ne znam, stvarno nisam siguran. Tako nešto. Znam da smo ranije kad je bila arena, to imati na YouTube-u kod nas, ko ne vjeruje može da vidi. Mi smo, brate, u areni vinali 6 gejma za redom i nije da smo vinali sa 5-6 kilova. Vinali smo sa 40, 35 kilova, razumete? A neće biti ugašen Fortnite. Neće biti ugašen. Kuz, rank i arena su super, ali ako gledamo da bude competitive rank, pošto rank sad nije competitive. Nije competitive da imaš pup, da imaš C4, granate u competitive. To nikad nije bilo u areni. Nije competitive da nemaš siphon. Sa tim obzirom što to nema, a treba da bude zbog toga što je competitive, arena je malo bolje, a da to bude, na primjer siphon, da ne bude pup i takve stvari kao što je bila arena, rank bi bio mnogo bolje od arene. Zbog toga što ima rankove, zbog toga što ima posto, zbog toga što ima siphon. Bilo bi brutalno, razumete? Ali ovako arena malo bolja. Sad stojke i dobijete još jednu lamu, braćo. Petre, nemoj to, brate, ako ti nije problem, mi smo family friendly. Ne znam ko je taj Kuz skin. Laku noć, vidimo se, Nikica, laku noć, brate, pozdrav. Braćo, da popam slrp i da uzmem metlu ili da čuvam ovako? Jesam, Ivane? Ne znam. Ovako. Metla. Čuvaj. Znate šta, braćo? Ja ću tu biti. Zašto da ne? Biću tu. Biću tu. Kad bude zona pulala far, popom slrp, uzmem metlu i to je to. To je to, biću tu. I kad počinje turnir? Turnir je već završio. Pa ako Bog da, brate Aki. Ako Bog da, nadamo se. opet, ja streamujem i hoću ako Bog da u budućnosti da budem bolji streamer i content kreator. Meni nije cilj da budem pro player. Ali ako dođem tamo i imam prilike da igram, zašto ne? Do kad je live? Do 12? A ne znam, Alene, to neću. To neću, brate. Mislim da on nema Dynamo, ako se ne varam. Bak je zbog toga što smo danas upalili u 4, ne u 7. Nemam V-Bucks, Alene. Aj nije Dynamo u shopu. Ivane, Timer Resolution. Koji ti omiljeni dance? Ne znam, brate, ja ne dansam. Stefane, to ne znam. Da, Đerko? Sad stojka, Lazare. Pa meni je pomoglo i pomaže mi još, brate. Klik kempa na drvetu. Kad je sutra live? Pa vidjet ćemo kad će biti FNCS. Uđite na naš Discord server uzvišnik DIS. Zapratite nas na Instagramu da znate kad je live, braćo. Pošto tamo stavljamo sve obavijesti što se tiče videa, live-ova i tako dalje. Mogu ekipa, naravno, hvala Bogu, ljudi su donirali, da. A pucaj drugog lika, brate. 0 HP-a ti je, što mene pucaš? Pa brate, šta da kažem, Petre? Streamujemo FNCS zbog toga, brate. Inače, znate da je svaki vikend do 2. Hvala na pitanju, kako je kod tebe, KRX? Ne, može ekipa. Pa, smrajki, brate. Ne trebaš da gledaš šta ti pričaju ti ljudi, brate. Samo gledaš svoj cilj i to je to. Pozdrav, Ajkulica. Znam šta ću uraditi. Ne znam što sam bacio splash. Evo, što sam bacio sad splash? E, to mi nije jasno. Kad znam šta ću uraditi. Katana ili metla, brzo u chatu. Jedan na jedan. GG! 10 kill win. Nice. GG. Devet kill win. Nisam uzeo kill od ovog lika. Ne znam kako i zašto, ali dobro. GG. Koji ti je omiljeni pickaxe? Cold snap. Braćo, bacite like, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonce i uđite na naš Discord server. Izvolite link. Izvinjam se. I evo tabelu za FNCS, ko nije vidio. Zašto da ne Fortnite? Izvinjam se. Pa je Robert, ali trenutno koji imam, pošto nemam Candy X, mi je Cold Snap. Inače kad kupim Cold Snap, da smo zdravi i živi za kad bude zima sa sacom Stojka, onda će biti Cold Snap. Mislim Candy X. Imaš Discord, da? Pozdrav, Kliks. GG. Samo sekund, evo ga. Stojke, je li jedva čekaš zimu? Pa brate, iskreno ti kažem, meni svako doba, mislim svako, kako se to zove kad je zima, leto, šta se to zove? Kako se to zove, zaboravio sam. To, svako je dobro na svoj način, brate, tako da. Pa da, to znam, Fortnite, ali to neću, zbog toga što me je strah od virusa i skema. Godišnje doba, eto, da. Svako godišnje doba je dobro, brate. Razumeš? Braćo, isto i sutra streamujemo FNCS, da znate. Sutra gledamo FNCS. Koji ti je omiljeni are? Nisam razumio, izvini, brate. Hajde da me pitaš za Air. Da li MK, da li Twin Mag i to, ili? Gabi... Twin Mag, brate, Twin Mag. Pozdrav, Icy, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Ja sam Stojka, nisam Stojke, life je do 12. Juče je nebo bilo, braćo, ljubičasto. Evo, izvolite link, braćo. Pa nik sam napisao si Stojke, zato, brate, sam mislio. Kad je sutra FNCS? Sutra streamujemo FNCS, ali ne znam kad. Stvarno ne znam kad. Možda Fortnite, ne znam, brate. GG. Dizajner, smreki. Pa da, može Fortnite. Vidjet ćemo, brate. Pozdrav, Kosar. Hvala na ideji, Fortnite. Smreki ne. Ja sam ranije ljudima davao kontakt od njega, ali on meni radi svaki dan. I on je rekao, pošto ja i on surađujemo, on je rekao, Stojka, ja tebi, brate, radim, pošto on ide u školu i tako to, ja tebi radim svaki dan. I neću da stignem drugim ljudima i više ne daj moj, ako ti nije problem. Ja ću raditi za tebe i to je to. Ja i ti surađujemo. I neću da mu, brate, još dajem posao plus, pošto ide u školu, meni radi svaki dan thumbnail. I tako je on meni rekao. Meni nije problem da ja vama kažem njegov Twitter, ranije sam pričao. Ali pošto on ide u školu i meni svaki dan radi, ja i on surađujemo već odavno i tako mi je rekao, brate. I eto, ja sam ga, hoću da ga ispoštujem. Ne, smrki. Pozdrav Ivane, pozdrav Filip. Nemoj sa velikim slojima, Filip. GG. GG. Nemoj sa velikim slojima, skele, brate. Pozdrav za Lela. Chill, skele. Ko je pobedio turnir? Vidjet ćemo u nedelju. Nedelja je finals, danas je bio prvi dan opens, sutra drugi, streamujemo isto tako i nedelja finals. Luka Acorn. Kipa opet ti kaže, brate. Stvarno ne znam, ja koristim PayPal, nemam nikakvih problema. Burki, nemoj sa velikim slojima. Acorn. Vidim da li tu ima nešto da se kupi. Ali, ne, čuvat ću game time. A da, Maz, da. Bacite like, braćo, bacite subscribe, upalite zvonci. Chill, Purki. GG. E sad vraću ista situacija, šta da radim, da bacim metlu? Ja ne znam. Metla će mi trebati, izvinjam se. Metla će mi definitivno trebati. Tako je, Gabi, sad Stojki najbolji lud. Baci mini. A, to je loša ideja. Opet ću čekat minut, znate, braćo? Ne, čekat ću minut da dođe nova zona. Pula zona tu. Popam slurp i idem sa metlom. To je to. Možemo to uraditi. Treba mi wood, za to vreme ću nafarmat wooda. Pozdrav, Ivane. Ostaće zvone. Opet game time. Stefane do 12. Hvala Bogu, Maksi, brate. Hvala ti, Zvone, hvala Filipe, pozdrav, Filipe. Ili L-I-P, Vajdan, tako. Ili Filip, ili sam pogrešio ja, ne znam. Stojka, kad je solo cash cup? Solo cash cup sljedeće nedelje, u nedjelju. Leki, hvala Bogu, super mi je krenulo solo. Ako hoćeš, brate, da budem u kalu, pa ako mi krene loše da igramo. Ajde, ajde, Leki, može, brate. Hvala ti. GG, braćo, bacite like. A, mazak, brate, to je težak challenge. Je, Tarik, je. Brate moj. Stefane, nadam se da će biti sve u redu. Brzo poravak, brate, tvojoj babi. Brutalan game. Brutalan, samo što me lik ubio kroz zid koji sam postavio. Treba sam popat star pre nego što sam krenuo fajtat, ne vezi. Hvala ti, Gabi. GG. Treba sam možda popat star pre nego što sam krenuo fajtat. Ali znate šta je problem? Ja sam hitao 110, ušao u box, stavio kon, hitao ga 60. Mislio ga sve sa aerom, ali moje mišljenje da ga nisam hitao 60 nego 100, pošto leži shotgun u glavu 60. Trebao sam go biti tamo već. Hvala ti puno, Zvone. Hvala ti od srca, brate. Ako Bog da, nigde ne žurimo, tako da, to je to. I hvala ti puno. Braćo, ja nemam vodu, samo da pozovem za vodu. Tu sam, braćo, mjutam se na sekund. Braćo, vraćam se, idem po vodu, tu sam za minut. 30 sekundi. Morao sam ti obrisat bubi zbog reklamiranja, brate. Imamo mi pravilo da je zabranjeno reklamiranje kod nas. Izvinjam se, braćo, bio sam da uzmem vodu. Lazare... Acorn. Shotgun mi treba. Koji si smjer u školi? Informatički. Luko, sutra, brate. Ne znam, ja nisam siguran da li je kvalo, ako je kvalo sutra. Pošto danas smo streamali dan 1, sutra dan 2. Pošto ljudi koji nisu igrali dan 1 igraju dan 2. Pa da, Stojanče, da onda. Sutra, braćo, opet gledamo FNCS, da znate. Pozdrav, Srđane. I ko hoće da bude obavišten kad je sutra FNCS, mislim kad mi gledamo, uđite na naš Discord server uzvičnik DIS, braćo. What? Kako ovo? Kako? Ja sam pustio glider od metle, kliknuo sam levi klik, spustilo me na milisekund i pustilo je moj glider. Zašto? What? Kako ovo? Pozdrav, Shark! Bug, strašno, brate. Nema veze. Pozdrav, Srđane! Evo, braću, izvolite link od našeg Discord servera. Evo ga, uđite ko hoće, puno znači. Ne, Tin. Shark, ja ću ti obrisat poruku, sljedeći put ću te banat. Zbog toga što... Kakva su to pitanja? Ne znam kada će sutra biti. Hoću da vidim Fortnite tracker. Pa znam, Shark, da je šala, ali... Brate moje. Kakve su to šale? Events. Hoću da vidim ovako. FNCS Global Championship Day 2. Hoću da napišem da vidim šta kaže. Day 2. Day 2. Eto, braćo, da znate. Sutra u 16 sati kod nas na YouTube kanalu streamujemo FNCS. Sutra u 16 sati, braćo, da znate. Kao i danas, što je bilo u 16 sati. Pozdrav Crazy, hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Idemo. Idemo slepi, zašto ne? Dobro je mjesto. Ko je vino FNCS? Vidjet ćemo u nedjelji. Mislim, vidjet ćemo nedjelja. Nedjelja se igra... u nedjelju ćemo vidjeti. Nedjelja se igra finals, tako da... Ne Crazy, ne možeš kući, to ti igraju svi pro playeri, brat. To ti je LAN turnir u Kopenhagenu u Danskoj. Pozdrav Marine, Acorn je bio prvi na kraju. Hvala ti od srca, Stojanče, puno znači, hvala brate. Hvala ti od srca, hvala. Stojka, misliš najbitniji shot? ...54... Hvala brate, hvala tvom drugu i hvala tebi što si rekao. Hvala puno brate, hvala. Dipamo odavde. Hvala ti puno Crazy, hvala ti. Hvala brate. Nice, to je to, dobri smo za sada. Što se tiče luta, nije toliko loš. Samo mi trebaju sad healovi, bolji air i mac, to je to. Hvala ti Crazy, tako je brate, sad stojke imaš najbolji aim. To je to. Koliko dugo igraš Fortnite? Chapter 1 sezona 9 brate. Danas u shop šta dolazi? Iskreno ne znam, brate. Možda će doći heroji. Možda će doći heroji. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa kod Stojka, braćo. Već sam odgovorio Nikola, chapter 1 sezona 9. Četiri mini ili pic? Ništa, ovako. Pa brate, Crazy nekad se dešava da se isključi. Sad Stojke i mi sam, tako da. Braćo, jeste vidjeli ovo nekad? 3 medkita na jednom mjestu, gledajte. Naravno, Crazy. Pošto je meni stavljeno na auto, brate. Evo sad. Sad mi je upaljeno, razumeš? Ponekad zavisi. Nekad je upaljeno, nekad ugašeno. Stojka, daš mi tvoj broj mobitela da si stavim, da mogu live-ot, pošto mi ne daju da stavimo tate. Crazy, vrate moj. I don't know if you are joking or not, but brother, please, don't do this. Šanuj se malo, vrate moj, nemoj to. Sad sam dead. Brother, Crazy, I don't know English, but... Znate šta, braću, ne znam, sad Tu je bio jedan lik i došli su dvojca. Odjednom. Ili ne, dvojca su bili kad sam landao. Ne, oni su se fajtali. Ja sam hitao lika 100 i lik mi hitao... Da. Ne vez. Ajde pozvat ćemo Flekija. Ako hoće da igra, braćo. Samo sekund. Fleki. Vidimo da li će igrat Fleki, braćo. Čekajte, invajtat ću ga. A on je sa 4 ljudi. Igrat ću solo. Nikad, ikad, Tin. I nemoj sa velikim slojima, Bubi, ako ti nije problem, brate. I nemojte ni vi, brate, Tin. To je jako loša stvar. Nikad nemojte to. Stoje kad letiš sa metlom u zrak, samo odjednom padneš, koju tipku pritisneš? Pritisnem left click, brate. Jeste, Naruto? Vigs, nemoj sa velikim slojima. Hvala na pitanju, kako si ti, brate? Kada dolazi? Ne razumem, Lukec. Anon, Acorn, brate, Acorn. Pa tako i treba, sam rekao, tako i treba, brate. Baš mi je drago, crazy. Hvala ti puno, hvala ti od srca. Pascal, vidimo se, nadam se da si uživao i sutra se vidimo sa novim YouTube videom i u 19 sati sa live-om, braćo moja. Ne u 19 sati, u 16 sati, zbog toga što sutra streamujemo u 4 popodne FNCS. Misliš za caper, ne carper. Za caper pitaš, Lukec. Kvizi je bio drugi, Trulex je bio 7. Za caper je bio pre neki dan. Juče ili prekjuče je bio. I ne znam kada će doći opet, brate. Danas je bio FNCS, jeste, da. Isto i sutra streamujemo FNCS i nedelje streamujemo FNCS. Ne razumem, Anon? Napisao si, jel caper mnogo beži od kvizija? Ne razumem, Anon, izvini. Jeste Bananex? Ima dosta igrača sa Balkana? A ja idem na rizik. A dobro, brate, koliko ljudi tu? Nisam čuo lika ovog Gold Tropera, nisam ga čuo. Naruto, ja pričam balkanski, brate. Mi streamujem, hvala Bogu, 2 godine, skoro. I tako, brate, sam naučio. Lukjec, evo sad ću ti reći, pošto kod nas na Discord serveru svaki dan se šalje shop, evo ga, item shop. Bio ti je caper skin. Bio ti je caper skin, da, evo ga. Ili nije, čekaj. Samo sekund. Znam da je skoro bio. Samo sekund. Nije tu. Nije ni tu. A znam da je bio, brate, pre neki dan. A ne vidim sad da je. A znam da je pre neki dan bio. Siguran sam 100%. I sad ne vidim gdje je. Nema veze. Sad stvarno ne vidim, ali znam da je bio pre neki dan. 1000% sam siguran. Ne mogu da nađem, ali znam da je pre neki dan bio. 100%. Da, Fičos. Jeste, do 12 je live. Svaka čast, crazy, svaka čast. Pa to je teško, Bananex. Ne može Naruto. Pogodio si... Za stojka, brate, stojka... Stojka je stojka. A ostalo si pogodio, da. Samo umjesto K, Y, samo staviš U. Nije kiceto, nego kuceto. Inače se čita kučeto. Aleksa, ko hoće da uđe na naš Discord server, izvolite, braćo, link. Evo, Lukes, brati, izvoli. Ili igraš na DirectX? Ne, brati, igram na Performance. Matke, još ne znamo. Zbog toga što je danas bio dan 1, sutra je dan 2. Treba uzvičnik D i S, Aleksa. A nedelja je finals. Tako da danas smo streamali dan 1, sutra dan 2 streamujemo i u nedjelju streamujemo finals. Matkune, da, vidjeli smo. Na live-u, da. Strašno. On je 2 puta snajpo like i jednom no scope-u. Ja ne mogu da vjerujem. Caper skin, evo ga. Hvala od srca, Naruto, hvala ti. Matke, danas je vino Acorn. Do kad je live? Do 12? Stojka, kad će video, ocjenjujem setupove. Pa taj video je bio 2 puta. I onda sam shvatio da to nije moj content, brate. Da to nije Fortnite content i prestao sam to da radim, tako da... Šta da kažem? To nisam siguran, Tili. Hvalili su, bili su 24. Evo sad sam se setio. Bili su 24. Samo sekund. Evo ga. To je to. Ko je na kraju bio prvi? Prvi je bio Acorn. Stojka, jesi igrao sa Stevanom, brata od Goldenita? Jesam, da. Igrali smo 2 FNCS-a, ali to je bilo davno, brate. To je bilo možda pre... Ne znam kad, pre godinu dana i više. Ne crazy. Naruto, izvini, ali ne, brate. Stojka, hoćeš raditi video kako da mi tebi pošaljemo naše gameplay videe kako igramo na Discordu, a ti ih pogledaš i po tome pogađaš koji smo rang. Pa brate, to je dobra ideja. To je dobra ideja i planirali smo to, uradit ćemo u budućnosti. Samo znate šta mi nije jasno? Kako ću da sakrijem ja, mislim kako da ne vidim vašu poruku koju ste mi napisali koji ste rang pre nego što upalim video. Pošto vi ćete mi vajda poslat video i napisat ćete mi koji ste rang. Pozdrav, Ogi. Nije bio, šta si me lago? Lukas, vrate, nisam te slago. Braćo, jel bio caper skin pred 3-4 dana u shopu? Napišite mi u chatu. Ja mislim da je bio. Sad ne sjećam se, ali mislim da je bio. Da, bio je. Da. Nisam te slago, Lukas, brate, ja sam rekao kako ja mislim. Tako da, to je to. Pre jednu nedelju, možda, brate, možda. Može, Bananex, može, brate. Vidjet ćemo, kažem. Dogovorit ćemo se. Filipe, hvala na pitanju. Pozdrav, brate, kako si ti? Ne igramo zone. Stojka, jesi Unreal? Izvinjam se. Jeste, ušli smo u Unreal pre 3 dana. Filipe, svi Balkanci su prošli, brate. Hvala na pitanju, Lukas, kako si ti? Uzet ću ovako. Ne znam, crazy. Stvarno ne znam, brate. Pa dobri su, tili. Kako ja umirem zadnja 3 game, ovo je strašno. Raketa prolazi kroz mene i umirem. GG. Pa vidjet ćemo, Ogi. Sutra gledamo FNCS, tako da vidjet ćemo. Pa da, crazy. Uvijek, brate, cijeli život to samo ovako, razumeš? Koliko FPS-a imaš off stream? Hvala Bogu, imam isto i kad streamujem i kad ne streamujem. Jeste, Bananex. Pa matkez nisu loši. Stojke, si nekad probao alkohol? Nikad, brate. Nemojte ni vi, braćo, to je mnogo loša stvar. Mnogo loša stvar. Ko je vino FNCS? Vidjet ćemo u nedelju. Danas je bio Open 1, sutra Open 2 i u nedelju Finals. Fića Acorn. Stojko, hoćeš ikad piti alkohol ili pušiti cigare? Nikad, brate. Nikad, ikad. Nikad. Pa, boža, brate, to su male šanse. Nisam nikad, Fića. Shark imam, brate, 80 skinova. Ne jadamo nikog iz četa, izvini, Dalibore. Nikad, Fića. Stojka, kod mene u školi svaki Pa to je loše, brate. Crazy, to je loše. Pa Kaneki to mi je main skin i zato ga ne menjam. Ne moram, brate, fića. Pa neću, Naruto, neću, brate. Poštujem i volim sve moje ljude koji gledaju stream, ali... Ne znam, brate. I poštujem sve ljude koji to rade, ali ja ne radim. Ne znam, ne volim to. Ma, crazy, brate, samo prijaviš i to je to. Pa, brate, Filipe, stvarno, to se ne dobijalo, ne dobija se pozivnicu. Dobijaš pozivnicu ako si jedan od najboljih Fortnite playera na svijetu. Banananex nikad nisam igrao sa chatom, brate. Znam da sam jednom igrao, ali to je bilo kad smo radili 60 sati live. I ljudi su rekli, Stojka, svih 60 sati moraš bar jednom da igraš i tad sam igrao. Tako da... Mihajlo, vidjet ćemo u nedjelju ko je vinao, a Open danas je vinao Acorn. Lukas, Icebreaker, brate. Nemojte to, Žarko, brate. Šarek, ne slušam pjesme, brate. Hvala ti, Crazy. Hvala ti, Filipe. Hvala je Kvizi, bio je drugi. Nisi ne lendao, imaš već 2 kila. Pa to je to. Sad Stojka i to je to. Jel imaš ljubimca? Nemam. Naruto zbog toga što creative je creative, brate. U creative-u imaš unlimited mac, niko te ne puca i tako dalje. Nemaš delaya. Dok u gameu je suprotno. Hvala Bogu, ja nemam delaya ni u gameu. Ali u gameu nemaš unlimited mac. U gameu nemaš 100 ljudi sa tobom u gameu, tako da. Svi editaju bolje u creative-u nego u gameu, svi. Razumeš? Ne znam, Filipe. Da, Crazy, da. Shark, voleo bi da imam, brate. I vjerujem da imam. I meni je drago zbog toga. Što više hejter ima, to znači da radiš nešto dobro. Tako da meni je drago zbog toga. I srećan sam zbog toga. Pa ne znam, Filipe, za naše Balkance, brate. Pića, ne, brate. Evo ga lik. Jo, za malo domre, braću. Pa Viktor, može i ta ideja, brate? Epic chest. Eldare, brate, Acorn. Lukas, ja s Hacom sam dobar, brate. Odavno i igramo zajedno, igrali smo kapove i tako dalje. A Bobby, ti si bio, brate, GG. Shark Chapter 1 sezona 9, brate. Pa Crazy, samo trebaš praktisat, brate. Braćo, sutra live u 16 sati, da znate. Sutra live u 16 sati streamujemo FNCS. Ili u 4 popodne, kako hoćete. Ova shotgun mi nije pukao. Stojka, zašto imaš spore edite? A, brate, stvarno ne znam. Ja editam koliko brže mogu. Tako da, to je to. Pa da, Shark, ali ja ne kupujem skinove. Zbog toga što moj prvi skin koji sam ja kupio je bio Dynamo i od tad ga nisam skinuo. Razumeš, brate? Gaming, vino je Acorn, brate. Ali to je dan 1. To su opensi, vidjet ćemo finalsi u nedjelju kako će biti. Moram ovo klipati da vam pokažem. Gledajte šta se desilo, braću. Hoću da vam pokažem ovo. Gledajte sada. Gledajte. E, ovo mi nije jasno. $50. $36. Dobro. Ajmo da vidimo dalje. I lik šta uradi? Lik od 170 HP-a koje imam. On mene hita 120. I šta se dešava posle? Ne, hita me 90. i spama me sa drumgunom, ja umrem. GG. 50 i 30, dobar damage, iskreno. Šta da kažem, ne znam. Pa Žarko ako dođe Acu i ako kaže ajde da igramo, zašto ne? Hvala ti puno Žarko, hvala puno. Da li bi voleo da vrate arenu? Pa brate, 4. novembra dolazi nova sezona, zajedno čekamo novu sezonu. I dolazi chapter 1, sezona 5. I mislim da će možda unutra biti arena. Pa Harper, onako, iskreno ti kažem, onako. Ja klipam Crazy preko Nvidije, GeForce Experience. Da, i kroz zid me lik ubio, nema veze. Nema veze. Idemo sljedeći game. Pa da, Frexi, ali 3.11. to je petak. Sad ću da vidim. Ne, subota, da, znao sam. Znači subota i sljedeći dan, nedelja je nova sezona. Ja mislim. Ili drugog se gasi i subota ujutro se pali. Vidjet ćemo. Ili 3. novembra ili 4. Cypher Piki je rekao 6. novembra. Vidjet ćemo. Vaš mi je drago, smajki. Koje vino? Pa danas je bio Open 1. Sutra Open 2. Mislim dan 1, dan 2 je sutra. I u nedjelju ćemo vidjeti. Ko će vinat, pošto je u nedjelju finals. Ne, Shark. Ne. Frexi. 2.11. Ako treba da bude nova sezona 3.11. to je subota. Petak uveče će se moći igrat. 3.11. gase servere. Oko 8-9 će biti update ujutro. 10 možda. Update će, mislim, nakon update će biti offline serveri 3-4 sata. I oko 2-3 popodne ćemo moći igrat, subota. To je moje mišljenje, brate. Stvarno ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Ne, Shark. Dole ništa. Pa tako je uvek, da. Braći, još jedan like do 260, da vidimo ko će biti 260 like. Morao sam ga tu blizu mene baciti da mi ne izgubi, evo sad, ne vezi. Pa će se sad izgubiti konekcija. Ništa, ne vezi. Kažem Žarko, sad stojke i klačaš, brate. Opa ću big. Sad mi treba još spaz i sfarmat ću maci i mogu fajtat. Mislim da je lik gore na plavoj kući. Ako se ne varam. Nice. Hvala Lukas, hvala puno svima braćo koji ste lajkali. Stojka, kako se zoveš? Stojanče? Loper. Nice. Žarko, nemoj to, brate. Hvala ti, Lukas, hvala, brate. Mislim sad da mogu da idem da fajtam. Otvorit ću još ovaj chest desno. Možda dobijem spaz. Rema, nemoj to, dobit ćeš timeout, brate. Ne, Dalibor. To je to, Čarko. Hvala, brate. Oni se fajtiju, braću. Pa da, Rema, ali ja ne slušam pjesme, brate. I... ono, mi smo family friendly, ako ti nije problem, nemoj, brate. Koliko PR imaš, Stojka? Uzvičnik PR? Naravno da me fajta duo. I sad se oni ne fajtaju. Iskreno. Nisu timeri. GG. Ready. Up sam hteo da idem, ali divo sam. Ne veze. Jela stojenče, brate. Do kad je live? Do 12? Sutra, braćo, live u 16 sati, kao danas, u 4 popodne. Gledamo FNCS. GG, Shark. Zašto ih ne reportaš? Pa neću, brate. Gdje si, brate?
Evo me.
Nemoj da spamuješ, Freksi, ne razumem. Šta pišeš? Hvala ti, Gabi. Ne razumem. Šta piše, brate?
Stream snajpali.
Ne znam, ne znam.
Pa šta kaže reporta ih?
Pa timali su se. Pa Mihajlo, nemoj to na kraju, brate, dobar je lobby, nije loš. Meni se dopada i update i lobby, samo eto, da izbaci pup i to je to. Lex, sve najbolje, brate, na takmičenju. Pa dobar je, Vuk, meni se sviđa lobby. A ne znam, stvarno, Naruto, stvarno ne znam. Jesi gledao FNCS?
Ne.
Hvala, brate Shark. Koji zvone? Pa da, super je lobby, brate. Što si ga nazvao TTT-pub? Pa zbog toga što je TTT-pub, brate. Pozdrav, Luka. Ne, Dalibore. Koliko ti fali sad do Unreala?
Fali mi 20%, a falo mi je 5. I onda sam igrao sa svojim likom što sam ga našao. I onda mi je namjerno čovko i onda sam došao s tobom. I onda si ti umro. I onda sam otišao sad odigrat 2 skvada sa nekim likovima. Uzeli smo 9 kila obe runde, izgubili smo 2%. Odigrao sam 2 solosa, uzeo sam oba 4 kila i tower i nisam dobio ništa i izgubio sam 1% i šta?
Hvala na pitanju. Kako si ti,
To je
Luka?
jedina nada.
Pozdrav, Trbuščić. Nemoj to, brate, Dalibore.
Trbuščić.
Nemoj, flanke.
Treba mi lama, brate.
Zašto lama?
Run. Jel ima tu Aco i Boka? Jesu li tu oni?
Nisu.
Da igramo tu i tu.
Jel ti to najdraži kombo? Jeste, brate? Cold Snap i Dynamo. Stojka što Niksa više nije moderator. Pa, brate, bilo je nekih problema i skinuo sam.
Šta smo skinuli?
Moderator.
A, okej. We gonna let it out.
Je bio spaz tu? Nije. Šta učiš od stranih jezika u školi? Samo engleski.
Evo Bigu ovdje.
Što ne igraš ovaj FPS? Hvala, Fleki. Zbog toga što samo gledam u FPS-u kad mi je show FPS. Jel psuješ izvan streama, ne, brate?
Goj, kako mi ide na žice to što samo pričaš chatom,
Fleki!
Kako je bolje igrat s nekim koji ne priča sa chatom. Znači imaš tišine, a ne druže.
Nemoj to, Dalibore, brate.
Svaki put nešto pričam. A da li je moguće, ljudi moji?
Izvini, ali ne igramo sa chatom na rutu, izvini, brate.
Ti kad pričaš chatom i... Stav pušta talk buton.
Pa, brate, Mihajlu igram na... Jel me čuješ sad? Dobro.
Kakva milina, druže, šta je ovo?
Igram na edit, Mihajlo.
Idemo pušat u ovaj... šateret.
Ajde. Ja skoro dođem i dobijem minus zbog klikova što mi stiki spamuju. Pa da, brate, ljudi pup koriste i... A neću Trbušić, brate.
Uzmem picu.
Imam već jednu.
Mini big, evo još jedna pizza.
Hvala puno, Gabi, hvala ti. Pozdravlja. I on sve vas zbog toga što sad ne mogu da mu pričam. Ljutit će se. Pozdrav, braćo. Jeste, sutra gledamo, braćo, FNCS opet. Sutra live u 16 sati. Ja ću iskoristiti metlu.
Ovdje niko nije ni landao. Jose Mourinho. Eno ih, hvatite se vamo.
Okupljam pice.
On će valjda na mene skočiti. Ne znaju da sam ja ovdje.
Pa da, znam, vidim.
On ne znaju. Ubijam jednog.
32 taj.
Dead.
Bravo.
Easy, bro.
Drugi ti na glavi. 30.
Čekam. Gopt.
Pobego mi je. Imaš tu metlu. Pozdrav, Danilo. Jeste, Vuk, da.
Ajdemo u Frenzy.
Pa jesi, brate, Quizy, Acorn, Reed. Pozdrav za Mili.
Ovdje je treba da se shvatiš.
Ne, pa dolazim, brate.
To ide.
Svaka čast, Mihajlo. Pa jesi, brate, zaboravili su sad stojka, obrisao im se i nisu stavili opet i failali.
Čekaj da imaš tu.
Jeste Lex, da? Jel ćemo uzimat ovo?
Logično.
Kole, brate, Acorn.
Dođe ovako, idemo.
I nije World Cup, nego Open, brate moj. FNCS Invitational.
Moj džusevi, easy.
Stojka, zašto ne gledaš FNCS? Odgledali smo već. Sutra opet gledamo u 16 sati. U 4 popodne.
Srce, majko moja! Druže, srce mi je stalo.
Samo čuti sad, molim. Ne moguće.
Pa rade ovi ljudi, brate, pa niste bi PlayStation, brate. Ukenjam ti se u njegu.
Fleki! Izvinjam se, braćo, Fleki ne zna šta priča. Ne trbušiš, brate. Aljoša, brate, to je jako teško.
Au, brate, šta ja gledam. Pa da li je moguće?
Ja ne znam šta Fleki priča, ja se izvinjam, braćo.
Znaš koliko mi je srce stalo, druže, jesi ti čuo koliko sam se ja izderao?
Pa zaboravio si sad stojka.
Ne znam, jer se čulo na streamu.
Zašto bi išao, Vanja?
Znaš ti koliko sam se ja izderao? Srce mi je stalo, druže.
Reksi, ako ti nije problem, više nemoj, brate, pošto sam ti rekao da ne razumem pitanje. Prvi danas na FNCS-u ko je bio? Acorn. Braćo, i ko nije ušao na naš Discord server,
Moguće da ovo ljudi rade.
izvolite link, braćo, uđite. Hvala crca, Luka. Hvala ti puno. Jesam, trebušiš, trenirao sam, brate. Pozdrav, Dule, hvala ti, brate. Pa ne, evo rekao je da više neće, ako nastavi opet. Koji? Trenirao sam, brate, futbol. Stojka, koja ti je najbolja sezona? Chapter 1 sezona... Ne, lažem. Chapter 2 sezona 4. Kad je FNCS vino Mongrel. Tam je omiljeno. Kad je bio...
Da li je moguće da sam imao sve i...
Kad je bio... onaj crveni grad, zaboravio sam kako se zove, braću. Sad sam zaboravio, stvarno. Leki, kako se zvao onaj grad koji je vino Mongrel FNCS, onaj crveni? Kad si mogao da uzmeš Spaz, Legis... Stark Industry, braću, da. Stark, eto. Pa da, aj si, da. To je to, Đerko. Hvala ti, Dule. PC ti se više isplati. Aga, brate. Kompjuter. Pošto za 1000 eura možeš da kupiš kompjuter koji ćeš imat 240 FPS-a, a PlayStation ćeš imati 120. Hvala ti puno, hvala ti Luka. Pa da, aj si, da.
Jače snajp, to volim, brate. Pa to volim. Kao čovjek gledaju te svega.
Čilaj.
Ja ti idem ovdje pa ću sve drop.
Može. Ja znaš gdje su da mi kažeš?
Tu, iza zidova.
Pozdrav Pixara. Iza zidova?
Da.
Ma eno ga lik, brate. Kakav zid?
Ma ovo. Imaš namen prešemac.
Kako bio sam u bušu?
Imaš auto.
Mobiću ih.
Neš ih, nemaš HP, a oni imaju... Eto ga desno.
Znam, brate, vidim.
Ubiješ ga. A njih novi tim, bolje dipa, ovi su dobri. Lijevo od tebe.
Znam, chill, znam, brate.
Dobra igrica. Zabavno. Kidam se od zabave. Izgubim 10%, a ja stvarno ova igrica ne laki. Igraj solo.
Hoćeš creative? Duo zone, hoćeš?
Jedino ako će Aco i Boka tu i tu.
A nisu tu. Ajde dođi da igramo duo zone.
Neću.
Evo, Kibo me zove, kaže ajde duo. Ajde, brate. Ako Fleki neće creative, igram.
Igrajte, vidite.
Hoćeš 1v1, Fleki? E, to možemo. Hoćeš? Brže treba da idem, brate, čekaj me.
Ma da pucam, da padnem u elit.
Braćo, vraćam se, idem da uzem jelo. Bacite like, tu sam za minut. Hvala za jedenje. E, braćo, izvinjam se, bio sam po jelu. Tu sam. Fleki? Hoćeš 1v1? Dobro, ajde Boka dođe, igrat ćemo duo. Dođi u grupu. S kime živi Stojka? Hvala Bogu sa porodicom, brate. Samo sekund, braćo, da Adam...
Ja, kako grmim! Nakempaju me...
Chill, dođi u grupu, Mihajlo. Mihajlo, dođi u grupu. Hvala, IC, hvala Tonex. Jesi kupovao Densovo neke? Pa nisam, brate. Kupio sam 2-3, mislim, i to je to bilo. Braćo, čekam da dođe Boka sad. Ajde, Boka, ajde. Hvala ti, Gabi, ali neću da jedem, braćo. Ado sam, Kibo. Mislim, Boka, neću da jedem. Nakon streama ću jesti.
Šta ti je mama rekla?
Šta?
Da ste, braćo?
Da si nemiran, šta, da puno sjediš.
Da.
I ti si rekao, čekaj, mogu da te pitam nešto. Koliko imam godina? 17.
Da.
Radim probleme.
Da.
Ne radiš.
Pa
Šta, ne znam šta sam onda rekao.
Ne, ovo mi je interesantno, Fleki razumije makedonski posle. To si u pravu, ovo si bio u pravu.
Nisam čuo.
Igrat ćemo rank, braću, sa Bokom.
Šta si rekao, sljedeći. Znam da si još jedno pitanje i onda se
Oni me
zahvalio
načuju,
na
GG.
hrani.
Bacite like.
Valjda.
Da, tako je bilo. Bravo, Fleki, ti znaš makedonski.
Pa.
Bravo, Fleki, ne, ozbiljna sam sad. Znate šta, braćo? Pričao sam sa mamom i sve što sam rekao mojoj mami, Fleki, znaš šta sam rekao.
Još se slabo čulo, znaš.
Stojka.
Svaka čast, Fleki. Reci.
A čujete me?
Da. Gde si, brate?
Pa gde si?
Hvala, IC. Hvala, Gabi.
Joj, Boko.
A to, mislim, Fleki.
Znaš kako bi te
Nemoj,
izudarao šakama.
Stojka.
Fleki. Izvinjam se, braćo, ovaj lik ne zna šta priča.
Ja sam za tebe ovaj lik. Pa dobro ste ga. Ja sam ovo od nekog očekivao, ali baš od tebe prijatno mogu da ti kažem da tebe nisam.
Šta ti je?
Braćo, da znate, sutra u 16 sati stream gledamo FNCS. Ova zadnja, mislim, ova 3 dana će tako biti. Od 4 do 12.
A nije to fair.
Što ne?
Do 2 bi vala, bolje do 2.
Brate, 8 sati stream. Što? I plus gledamo FNCS pa igramo posle rank.
A ne, ja sam mislio FNCS pa malo iščilaš pa onda do 2.
Pa ne, ali onda, znaš šta, onda bi trebao da gasim u 8 i palim u 11. I što to?
U 12 možeš, eto.
I što to? To je loše, brate.
Bolje u 12, tad više gledanost bude.
Pa da. Evo, ova 3 dana će tako biti. Od 4 do 12, od 4 do 12. I onda Onda ponedjeljak dolaze opet kapovi, da, Monday Cup, Duo Cash Cup, Solo Cash Cup i Duo Cash Cup, opet Zero Build i to sve streamujemo od 19 sati do 1, 19 sati do 1 i...
Tako mene su bili zvali da idem na taj Kopenhagen, ali nisam imao teammate-a pošto ona možda ide.
Da.
Zato što je koristio sad Stojka.
A, sad Stojka je koristio? Onda vjerujem. Pošto bez sad Stojka ne možete shvatiti. Hvala, IC, Ognjen, hvala braćo.
Tako igramo duo Monday Cup.
Pa vidjet ćemo, brate.
Mihajlo?
Molim.
Resti. Kako u školi? Ti znaš da je Mihajlo 2008?
To je koji ti omiljen nogometaš?
Lama, to sam htio, to mi je
Brate, ne znam, Messi, Ronaldo, Modrić. To su mi omiljeni. Mislim, ne pratim futbal, ali oni su mi.
Meni Neymar nije nikad bio. Ima neki koji voli Neymara, ali ja ne volim zato što on igra futbol samo zbog para.
Ma ne.
Jeste.
Ti znaš, brate.
Znam. Zato što je prešao.
Jel ti rekao?
On je prešao. Da.
Šalim se,
Zvao
reci.
me na video, kao.
Da.
Zato što kad smo ponudili više, svugdje u kom klubu smo ponudili više, on je otišao tamo.
Pa zašto da ne, brate?
Ono,
ako je već najbolji igrač svih vremena, zašto da ne uzme pare?
Nije najbolji igrač svih
vremena. Pa jedan od najboljih.
Pa jedan jeste, ali opet, on nema, kako ti kažem, on nema uspomena od prošlog kluba. To mi je rekao na kalu. Te pucaju?
Ne.
Najbolji je.
Likovi su nadali.
Vidim. Prijetno, Gabi, uživaj, brate.
Ovo je neki dobar player, samo da znaš. Ajme, lijepo igrica radi danas. Ja nemam ništa za heal, ti?
Evo ti.
Nice. Hvala.
Nema na čemu. Do kraja streama nam ostaje još sat vremena. Moramo vinat 2 gejma.
Ti gasiš sad?
U 12, da.
Ajde, da.
Kad je nova sezona? 4. novembra. Ili 3. Ima shotgun za mene, maybe.
Imam.
Uzet ću.
Šplavi.
Hvala, ne. Ko je vino FNCS? Braćo, nije niko vino FNCS. Danas je bio Open. Danas je Acorn vino. Open 1. Al, ko će vinat FNCS vidjet ćemo u nedjelju. Sutra streamujemo Open 2 u 16 sati stream. I onda Finals isto streamujemo u 16 sati.
A Stojka, još igrati upstream ili nećeš?
Ne, brate. Jedino ako hoćeš video da snimim.
Koji?
Sa mitovima. Ili Flake ako hoće. Quiz je bio drugi.
Nema likova, ili?
Nema. Hvala Gabi, hvala ti. Hvala Krsko, hvala braćo. Dođi idem u šateret, mislim da će biti tu neko.
Ja nemam ništa za heal, pa.
Dobro.
Je likovi na meni?
Dolazim. Znači moraš me sad čekat. 15 sekundi.
Dobio 140.
105! Bijeli. A, pazi, molim te. Dolazim. Kako ga nisam heado? Pazi. A sad i drugi tim, brate. Bravo. Drugi tim, pazi. Bravo. Chill. 40. Drugi tim, ostaje, vjeruj mi, sad će im doći drugi, evo. Dođi, brate!
Jesi pobjegao. Moram healati. A, dolazi me rip.
Ništa nisam imao.
Ja isto nemam.
Nema veze, Niksa. Brzo poravit još jedno, brate. Hvala od srca, hvala ti, Casey. Nikakav problem, Niksa.
Ne, pizza.
Stojka, koliko dobio je onaj koji vine FNCS? 1 milion eura.
Znači on postaje milioner.
Da. Pozdrav, dilerko. Pozdrav, hvala na pitanju, kako ste vi? Kako prošao cup? Pa radili smo viewing party, dobro je bilo. Vidjeli smo nešto što do sad ja nisam vidio. Ne znam. Da, ne znam ja do sad. Znate šta se desilo, braćo? King, Brazilac ili Argentinac, neću sada da... Ne znam, izvinjam se, ne znam da li je Argentinac ili Brazilac. Znate šta je on uradio, braćo? 2 lika je snajpo, headshot. I jednog lika je no-scopo, isto headshot. To nisam video na ovolikom velikom turniru, evo, nikad. Evo, stvarno to ne znam. Stvarno ne znam.
Najbolje neki.
Ne, ja znam Kinga od prije. On ti je najbolji na Brazilu.
Kakvo ime?
Metla.
Ne.
Imaš 500 mac, dipaj sam, mislim... Buildaj. Bravo, chill. Ma ništa.
Ne.
Laki, jesi živ? Laki?
On se muto.
Dobro. Gdje igramo creative, brat?
Aj creative, ćeš?
Pa da, ovako. I onako smo Unreal. Pa da, Gabi, ili 2 ili 1, nisam siguran, pošto mislim da se dobija 2 miliona i svako dobije po 1, ili se dobija milion i svako dobije po 500.000. To mi je bilo, brate, zbunjujući. Zato sam jednom rekao 2, zato sad 1. Nisam siguran, brate. 2, možda, stvarno ne znam.
Lijevo, a nije.
Nisam siguran. I zato neću da...
Šta bi mogli?
Ovo. Eto, 2, baš mi je drago, stvarno. Svako po milion. Ali dobro, dobit će po 700.000 zbog toga što uzima Fortnite malo. Provizije, ali opet 700.000.
Ne uzima 300.000 provizije.
A uzima, da. 30%.
Ne uzima.
30% uzima.
30%?
Da. Ali opet, brate, tako su i... Tako su i Bugu, brate. Buga nije uzo 3 miliona. Bugu je uzo 1,7 miliona.
Sad sam ubio lika ko što je mene ubio u ranked sad.
Klekeš, van.
Ali opet i to su velike pare, braću. Koliko si para uzeo od vina? Fleki.
Zero.
Nisu ti stigli?
Pa nemam na šta prebaciti. Imam neki wire transfer, ali to niko ne zna.
E, to trebaš, da.
Ali ne znam ja.
I staviš samo bankovni račun.
Nemam.
Od svoje mame.
Pa ja ne znam to šta trebam staviti.
Hoćeš da ti pomognem?
Ajde, poslije streama.
Ajde, može. Znaš šta treba uraditi? Jel znaš tvoj poštovni kod, zip code od grada svog?
Znam, pa ne treba mi to.
Treba sve to. Treba ti adresa, zip code.
Pisao sam ja to već, sve. Ali znaš šta treba?
Šta?
Neki...
Svaka čast, Ivano.
Kako da ti kažem?
Neki papiri, ili?
Ima nešto, brate, nešto random.
Pa reci, brate,
znaš
šta je to?
Kako, pa ne mogu se sjetiti. Bin kod neki, bin, Swift, bin.
E, pa to sam htio da ti kažem, znaš šta je to?
Imam
Sredit ćemo nakon streama, da znaš, Fleki. Vjeruj mi, dobro što si mi rekao, znaš šta ti je to, Fleki? To u banci moraš ići. Naprimjer, ako tvoja majka ima karticu u banka koja se zove...
Znam ja to, ne bi, dobro, ali treba mi od druge banke koja mi šalje.
Mogu da te pitam nešto? Imaš banku u tvom gradu?
Da.
Kako se zove?
Sber banka je od moje mame.
Ber?
Sber.
Sper banka i brate ideš na Google, napišeš ili pitaš u banci, dajte mi Swift,
znam to, ali nemamo
IBAN.
Nemamo tuđe.
Ne traži od tuđe.
Koment šalje, traži.
Ne.
Da, hoću da počnem screenshot.
Onda, brate, jesu ti slali mail, Epic Games? Ako su ti poslali, onda su ti poslali i njihov Swift IBAN.
Ne znam, aj bit.
Nisam, Jovane. Da, Baki.
Peter Lake on Island, jel mogu to?
Pa vidjet ćemo, Ivano, gledamo sve to na streamu, brate. Sutra u 16 sati streamujemo FNCS, vidjet ćemo sutra dan 2 ko će vinat i onda nedelja opet u 16 sati gledamo finals. Vidimo ko će vinat finals. I ko će uzeti trofej.
What? GG. Nisu nove što ga nove dobijem.
Pa Ivano uzeo je $100 earnings od Fortnite-a. Stojka Fleki će te časti će vape ako mu napraviš to da preuzme pare. Ma ne treba, brate. Ja ću to njemu uraditi da njemu radi, ne da za nešto da on meni da. GG. Eto, braćo, Fleki koristio sad Stojka uz earnings. Ja vam kažem, sad Stojka uzmete earnings.
GG.
Hvala Casey, brate, ali... On je rekao... kad idemo kod njega, da će da časti, tako da... To pamtimo. Ako Bog da u budućnosti, ako nekad idemo kod njega u gradu... A ja imam, brate, ovaj novi shotgun. A ne znam uopće nje igrat. Ajde, vidimo se. Laku noć, Marine. I sve najbolje sutra na utakmici, brate. Laku noć. Odmare. Hvala ti, Ivano, ali to neću raditi.
Stojka, 5 eura.
Ma hvala, brate, ne treba. Samo da bude sve u redu, to je bitno. Za u budućnosti ako uzmeš pare, opet da možeš da si...
Da, znaš koliko mi to...
Boka, pozdrav braću iz četa.
Pozdrav, braću moja. GG.
Da si me sad mislio, možda bi ti ubio.
Znam.
Pošto sam krenuo da spamujem s SMG. Ako preuzmem, nek mu mama kupi bolji internet sa tim parama. Iskreno, da. Ma on može, ja sam njemu rekao, brate, on 3 dana ne jede u školi, kupio je sebi internet za cijeli mjesec.
Neće ona.
Ali neće njegova mama. Ali mora da kaže, brate. Hvala ti, hvala Vaske, hvala puno, brate. Laku noć, još jednom, Marine. Ništa. Braćo, ko nije ušao na naš Discord server, izvolite uđite na naš Discord server. Evo ga link. A ovo je dobra mapa 1v1. Leki.
Da.
Izvini, neću te ja pitat, to mi je, brate, nepristojno pitanje. Pitate Niksa šta se desilo sa novčanikom.
Izgubio ga, bro.
Kako si to rekao, izgubio ga?
Što znači?
To je super, Alene. Pa da, Niksa, brate, naprimjer, ja sam izgubio mobitel. Nemoj to, brate, Niksa. Jel ti prošla kazna, pita Niksa?
Nemam pojma. Samo je rekla da mogu danas, šta?
A čekaj, tvoj brat je izgubio, ti si u kazni, ne razumijem.
Umro sam. GG! Imam 60 HP-a, puca me 20 ljudi, nemam heala. Umro sam 9. sa 2 killa sa Islandom i sa Towerom, ne vidim koliko ću dobiti posle. Ne dođem na 90.
Ale ne znam, brate. Vuk, brate, izgubio je nešto.
Znaš koliko sam dobio posto?
Koliko?
Dobio sam 2%. Top 9. 2 killa Island i Tower. Imam 77%. Pljačka, lopor.
A co? Mislim, plaki.
A igramo 1v1.
Ja naviko nacu, brate.
A igramo 1v1.
Samo stavi... Plaki. Samo stavi Anonymous. Ja sam 1 HP.
Kako gubiš? Znaš kako mi lijepo radi igrica.
Ajde.
Jesi stavio plaki?
Ajde.
Samo proveri, molim.
Stavio sam, brate, stavio sam.
Evo da odigramo u mid gamesima.
Odmah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 8, 9.
Završili smo.
Evo ti kick, Mihajla.
Pa ja bi kikao da
šalim
gubim
se,
na
pa-
80 razlike.
Ja? Što 80?
Pa, ali ne čitam svaku poruku koja je pristojna i dobra.
Stojka
Stojka, jesi rekao nekad u školi GG's? Brate, ne znam. Opet ti kažem, brate, kod mene u školi, ja sam sa 2-3 lika koji znaju šta radim, znaju da streamujem
stavi mapu.
i to. I ja s njim pričam ponekad o streamovanju, ali drugačije kad ja pričam u privatnom životu s
Daj
njim.
lider, Stojka.
A drugačije, na primjer, kad pričam, brate, na streamu. Naravno, ja sam isti i na streamu i u real life-u, ali, na primjer, s njim pričam nekako ne drugačije, nego na primjer, ozbiljnije, brate.
O
Razumeš?
životu.
Pa šta bude tema to, razumeš?
Hoćemo mitik? Evo gdje igramo.
Ali, na primjer, u školi sam rekao nemoj to. Na primjer, pošto ti ljudi koji sam dobar s njim ponekad znaju da kažu ružnu reč, ja im kažem nemoj to. Tako da. Mislim na makedonskom nemoj to. Dosta se puta to desilo. Nemoj to, a.
Ajde.
Hoćemo Havok
Aj mid heavy, aj mid Havok.
Da, mid Havok.
Hvala od srca, Alene. Puno znači.
Aj van vas.
Ne, brate! Ne, vjeruj mi, brate.
Aj ozbiljno.
Ostavi jedan game i vidjet će.
Ajde, ali nemojte raket koristiti.
Ajde.
Šta li je, brate?
Ali ne, džaba ovako.
Evo, full pizza.
Daj, brate, ajde.
Ajde. A ne, livaj samo.
Nemoj livat, nemoj. Nemoj biti bezobrazan.
Hvala od srca, Alene, puno znači, hvala ti, brate.
Nemoj biti, da ovaj je dobio pump. Ti da me nisu bio kroz...
Ivano, ja ne učim, brate.
Stojka, ko ovo radi? Nemoj to, Aco, fleki.
Kada bi uzeo Ornix, jel bi išao u školu? Brate moj, ja... Znači...
Što sam htio reći?
Ja ću da idem u školu, brate. Ali kad... Ja sam to pričao ljudima. Znači... Ja sam, hvala Bogu, super trenutno. Ali... Na primjer, ako krenem da uzimam...
A što rekao da ne fajtam, druže?
Krivo si me putaš, brate.
Ja tebe pucao, aj daj healove, Stojka.
Evo ti.
Koliko se ti gubiš, aj daj.
Drži.
Koliko si ti izgubljen.
Nemoj pucat.
Pa džaba minis.
Pa nijem drugo.
Aj dobro, vidiš Stojka respekt.
Nijem ništa.
Respekt, Boka što si dao, ali...
Ja ste hitat 40.
Pa da.
Pa Ivano, brate, znate kako je kod mene? Čekajte, braćo, dok pričam, nemojte. Znači, kod mene je ovako, brate. Ja imam, meni kažu na kraj godine, Stojka, imaš 3 jedinice. Trebaš ovo da uradiš da bi popravio. Ja to naučim, popravim i to je to. Preko godine ništa ne učim, brate. I hvala Bogu na kraju prođe. I, brat, hvala ti od srca za još jednoj donaciji, Kliks. Brat, hvala ti puno, brate. Puno, znači, hvala ti, Kliks. Hvala puno, brate moj.
Au, Stojka.
A što ovo, brate?
Pa easy. Sad gledaj kako ti klipam.
Jeste, Veyron?
Sad gledaj kako klipam ti.
Pa dilerko, hvala Bogu, streamujem 2 godine aktivno i naučio sam. Balkanski. Ivano, imam 17 godina, brate. Casey ne znam, možda 1,7 eura. Tako nešto, mislim. Kažem, ja u školi, braćo, potrošim 1,5 eura, ništa više. Od kad znam za sebe, zbog toga što je kod nas jako jeftino. Ja kupim sendvič i vodu za 1,5 euro. Razumete? Kod nas je jako jeftino.
Kako umrem?
Kod nas je, na primjer, hleb... Kod nas je hleb 30 centi.
Klipao sam te GG.
I gdje ti STOJKA? Na stream.
Koliko denara nosiš? 100? Gledam, ajde.
Ne.
Aj, da ću klip. Pa malo Morgan.
Moj ti.
Ja sprdam i...
Flake!
A brate, imam free 1v2, ja zezam i gle ovo, imam duplo više damage od vas.
Jel Boka uzeo grafički procesor?
Aj sad neću popuštat.
Nisam još uzimam, možda sutra, grafičko. Vidjet ću.
Ma kažem ti, Casey, kod nas je, hvala Bogu, jako jeftino i to je dobro, razumeš?
A ja na Gavrla gledam, reta.
Flake! Izvinjam se, braću, ne znam šta priča.
Da, izgleda, hakujem Kinu, evo. Hakujem Kinu.
Koju grafičku uzimaš?
Hakujem kontinent.
Vidio sam 2060 super neku. Ili 2080 super, vidjet ću. Ili RX, ne, vidjet ću.
Kad je live sutra? Sutra live u 16 sati. Ova 3 dana će biti u 16.
Samo rakete koristiti.
Znači petak, subota, nedjelja. Zbog FNCS-a.
Kako samo skillful.
Možda livamo.
A bolje.
Pa, ajde do 5.
Ajde.
Ali 1v1 ću ja dobiti 100%.
Nećeš, mene nećeš. GG.
100%,
Jer
sigurno.
koristiš sad STOJKA, nećeš.
Kako ću ti sad zalijepiti svaku 200?
Ja tebi... Pump best. Če. Ja ga kipam.
Martine, sad STOJKI optimizuješ PC, brate. Pozdrav, Andra.
To. Dakle. Ajoj.
5 HP ima.
160, ja moguće ovo.
Livli.
Ne možeš ni na mene.
Ili endajte, ili? Ne može.
Ne možeš ni na
U
mene.
koji razred ideš, STOJKA? 3?
Jel to tebi zadnji?
Ne. Zato sam rekao da idem, brate, u drugu školu gdje ima 3. I da mi bude ovo zadnja.
Ovo ti je zadnja STOJKA?
Nije. Brate, jedina stvar kod nas šta je loše zbog toga što je obavezna škola. Srednja.
Kod nas nije.
To vidiš? Kod mene da nije bilo obavezna ja ne bi išao. Ni kaznu ne bi platio ništa.
Vi platite kaznu?
Pa obavezna je kod nas.
Koliko?
Šta koliko?
Pa kaznu, prilike.
Puno, brate. Znaš šta, ti trebaš puno platiti kaznu i završiti vanrednu školu.
Mi ne moramo ni vanrednu.
Pa znam. Ja ne mogu da vjerujem.
Zato što ne koriste oni tamo use kod STOJKA.
Vrate, ne mogu da vjerujem. A u 2006. godini u Makedoniji nije bila osnovna srednja škola. Mislim, nije bila obavezna srednja škola. U 2006. kad sam se ja rodio.
Jeste vi u Europskoj uniji ili?
Pa jesmo, mislim da. Nisam siguran.
Onda je obavezno.
Pa jesmo, ajde da.
Ćemo Hevok opet.
Ma ne.
Aj Hevok.
Spas bolji.
Pazi heavy.
Ajde.
Ne heavy, brate.
Ne heavy, no.
Da.
GG.
Oh, please heavy, ne.
Ja sam nabio heavy.
Nis.
Da.
Vidio sam spas. 32. Oni opet do igraju.
Ne, putem u tebe njega. 20.
Ti si gore.
Au, Laki.
Ne znam koga da gledam, brate.
Mene.
Jel pišeš zadaće i to? Ne, brate, ništa ne radim što se tiče škole, ništa. Samo idem, vratim se kući, hvala Bogu. Zdrav i živ. Opet idem, opet se vratim. I svaki dan isto. Ništa ne radim, ništa, brate.
Aha, ti imaš turku.
Ako Bog da, to se završava, hvala Bogu, za koliko godinu i po dana i onda to je to. Laku noć, Bartole. Imamo, brate, ja idem jedna nedelja ujutro, jedna nedelja popodne. Tako je kod mene. Pa vajde Ivano, da. Bacite like, braćo. Stojka, ti imaš dobre edite, ali spore edite brzo. Ko da ideš na klip, bit ćeš bolji. Nisam razumio, brate.
O, izvinjavam se.
Sad sam dead.
One pump od te.
Dobro, što fake ti sprejaš pozadi, brate. Ubio bi ga, nisi sprejao.
Bravo,
Stojka, možeš ti to.
Nije ništa
Bravo.
moje.
Bravo.
Ništa nije moje. Bravo, bravo. Najbolji si Stojka, najbolji si.
Nemoj to.
Druže, nisam igrao kretao, nimalo, znaš. Samo sam u rankedu odvaljivo ljude.
Nisam njega, brate, pola dana igrao.
Nisam zagrijan za ovo i sad ću opet igrat ranke.
Ja sam sad ušao da igram, brate, evo, kad je flight.
Aj sad
Brate, Slepane, ovo je bio open danas i jučer će biti open i nedelja je finals. Sutra opet streamujemo u 16 sati u nedelju.
93 Stojka.
Sa čime planiraš se baviti u budućnosti? Ako Bog da budem streamer, content creator, to mi je cilj. Jedan od najvećih ciljeva mi je to, brate.
92 da.
Acorn, brate. Šta ti kažu roditelji iz ocene? Moji roditelji kažu samo da ne padem godinu, brate. To mi kažu roditelji.
FD6, Boka.
Dobro, dvojica, brate, na mene.
Pa kažem ti, Dajki, sad Stojka i uđeš u najveći rang, brate.
Znaš šta, igrat ćemo se drugačije. Pa da li je moguće?
Jel moguće, Artime? Kako, brate? Hvala ti, Slepane.
Stojka, kod vas bi onaj crvati Sunđer Bob?
Da.
Ili kako se kod vas kaže?
Sunđer, Pa isto, brate, to ti je...
Bob skockasti.
Spužba Bob skockani.
Ne, kod nas se kaže Sunger Bob.
Sunger, GG.
Sunger je Sunger kod nas.
Kako Free Fire.
Pozdrav brzi, live je do 12. Danas je vino Opens Acorn, braću.
Acorn je top. Faunan, Boksan, 130, 170. Uzeo. Sad zbog tog kill steala dobijaš klip.
Da vidimo da li će Fleki uspjeti da klipa.
Pa prvo moram da ga hitam. Ali on će kao tu na... I šta, kao ti sad nešto opasan, ili?
Jeste Clepan?
Ti sad kao nešto opasan, ili? Ti sad kao nešto opasan, ili? Ti sad kao nešto opasan, ili?
Spužba Bob skockani. Kako se kaže Patrik?
Isto Patrik.
Lupka zvijezda.
Lupka
zvezdata. Zatvori ta vratata. Dosta je bilo popuštanja, aj. Svaki put imam najviše damage-a i... Šta ti gledaš? On ima slurp. On ima juice. Bravo, bravo. Pa nisam ja dobio hit. I don't wanna maybe.
Okej.
Imam 18 HP.
Idemo, da li Fleki stvarno ima 18?
Sad ga klipam.
Pa više nema.
Može klip Stojka.
Nema.
Ajde da vidim.
Ja rekao Stojka, ubio Stojku. Ajde dođi.
Stojka, kada ti je rođendan?
Stvarno, ajde, šta ti sad kao nešto opasan, ili?
25. juna, brate.
Šta ti sad kao nešto opasan, ili? Jel, jesi ti sad nešto opasan, ili? Ne razumijem.
Ja mislim da Boka neće klipati, idem na Flekija. Da vidimo Fleki da li će uspjet klipat.
Ma šta će Fleki klipat?
Fleki odavno nije klipao, da vidimo da li će sad klipat.
Mora pametno da igra.
I da li Fleki može klipati?
Ali vuče softame, šta će? Jel moguće da ti nisi eto to?
Hilaj Fleki.
Ne hilam. To je ipak samo, to je samo Boka.
Au, kakav klip si dobio, GG. Bacite like.
Druže, nisam zagrijan za kreta, nimalo. Igrao sam cijeli dan ovaj ranked. A sad kad bi igrali jedno još 20 minuta, onda bi tek dobijali šnjiton.
Fleki!
Jer ja nisam zagrijan. Šalim se, evo sad ide prvo Stojka na bi... A nemoj koristiti to, brate. Šta ti sad kao nešto opasan? Opasnost, da? Opasnost, da? Ne razumijem, kad ti sad kao nešto... Ne znam, ti ste... Ajde da ne koristi to,
Bio sam u Srbiji, brate, 3 puta.
Ne znam, koliko može biti. Jesi uspio u životu? Gle ga, izgubljen.
Fleki.
To i mora bacat granatu. Sam sebe granatiraj, bravo.
Hilaj Fleki, imaš full healove. Ja mislim da Fleki ovo vina. Pozdrav Fajsi, ako nisam rekao, brate.
Ide laganica Blokić.
Šalim, sta ti je, brat, Flek.
Izvinjavam se. Neće Stojk, samo će ovo. Nećete Stojka, nećete Stojka.
Evo,
Izvini. Ne, pa nemoj sad, ja to...
Dobro.
Kao, nešto...
Ivano, jesam, brate?
Dropamo ovo, ne, tako. Ajde, sad može.
Beka nema mišljenja, brate.
Ja moguće da je ovo... A da li je moguće da je ovo creative? Dingo skrrra.
Nešto se čuju pozadini kod nekoga.
U mene se ne čuje.
Pa Ivano je, brate. Beka, ja se ne uspoređujem sa nikim, poštujem sve ljude, brate. Brate, kod nekog se čuje stvarno nešto, kao vijesti neke, ne znam. Molim vas.
Ja bi da te...
Gorjane, gacimo live za 25 minuta, brate.
A da je to još gore.
No! A ovo, brate, niks. A, niks. Ne veze.
Ujo, moguće da se on spawnu full ultimate.
No, 200 mi je dao.
Pa neću da ga ubijem ovako glupo.
Salex, brother, FNCS Global Championship, day 1 is end. You know. Tomorrow at 4 PM is starting. In my region. EU. I think 10 AM at 10, ne 10, 10. 10 AM at, brother. No problem, brother, no problem. Odakle si, iz Makedonije?
O, jel mogu...
Ne znam, brate, možda Vaske? Ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, stvarno, Nikola. Aha, u redu, brate. Niksa.
Ne.
Gabe, ne igramo sa chatom, izvini, brate.
Ide.
Kako, brate, misa? 2 HP-a su obojice.
Gdje ste i Stojko? Ja sam dat klip. On popao 2 papera. Jes mislio, a? A, mislio si. I love you and I love princess.
Leki, neko će te... Ne može. Ima Anonymusa, ja mislim. Ima Anonymusa, Niksa.
Ko ima Anonymusa? Dobar pas, ajde. Easy. A to je moj pod. Vid sad ovo. Au, jesi vidio? Evo sad klip za tebe. Pošto?
Ajde, može.
A moram ga prvo hitat. Ako će Bokat da bude dobar dječko i da mi da hit, ne vez, ajde. Nahilaj se.
Ajde, klipaj. I da li će Fleki?
Ne.
No.
Mi se ne hilamo. Ja se ne hilam. Ne. Dozi. Sad će on doći tu. Samo misli da ja to ne znam. Sad on ide ovako, ja ga pratim, bum, bum, bum.
Ajde, vidimo se, Vacke, sutra sa novim YouTube videom i u 16, ne u 19, u 16 sati sa live-om. Laku noć, brate. Pozdrav.
Najbolje. Najbolje.
Reci Flekiju da možda idem u Banja Luci.
Runket.
Evo da znaš.
Ajde.
Ajde, vidimo se, brate. Ajde, brate Ivano, laku noć, pozdrav, vidimo se. Kijeko, hvala ti puno, brate, hvala Bogu, sve je u redu, ali... Ja sam najviše zahvalan, previše zahvalan, ali nisam zadovoljan, brate. Ovo nije ni 1% od toga što je meni cilj, brate. Ako Bog da u budućnosti, tako da. Jeste, Niksa, da? Ja mogu ja sad TTT-pu, pošto smo...
Mogu.
A bolje ne, nije fair, gledaj ovako.
Ne igraj.
Bacit ću, ajde, neću koristiti. Niksa, ako ne streamujemo FNCS, ali ne vjerujem, pošto su ljudi tražili da streamujemo FNCS, onda će biti. Ali dok streamujemo FNCS i live dok kreće u 4, neće biti do 2. Pošto ovako live kreće u 4 i zbog toga nije live do 2. Nemac! Hvala, brate, ali što mi daješ?
GG.
Na unik se vrati. Šta da kažem?
Stok idemo, završimo ove sve runde. Pa idem da večeram. To je za jedan nešto.
Da večeram. Ajde, brate, nikakav problem. Taman dok završim ovo kraj streama.
Dobro. Izlazi iz prozora tako.
Treba si da kažeš Niksa sad stojka i to je to.
Što me smišao, brat? Nešto mi zapinje.
Prijetno ti kaže, brat.
Hvala. Hvala, brat. Well, no.
5-5, brate. Vidimo da li će pobediti Jus sad stojke ili Jus kod stojka.
Još sad se mislim.
Viktor, nemoj sa velikim slojima, uzvični DPI, brate. Igraj sa bokom kapove. Pa vidjet ćemo, brate. Zero build igram s Acom, 100%.
Ja zero build ne igram.
Ako mi ne otkaže Aco. Ako mi otkaže, možemo.
Mislim, znam brutalno odigram. Zero build bio sam jedan, isto ja drugi, ali ne volim da igram. Mislim da najpametniji player.
No.
Ali ne vjerujem da će igrati samo kapove.
Ma vidjet ćemo, braćo.
Pošto ti predobar player za mene.
Šta pričaš ti, brate?
Ne, stvarno.
Sad se smeje.
Thanks. Ma hvala mu sad uvijek ješ kap 100% ako budemo igrali. Mislim, dek igra sa dujetom, ova igra sa onim Sloxijem, Aca. Black igra sa Gejem, sam vrlo.
No.
GG.
Ja sam pao full dole. Ne smiješ sada luzat.
5 HP imam.
Ne smiješ luzat.
Neću, opuštam. No! Kako se to kaže, no!
Baš mi je drago, Klendi, jel ti sad rođendan za 16 minuta, brate?
Tražim rođendan od mene. 16 minuta.
Dobro.
Ja pustim da me hitaš. Pošto sam slučajno iskoristio.
Janko, brate, nije tu. Vidimo se lako noć, Arlene, pozdrav. Brate. Eto, Klendi, podsjeti nas, brate, čestitamo za 15 minuta. Malo manje, za 13. 12. Nije, Janko?
Ne, kako nisi pao? No.
Pa, brate, Janko postao je neaktivan i tako dalje.
Evo sad rehardam, evo, full. Kod igram, zavis, Stojka. Stojka. Mi spalamo dok još kap, bi bio baš srećan, iskreno.
Naravno da, brate.
Uzeli bi, maybe, pare.
Trebamo biti bolji od 5 timova da bi uzeli pare. Top 45, ali to je isto teško.
Ma hvala mu sad kad traži. Pa prvi cash cup kad smo igrali imali smo 320 pojena. Mi da nismo fijelili posljednji i ona dva gema bi hvalali.
Klendi nije još završio FNCS. Dan 1 je dobio Acor. Sutra u 16 sati gledamo opet FNCS, braćo, da znate, streamujemo.
Imamo osjeću će vidjeti Acor.
Onda igri Stretch. Janko. Šta, sutra?
Šta ste rekao?
Za sutra si rekao?
Ne, za finals.
Pa vidjet ćemo. Finals će igrat, brate, i ovi i od sutra od top 20. A danas je igralo samo...
No. Kako su
Pa Nixa zbog toga što ima puno timova. I Hvala se i to.
Kako se nađe game? Ako Hvala 50 dualsa, to je 100 igrača. Kako nađe ono game?
Zašto da ne, brate?
Pa kako nađe kad ima 100 igrača samo?
Ne razumem, brate.
Pa ti sad igraš...
Ako failaš, brate, čekaš.
Aha, čekaš za sljedeći game, jel?
Da. Jeste, Gabi, sutra u 4, brate, popodne stream, u 16 sati.
A ja ti mnogo ozbiljnije igram u... Kapove nego... Creative igranke.
Zašto ne igraš rank? Zbog toga što gasimo live za 10 minuta. Ovo je bio Free Fire, brate.
Aj, svaki meta kroz zid. Moram stići sad 3 runde još.
Koliko, jel te vodim?
9-6.
9-6.
Mhm.
Teško da me stigneš.
Misliš?
Ma ne, ne stižeš me.
Misliš?
Ma da, evo sad te vinam i to je to.
Evo, sad klipam ovo za TikTok. Ništa. Izgubio sam.
Gabi, to ne znam, brate.
Ček, gledaj uči.
Stvarno ne znam. Šta si rekao, sad ću doći?
Ne.
To je sad mogu da te pustim, ova 2 gejma.
Ma ne moraš.
Da te ne pustim, a?
Ne.
Da te ne pustim, dobro.
Ne. Evo, ovaj ti dobijem 1000%.
Može. A, brate, Niksa.
1.000.000%.
GG, Petre, laku noć. Vanja, pozdrav, brate, vidimo se. Laku noć. Niksa. Ti si došao pri kraja, brate. Ti si došao za 5. game, usred 5. gamea.
Neće mi se postaviti, ping mi je velik nešto.
GG.
Moram jednom.
Ajde, vidimo se sutra u 4. Niksa, laku noć, brate. Ko je bio prvi na FNCS? Za dan 1 je bio prvi Acorn. Sutra gledamo dan 2 u 4 i u 4 popodne isto tako nedelja gledamo Finals. Je Klendi, da. Dosta Balkanaca igralo, brate. Niksa ti kaže laku noć. Bok.
Laku noć, Niksa, brate moj. GG.
No.
Otiš sam ja slika.
Vajda, djelerko, ajde vidimo se, brate. Laku noć.
Laku noć za chat svima.
Ajde. Ćao. Klendi, Quizy, Tayson, Trulex, Čičo, Teni. Još 5 minuta nam je ostalo, braću. Do rođendana i do kraja live-a, Klendi. Markis, da, svi Balkanci su hvalili. Koje si smjenu Stojka? Sutra je subota, brate. Samo braću, da, ne mogu da vjerujem. Ne veze. Kanada nije hvalilo. Nije meni, Markis. Klendiju, brate. Ako si rekao meni. Pa Dilerko nije da ne igram, brate, nego ne igram u turnire i to. Samo sekund. Ovako. Evo ga. Samo sekund, braću. Hvala od srca, nema nikakvih problema, Klendi. Hvala puno, brate. Ako kupujete nešto iz shopa, nemojte zaboraviti koristiti kod Stojka, braću. Braćo, ako imate neko pitanje, slobodno postavite, pošto gasimo sada live. I sutra se vidimo u 16 sati, popodne, u 4 popodne, sa novim live streamom. Još jedan like do 280, braćo, bacite like. $350.000 igra pub, 160.000 igra rank. To je iskreno dosta. Jeste, Nino, da? Zamislite, 160.000 braću igra rank. Ne mogu da vjerujem. Da, mogu free buildat, ajde. Samo sekund da stavim mapu. Recently played, 1v1. Ovako. Evo ga. Ništa, Nino, brate. Pošto u 12 gasimo i do sad smo evo igrali sad. Sad smo livali, igrali smo 1v1 i bio sam u lobiju, pa sad ću ući da free buildam do kraja live-a. Pa nadamo se, Zenite, nadamo se, brate. Vidimo se, Markis, laku noć, vidimo se sutra sa novim YouTube videom i u 16 sati sa live-om. Za malo da kažemo 19. Laku noć, brate. Au, ne znam, Klendi. Stvarno ne znam, brate. Ne radim toliko puno triple edita. Mislim, radim, ali ne radim puno. Stvarno ne znam koliko mogu. Nisam radio tako kao da brojim. Nisam radio tako da brojim. Ali ranije sam radio dosta triple edita. Braćo moja, uživajte. Hvala puno svima što ste gledali live. Nadam se da ste uživali. čujemo se i vidimo se sutra sa novim YouTube videom i u 16, opet 19. U 16 sati sa live-om. Sutra u 4 popodne streamujemo FNCS Global Championship dan 2. Danas smo odgledali dan 1, sad dan 2 sutra. Hvala ti Gabi, ali sad gasimo, brate. Pa da, to Zenit, ja sam dosta stvari kupio tako samo da mi budu u shopu, brate. A ima delay Starvand. Srećan rođendan, Klendi, da si zdrav i živ, više da gledaš Stojku, brate moji. Braćo moja, Z u chatu ili pozdrav, ko hoće pozdrav. I to je to, braćo moja. I ovaj vikend će live-ovi biti od 3, mislim od 4 popodne do 12. Zbog toga što je FNCS. Pozdrav Bandalo, pozdrav Gabi, pozdrav Zenit, pozdrav za sve ljude, braćo. Čujemo se i vidimo se sutra. Pozdrav Klendi, hvala ti puno Gabi, hvala brate. Braćo moja, čujemo se i vidimo se sutra.